following is a special presentation from E-Star Studios. Carry harder. History says, work hard, play harder, embrace the grind. The journey is an arduous lane, yet creates a lifetime bond.
1, 2, 3!
Fight. Learn. Reach beyond. History can't say what happens next.
Hello everyone, it's that time again. Welcome fans to the North America Challenger Tournament. We are sorry for the delay, but we are here and we're ready to jump right into the games.
Yeah, that's right. I am Private Dancer, as you guys know, and to my left or right, depending on where you're sitting, as always, BenDoneHadDid.
We are super sorry we could not be on, but it does make for a good April Fool's joke, right?
Maybe.
What? Yeah, without further ado, guys, we're going to go ahead and jump right into these matches. Thank you so much for sticking around for us. We have an exciting night coming up, though, because these matches are super important, ending out our the first round robin of this series.
Yeah, starting off Empire versus LaimiTop, and these are two of the newer teams, right? And they were kind of new to the scene. We're looking to see what they can do now. We've seen Empire and LaimiTop, I think, grow a lot in the series, playing against really good teams. They've gotten a lot better. It seems to be they keep getting better and better, and it's super cool to see the growth of the region as a whole.
Both of these teams looking to kind of cement their path here as we close up, like I said, the round robin. Empire doing maybe just a little bit better. LaimiTop still trying to get their footing together. Both these teams clashing here tonight, trying to see if we can kind of get some type of momentum before we move into the start of the second round robin. But we're going to go ahead, without further ado, jump right into this draft.
Yes, let's get these matches started.
Yeah, now this should be interesting. Faramis, now we talked about it last week. Faramis was not available. Faramis is back available, as well as Fleeting Time, but Minsathar is not. So we should see Faramis in the pick and bans this, and it's already been banned out here.
Yeah, this was kind of one of those little adjustment things that happened last week. Some teams were able to go with the adjustment. Some teams maybe floundered a bit with having Faramis not part of it. This time, though, Faramis and Fleeting Time fixes to both of those entities now. So they're going to be available for both of these drafts. We do see Joy and Wanwan being taken out by the side of LaimiTop. Both very mobile heroes being locked out.
Yeah, across the board, standardized bans. We don't see anything really crazy coming out or target banning of the other team out. And these teams have had time to study each other. Now, LaimiTop's not new anymore. They've played through half this beginning season right here. Everybody knows what they play. Teams are very comfortable with each other, but still no target bans. They prefer to go for this kind of banning out the S-tier classes and kind of building your comp from there. Maybe we'll see a Valentina or a Farsi ban here to target the
I am
mages.
the power of light incarnate.
Well, and that's kind of where it's going to go to. We still have a Fredrin. A little bit of nerfs taken off from him last week. However, not enough to really move him from the meta. We talked about this a little bit. The damage scaled down just a little bit, but that doesn't take out the lethality of the Fredrin pick, where you still have that a huge amount of CC, huge amount of tanking ability, and especially when it comes to like those early objectives, you definitely want the tankier jungler will definitely win out against a assassin build there. And we do see that the Valentina last taken off there for LaimiTop.
And you use a really interesting word to describe their lethality, right? And that's the thing about Fredrin that's been nerfed a little bit, his damage. But Private's saying he's still lethal in the way that he's so tanky and the neutral objective control that he brings to these team fights. Valentina ban, we've seen start to creep into the meta here, and Farsa and Eve and maybe even Lilia, Kagura, Leluya from Nicolette, all those other mages have come into the draft of this meta, and it seems really cool. Glue, not banned out, is the first pick for Jordan's top laner.
Yeah, and especially if that's going to be utilized in the XP lane. Not many people right now can compete with that glue. On the other side, though, might be looking for a mage, might be looking for something maybe to kind of ward off the marksman. Farja still on the board. Definitely a good counter when it comes to thinking about something against a Melissa pick or something, or even to try to shut that down. And there it is. Farja pick matched up with a potential Diggy.
Yeah, it seems like really early in the draft to play Diggy here, but if Golem is confident in it, I actually like the move. We've seen Diggy teams be able to really camp the bottom lane, so I'm kind of expecting LaimiTop to go for a marksman that needs a little bit of a babysit. Maybe the Leslie route, could be carry, something like that needs help. But what's the worst thing in Diggy's mind? An assassin jungler, and Mikasa is no slouch.
Well, and it was a good thought by the side of LaimiTop, because you take out Farja, which is a decent counter for Diggy, who doesn't really have the greatest health pool in the early game and can get shot down very early. However, they go ahead on the side of Empire, pick up the Melissa anyway, but team that up with a Hayabusa, who's going to be able to dive into those back lanes, definitely get the damage to take down a Diggy, but also get onto a standing still Farja, who will be using that feathered airstrike, and you're going to be able to use that shadow kill to be able to take them down quickly, as we are moving into the second banning phase of this game.
And LaimiTop starts it off by targeting Mage's pool. The Valentina's gone, Farsa's gone, Eve is gone, Faramus is gone. So this is really going to pinch Demon's pool. I expect this next ban to go into the Mages as well, really target out, but they take out the second version of Suppression. Now Kaja and Franco are off the board, so that tells me that LaimiTop doesn't want to play with Suppression either. You would think that the Franco would actually go really well into Haya. Once he comes into the scene fight, he can be suppressed out. Plays really good against squishy assassins, but they ban it out themselves. And so it's really interesting from LaimiTop there. So if they don't want to deal with Suppression, maybe they go the assassin route as well in the jungle.
Yeah, and especially now they were looking probably for another marksman ban on the side of Empire. They did already take out that Brody. Oh, but they're going to take out the Martis, who definitely would have an easier time kind of gunning through, and already have the Fredrin pick up through the second banning phase. And this might actually be the first time I've ever seen Fredrin slip to the second round of picks here in the NACT.
Yeah, it feels like if it is picked, it's picked early, or they just completely negate it and go with something else for the assassin route. But a late Fredrin pick here, and I think that really signifies his drop in the priority of these players and these junglers. Martis banned out here, not the Fredrin, right? And I think Martis has slid up into that S tier. He's almost 100% pick ban rate throughout our meta, as well as a few others. And so Fredrin here slotted very low in the draft. Please don't pick Florin, though. We've seen this be a troll. I'd so much rather it be the Estes.
Yeah, that's kind of been the problem with the Florin picks, is there's just some picks out there that do what she does better. She has like the Switchblade where she can do some CC, she can do some type of healing. They go ahead, pick it up anyway, alongside the Guzhan picks. We're going to see how well this kind of plays into it. Beatrix going to be picked up by LaimiTop. But if you had to choose, which draft are you liking here, Ben?
Ooh, I'm going to have to go with LaimiTop here. Really, they've placed a lot of eggs on Haya getting ahead and Beatrix carrying late. There's a mid-game spike right there that I think LaimiTop can really take advantage of. They've got Farsa for rotation. Diggy may be a little bit squishy in his Haya. We'll see how he can avoid that. But I actually really like Laimi's draft here. I think that they have a really strong team fight. Guzhan can just be so high or dry. He can either really stomp things out or he can be impossible to play.
That's an interesting point there too, because I was almost kind of going around the same thing. I've talked about it before, unless we're talking about Kush on the Hayabusa. Hayabusa has a lot. Hayabusa has a lot of boxes he needs to check to actually be successful in the early game. But if he is successful, it's a pretty big snowball to come down there. However, LaimiTop does have the Farja. Those early game rotations, as soon as you get that level 4, is going to be an immense amount of damage, as well as having a Fredrin for a lot of these objectives. When it it comes to a lot of those utility junglers going up against an assassin jungler, the utility jungler usually has the advantage out default.
Right, advantage in those team fights, but when it comes to the utility in the jungle, it's that neutral objective control. That's where they shine, right? This Fredrin, he can just hold Lord for days, he can hold Turtle for days, and he can take those hits. He still has his defensive capabilities.
Yeah, we're going to see if they can match it up. It's going to be Empire taking on LaimiTop right now. Game 1 opening up our series.
Yeah, I'm worried about the double assassin pick right now. You have Gushin and Hyatt into a Fredrin and Arlott. Things could get really bad if they all get CC'd together. And we do have the Florin slotted. It didn't go to the Estus route, so interesting to see that. I think it's the second time we've seen it played, and it didn't perform that well. Maybe here Reckless can kind of show us why this is being picked.
Ooh, Lee taking a lot of damage here. That's an early game glue you're going up against, but they do have some help in the form of Assault, and they are going to be able to get that first kill. Down goes Glue.
What a great roam out of Farsa at level 2. Clears the wave, heads right down to help the Arlott lane, which will get bullied by Glue. But Private, wait up. I see an assassin emblem on Hile.
Yeah, and that's going to be possibly a game changer here. He's not the normal tank Arlott that we are used to seeing here. That means this early game is going to be even more in favor of the side of LaimiTop. This just depends. Can we close it down early? Because we've seen these types of games played before, where you try to go for the early game, but you let it and you allow it. You don't take advantage of it, and you end up taking this too far into the late game. We're still kind of going on to here onto Golem, who gets taken down quickly. A little bit of a flicker there from Mar on the backside. You see Assault trying to make sure that they can help with this defense. One Punch joining the fight now. We do have a reverse time on the Kokami, who is going to dash herself back to safety. 4v4 up here. Are we still trying to make something happen? It does look like both teams are going to think twice about this engagement as we have our first turtle up.
Now, off screen, we missed Haya getting a kill, and that's really good for Mikasa to get going early. We talked about that. But I just wanted to look at that team fight right there where actually One Punch started walking at them, and everybody from the side of Empire just walks away. And I wonder how the team fights are going to go, because I don't think they have any front line. If Jordan's not there on the glue, where's the front line? Every other hero is either going to look to really dive back, very squishy, or run away. And it just seems like no solid team fight. It's going to have to be a very mobile, very flashy style coming out from Empire here.
Indeed, I absolutely agree, is that when you do engage onto Empire, you're going to be mobile, you're going to be looking to kite. A lot of the heroes on that side have dashing abilities, and then the little bit of regen that Reckless is going to be able to provide on that pick. Now we're going to go ahead and start on this Lord, starting to move it over to the side of Empire. Oh, but saying that, Jordan has engaged onto Lee, who is trying to get back there. We do have that ultimate from Glue out there, but it's not going to be enough. Jordan goes down. Golem trying to get out there. You do see that ultimate activated for that Diggy, trying to top up the teammates. And One Punch does take down Mikasa in a little bit of trouble, gets taken down. The last hit, they're going to Golem, and this is going to be a very smooth turtle picked up for LaimiTop.
What a big fight there in marketing chunked out here. I don't think it's enough to take it, but finally we're seeing Hali on this Arlott, who had struggled in weeks previous playing this in the tank version and the fighter version. Now he puts the Heinz Rai on, and against such a squishy lineup coming off for Empire, Arlott's gonna have a field day here. 0, 1, and 4 with the flicker Heinz Rai. He's gonna look to flicker in and make crazy plays this game.
Yeah, and right now it does seem like a great advantage going over to LaimiTop, but I mean, this was to be expected. I felt like they had the early game here. It's really kind of leaning on if we can close this down early. Can we transition? As I say that, Hilly in a little bit of trouble, does get taken out by Demon. Very nice rotation there from their mid.
Yeah, Demon leaves unchecked, and the rest of LaimiTop squad are actually trying to make a play top lane as it comes in here.
Yeah, One Punch comes in there, does land a pop-up onto Reckless. Reckless taking a heap of damage from Mark, going to be able to pick up that kill. And just like that, LaimiTop disappeared to go ahead and rotate back around the map. You do see Mikasa looking for a little bit of an opening. Do have the zone out from Assault coming in with that shadow kill. Is it going to be enough to take down Assault? Too many members there. He's not able to put enough damage. Great job by LaimiTop to get together. At the bottom, we see Jordan trying to put the damage on the Lee. One Punch coming around the side. Jordan caught in a bad way. This is a Laimi sandwich that he does not want to be a part of. He does jump on that split does get him onto One Punch. He goes ahead and disengages from that as well.
Yeah, a lot of trading going on the map, but really the only thing that really happened was 1 kill goes to each side. So pretty even trade. I thought we are going to have a little bit of extension. It looks like Luke gets a little bit more gold off of his turret shield than the other side does, but besides that, pretty even across the board. I have to praise here the Farsa getting around this map, and even Gushin as well. These mids are rotating really well, and you would expect Farsa to have this immense advantage in rotation, but Gushin making it work.
Yeah, you do see that Hunter Strike getting picked up there. Up at the top, though, Mar in a little bit of trouble. A sneeze away from damage, and you do see that Demon able to go ahead, put the finishing touches, and that is going to be a tower for the side of Empire.
Yeah, traded for Turtle, right? But then they had the time to come down here, and maybe High can get a steal walking in this. But we talked about Fredrin's neutral objective control. Bit of a fight here, though, Private.
Oh, Flicker activated by Assault. He does get taken down as, unfortunately for them, Stun does land onto Flea. Trying to put on the damage with that damage. Oh, you can see Jordan does have that split sitting on top of Flea. Is he going to be able to get the finishing touches? He does. Jordan's going to earn himself a reset with that kill as well. The rest of Empire trying to back up a little bit as Wand Punch and Golem go ahead and try to put some defense on this mid tower.
Yeah, I really like Hali going the Assassin Emblem, and I think it's a really strong point for Arlott to be that Assassin. But it's just into glue. It's so hard to play Arlott into those big AoE monsters, the Glue, the Lapu, the YZ, those type of things really do own Arlott a lot of times. And he elects to not use the Flicker here and just take the L. I think he's saving that for an offensive play rather than defensive. But here, Empire cleaning up another turret.
Ooh, Jordan actually might be in a little bit of trouble, does activate that split to get himself back to safety. And as we were talking about this, Hali on that Arlott, I mean, as you move further and further into this game, there's not too many heroes that have just as rough of an offbeat when it comes to the mid game. Arlott falls off pretty hard. A little bit of engagement here. Kakami does go ahead, catch that kill. Assault, one taken down as well. Hali trying to get himself back to safety, is going to go ahead and activate that Flicker to get himself away. We're still trying to put pressure on here. You can see the rest of Empire now securely starting to feel the confidence in their favor. But as that happens, Mar able to get a tower up top.
A lot of macro trades going around the map right here, and yes, the kills are displayed, but it's Empire who have gotten so much more off the map. 3 turrets to 1 right now, as well as headed kills has bred them a 3k gold lead, and they're using that to press into the jungle. Now that mid lane outer has been removed, the rest of Empire can start getting vision and pressure onto Fred's jungle camps. And Hayabusa is so good at getting in and getting these camps. Something else I don't think we highlighted is that Hayabusa is so good into Farsa. We've seen it picked a lot of times because Farsa is so weak in the health department, brings so much damage. But at Haya, his ability to get on her and stay on her, even if she wings away, even if she flickers away, Haya is still there with that ultimate.
Yeah, we've already seen examples of that as Assault tries to flicker away, tries to wings by wings. There's not much you're going to be doing if he does land that shadow kill onto you. He's going to be doing an immense amount of damage. And now we do see that LaimiTop is in the defensive position, not able to push in here as a pretty safe and smooth turtle being broken down by the side of Empire. Mikasa picks that up, and it does look like they're going to go ahead, try to make a fight happen here, but LaimiTop, actually, I was going to say Wisely trying to disengage. Wand Punch taking that human damage. Does go down. Demon there for the finishing touches. The double assassin starting to work out for them.
Yeah, and they just weren't expecting the assassins to get this fed. Now, Fredrin's a tanky boy, but when you've got a 3-0 Gushin, we've got a 3-1 Mikasa punching all this damage in, it's too much for Fredrin to control this early in the game. They've just gotten too far ahead.
Yeah, you can see Demon doing a great job of kind of poking out the rest of LaimiTop, allowing his team of Empire to push the rest of this tower, and they are just really making moves. Assault actually a little bit of trouble, wings by wings, but we talked about that. Shadow Assault is out. Is he going to be able to take it? He does not get that last touch on there, and Assault is going to live to fight another day. Meanwhile, Reckless trying to get away, has a ton of damage being put on him. That time journey coming out now. Is that going to be enough? Kokami taking down Hali as we are still trying to put pressure down onto this mid tower. Down comes the Feathered Air Strike from the side of Assault, who is going to be able to do a decent job of defending, but now we have another batch of minions coming in here. You see Mikasa sitting up there trying to zone him out. Golem gets taken out by Kakami with that immense damage being output there. Are we done? I don't think so. We're still trying to put the pressure onto them, while you can see a great job of putting the pressure through mid and then zoning out and taking out the rest of the jungle.
They just got so much on the map. They've blown a 3K gold lead and actually doubled it in the last 2 minutes of time. A huge influx of gold and a huge loss of map vision. Everything off the map for LaimiTop here. They're relegated to staying in their base now. And this is all before Lord has even got on the board. Lord spawning in 20 and they're at the inhibitor turrets, right? They're going to take this last outer with no problem and then use the Lord to crack the base. It's up to LaimiTop to get in here and get vision control and make a pick before they can do it. Right now they're responding to top lane late. They need to go ahead and head to Lord and be a step ahead of the play.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing, especially in the early game. We were talking about that. Oh, we do have Wand Punch taking the heap of damage. Golem taking some damage from Kakami as well. That's going to be a kill for Assault, but now we're diving in and starting this fight. Demon takes down Golem. Mar able to take down Demon. Now we have exchanged. It is a 1-for-2. LaimiTop on the offensive now, starting to run. And who's going to go ahead and get himself to safety.
But now you're late to, you got a kill. You got 2 kills. That's great. You lost 2 for 1. But still, now look at all this damage they've already got on Lord. You're already late to this next objective. They're coming in here like, can they do anything?
Oh, he tried. Mikasa's still able to go ahead and get that retry game down to take down the Lord. Shadow Assault is, or Shadow Kill is out. Mikasa, ooh, dancing around the side of LaimiTop. Jordan coming in, putting down the damage. Shadow Assault in a little, or Assault in a little bit of trouble. Here comes that split. He takes the full front of that split. Jordan coming away with that kill, and you can see LaimiTop going to go ahead and run for the hills right now.
Jordan is a menace on Glue. Not only is he able to provide that front line that I thought on the side of the Empire they were lacking, now they're this far ahead, Glue will do. All you gotta do is get in there, land a couple skills, and the rest of your assassins take care of it. They're playing this really far ahead game. It's just the gold difference speaking right now. Not necessarily the lineups, but just team diff.
Yeah, and this is coming down to the early game, and if you can transition kills into objectives. Lord coming down for the first high ground tower of LaimiTop. We see the Feathered Airstrike coming down. The Lord is not long, does get taken down. Reverse time, latches on to Mikasa, but it's not enough. So a little bit of a successful defense for the side of LaimiTop.
Yeah, it's how long can they hold on now? Now that it looks like this next round of waves and the Feather Airstrike's down, that's really the only tool that LaimiTop has to safely get these waves cleared.
Yeah, you can already see Kakami taking a heap of damage that he's putting down there onto Wand Punch and now trying to transition it to the towers. All lanes starting to crash in right now. High ground towers might not be long. HinaLili gets taken down, and that might be all she wrote. Shadow Kill coming in. Is it going to be enough? It is not, and he's going to go ahead and get himself to safety. Wand Punch diving deep in here. Rest of the team is not there to cover. We do see that the Feathered Airstrike coming down, but it's not going to be enough, as here goes another high ground getting taken down for the side of Empire. Now we're going to get continuing on. Assault goes down. There's only one more person left here to try to put on this defense. Mar gets taken down, and this is going to be game 1 going over to Empire.
What a fast mid-game spike for the Empire there. LaimiTop was trading blows in the beginning, actually ahead a little bit in that game. And then the Empire, something changes. Gushin gets rolling, Hyatt gets rolling, and never stops. What a good game out of Empire here. To take the early game blows, didn't have a front line, still made it work. It seemed like Empire got so much more out of their early game roams than LaimiTop did. And from that point, they just started snowballing objectives, took so much more than LaimiTop was able to.
And this is what we were kind of talking about during the drafting phase. When you have that early game, you need to be able to transition some of those kills you got, because they were leading for a short amount of time at the beginning, but you weren't transitioning those kills into objectives. More than that too, you also had HinaLili on this R-Lot just as a assassin build as well. So as you kind of transition into the mid and to the late game, that R-Lot became less and less effective. There was a point where I was looking at he was 0-5, so not really getting the immense amount of use out of him that they could have.
Yeah, and I looking at the comps here, is I think Florin just got her first win, and I'm so sorry for your guys' rank matches that are coming up, because you're going to see a lot of Florin, and they're all going to be bad, and they're not going to do what Reckless can do with the rest of this team. I've got to give it to Empire here. Playing double assassin, I did not expect it to go so easy for them into that mid game. They just transitioned so fast and expertly rotation. They got so much more out of it, and you would expect Demon to be so much further behind the Farsa rotation, but he got even more than Farsa was able to get out to it. Great game coming out of him from Gushin.
Yeah, and it was amazing too. It probably a great kind of outside the box type of draft, as you immediately pick up the Diggy and the Farsa, two very squishy but useful heroes. Immediate answer from the side of Empires. Let's get some assassins in there. These guys are never going to have a break. If they sit down to try to get that Feathered Airstrike, if they don't have Time Journey up, we're going to eat them up. And that is exactly what Empire was able to do.
Yeah, I wonder going into this game too what they'll ban out. I'm probably going to see a glue ban here. I found it like it was too oppressive for the XP lane, and then it transitioned to the rest of the team. So I want to see a glue ban come out and maybe a little bit more of a front line. Fredrin felt like it should have been enough, but it really wasn't. Diggy, I found some usage for it in that game, but otherwise it didn't have the most effectiveness. So I think just outdrafted with assassins. I don't even want to say outdrafted. That's the wrong word. I think maybe just outplayed by assassins in that game. They're so squishy, and the assassins had a field day.
Well, it was just about a matter of how fast, even with a Farja on your team, with the wings by wings, we saw in the early game, able to rotate fast, catch that quick kill onto
on level
glue.
2, yeah.
Yeah, but then you have 2 other assassins. As you start migrating throughout the game and you start getting afraid of those damage, you can no longer safely wings by wings through the river area, so now you go with 2 assassins, Gujin and Hayabusa, who are now costing you every type of rotation, and they can rotate a lot faster than your team can. I mean, a great outplay. It was, but I wouldn't call it like we said, it wasn't really a draft difference, but it was just how quickly they could come onto the map and kind of close in on their teammates.
And we talk about it a lot. Drafts half the battle. Then you have to go in the game, and sometimes things work on paper, but they didn't work in the game. And so you've got to see LaimiTop go back to the drawing board here with that Farsh and that Diggy pick early, and maybe we pick the Diggy a little bit later. It's probably not going to be banned out, right? So if you want to play that, cool. It felt like Florin found more usefulness, and yes, she was ahead, so it's a little bit of a caveat, but still it felt Florin was bigger. LaimiTop picking Diggy first game bans it out here.
Yeah, and that's going to be there. We still see that Fanny being taken out by the side of Empire. One thing I have to say is just Empire has been so impressive. Coming from one of the, I want to say, mostly unknown teams into the top 8 to becoming one of those that people are looking forward to seeing because they have such a great standard of play. Might not be at the top of the hill right now, but there has just been so much growth for them throughout the entire top 8 and these round robins.
And same thing mirrored for LaimiTop. I feel like LaimiTop has grown years just being in this season for what? I think we're at week 3, 4, 5, something like that. For the amount of games they've played, they've grown so much. And we talked about very early in the season. Yeah, you might know not know these teams, but I promise you'll start to remember their names because they're going to show so much improvement. When you play better people, you get better. And it's such an opportunity for these guys to grow so much by playing the best in the region.
Yeah, definitely a lot of growth coming from both of these teams. On the side of LaimiTop, we're going to go ahead, take out Wanwan, but Joy on the other side for Empire gets taken out, followed by that for Ramos ban. This is going to leave open Valentina right now. Right. See if we're going to go ahead and pick that up for LaimiTop.
Yeah, I expect it to be the first pick, just like Private says. If it's not banned, it's picked, because when we've talked about it a lot of times, it's flexibility in lane, its ability to take so many ultimates, but it also puts pressure on the Empire in draft here. What ultimates do you want to give over? There's no Faramis here, so maybe a Farsa will come in here. If not, it probably would be banned out if it makes it to second round of bans. So again, though, Jordan gets the glue, and we talked about maybe a ban being dedicated towards his glue because it seems unstoppable. I'm hoping that Hali has something in his pocket here to deal with the glue because he can be a true menace in the lane.
Your team is picking.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting too, because now you have the Melissa pick out there and you don't have a Farza. You don't have that long distance mage ability to just start firing those howitzer shots long down range. So you're going to have another answer for this Melissa on the side of LaimiTop. We're going to have to see what they have. And we said already, Jordan on this glue has been a menace. Obviously, Arlott not really having the greatest of opportunities, and maybe it's coming to the point where you don't fight glue in the early game. That's probably the worst time to be fighting a glue in the lane is in the early game. Just be a little bit more passive, get the gold as you need, and rotate as quickly as possible. The side of LaimiTop now picking up a Franco with their marksman as well.
Private, I don't know, again, Golem selecting support very early, and I understand you're leaving counter picks for later on, but you've taken suppression early, which deters them from taking assassins on the side of Empire, but you could have counter picked it late and picked that Franco later on. Maybe the suppression would be banned out and they were scared of that, but it does seem that Golem picking supports very early, giving the counter picks more towards the sides of the XP laner and the jungler for LaimiTop. Yi picked up, and we see Yi picked as one of those top, but it's interesting here that it's picked over the Farsa. And so the rotation, the Empire not going to go for that speedy rotation and use that level 2 gameplay like LaimiTop would do last game. interesting to see Farsa slip through the cracks here.
Well, there's not really a need for the Farsa, especially on its side when you have the Brody, you have the Valentina on the side of LaimiTop, both very mobile heroes. If Farsa is going to lay down that feathered airstrike, you want it on some of those fights and those team members who can't really move around the map very fast. Eve provides a lot of that CC, a lot of slow, and a little boxed in area to kind of slow down a lot of those members who do have the mobility over her. Now we see as the second round of bans coming in, Kufra taken out, followed by Hayabusa.
Yeah, I don't think HleiMTop would go for the R-Lot here again into the glue. It didn't go well last time, but he may. The banning out of the Kufra suggests something dashy, or it could be a target ban on the side of Empire saying we need to target the roams. That's what they haven't picked up yet. We know that glue is going to go into the top lane. The draft, very obvious for both sides right now. You don't see any flexibility. Lapu banned out to give Jordan a little bit of an easier time in lane. Lapu does well into glue, but it's kind of a skill matchup, a little bit of an even trade. I don't see it being a huge threat to him.
Well, if you're not going to be able, because I don't really think that there are too many XP laners that can match up against glue. You're basically hoping that you can clear the lane faster than him and rotate. 1v1 against glue, especially in the opening minutes, is not going to go well for any type of XP laners, except for maybe like a Freya at this point. But then you've got a Freya on your team, and I don't really think that's something that a lot of people want right now. We do see the Fredrin being taken off the board, followed immediately by the Lolita pickup.
Here we see finally why Kufra was banned here, going for the tank slot. I actually didn't read that, but tank slot very strong in the hands of a lot of good assassin junglers. It gives them a little bit more sustainability, and they're able to do so much work. Kind of that, I guess, midway shift from the tank meta moving to assassin. You got that middle of the row thing like the tank slot. The Kufra ban, great draft from LaimiTop. You're very intentional, and I like to see it. I thought the golem pick of Franco was a little bit early, but we're seeing kind of why as they're using these counter picks late and banning out specific things. An intelligent draft coming out from LaimiTop. I want to see what they rounded out with here, though.
Honestly, as much as I appreciate that, I feel like maybe you could have saved that golem pickup, the Franco, let it get banned out. We still have Kufra up on the board. If we had picked up the Lance and the Kufra at the same time, you've taken out his only real counter when it comes to there. And you also have something in your pocket against this Lolita ultimate as well. And just as I was talking smack about a Freya, we're going to go ahead and see her here in a game 2 for Empire.
And taken as jungle, so it won't have the XP lane implications. Freya, very fast jungle with that level 2 skill. If you're able to auto, you have that infinite skill too, and you're able to keep using. It'll be interesting to see how she changed jungle camps and is able to keep her rotation or pathing through the jungle to maximize this new Freya buff.
Yeah, that's one of those great little buffs that she takes. Her first ability no longer costs sacred orbs, and her second ability no longer has a cooldown if you have those orbs. So she's just going to be able to swing away, and we'll see how well that can match up, especially in the jungle where you don't really have those implications, like you said, from the XP lane. You're going to be able to get your items very fast, and especially when it comes to a lot of these 1v1 events here, she's going to come out on top. But will it be enough to give Empire the win throughout the game? We're gonna find out as we move in to game 2.
Yeah, I was about to say game 2, and LaimiTop have to win this to stay alive. The Empire could take a 2-0 sweep right here, and they've done it with a very interesting comp game 1. Another interesting comp here, I don't think we've seen Freya taken yet in the NACT after she has been buffed, and now taking it is Mikasa into the jungle. Really refreshing to see Empire take new heroes and to draft the double assassin last time. Now going for the Freya jungle. Exciting gameplay for viewers and for casters.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting here. My only real question is Golem really needs to make use of this early game. As we move into the mid and late game, who is Golem's target going to be for that hook? There's not really many people besides Demon who he's going to be able to successfully hook and won't be a detriment to his team.
I was thinking that too, and that's kind of the weakness of picking Franco so early. You're not going to have great targets to suppress because the Empire's not going to pick them. But you know what I think it could be used for? It could be used for stopping Eve, and it could be used for Mikasa. Mikasa is going to be very tanky, sustaining, if able to auto and skill 2. But if suppressed, Freya's very squishy, going that BOD route for that first item.
Yeah, we already see Mikasa coming here, Assault sitting there, trying to put some damage onto it. But you already saw there, Golem comes out with the hook, Reckless, ready already, with that bulwark to shield off the hook from Mikasa getting surprised from it.
And to look at kind of the gold lane, we haven't talked about it too much here. Brody gonna have those opportunities to poke down and win the trade, but as far as like poke goes, the puppet's gonna do so much work.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and try to dash his way out to safety on a BenDoneHadDid, but even BenDoneHadDid cannot get away from the massive amount of damage from Mikasa on this Freya. Now, you see One Punch dashing in there. Jordan going to go ahead and go right through the towers. Excuse me, man. I'm just going to go ahead and get myself back into this lane. Very successful kill there for the side of Empire.
And I believe that Valentino will be picking up Numen on Blast a lot this game just to provide another option for Peel and to get Freya Mikasa away from the side of LaimiTop. It's going to be an onslaught as long as she's taking the Ice Retry as well to give her more chase potential because she needs to be peeled from the side of LaimiTop. They have to find a way to get Freya away from the team fight.
Yeah, half down on this turtle right now. LaimiTop in a very good position here, but you see in the back, Lee trying to go ahead and distract the rest of them. We have lost control of this turtle. Lee, maybe a little bit of a wasted opportunity there. We're coming in there. Golem does get the kill onto Reckless. Here comes a Numen on Blast, does catch 2 members of the Empire. Jordan has been stunned, is going to be able to get away with just a tiny bit of health. He's trying to get away. Lee picks up the kill in the back, and now he's going to try to get himself escaping out of here, but you see Mikasa putting on the damage. That Freya damage is going to finish him off.
And taken with Killing Spree, Freya's really going to want to stay in these elongated team fights and do as much DPS over time. They need chase, so I expect Eve, actually Demon, to pick up the Ice Queen very quickly to provide even more slow potential for Mikasa to stick on these players.
Numen on Blast coming down. Beautiful hook. Does land, but still coming down with a stun. One Punch able to pick up the turtle, but Golem is not long for this world. Reckless going to go ahead and pick up the kill on there. Lee comes in with that final blow, but is not able to catch a kill. One Punch coming in, does catch the split from Glue. Is it going to be enough? One Punch dancing around here. Jordan goes down to a tower punch there, and unfortunately, that's unfortunate for when you are using that split, but you never want to dive onto somebody who is under their tower.
Oh, I think Lance just massively underestimated the damage that can come out of Freya. She turns again.
Yeah, nice hook does land for Golem. He's going to put it out, but he's running. He's got to get back to his tower. That is not the hook he wanted. He just wanted to free up some space for Lee to get away.
Is he recalling right there? The disrespect on full display and punish. Great punish from LaimiTop, taking that disrespect, getting into the kill. And I have to highlight here, Hali being such a menace in the back line for them, causing so much problems for the side of the Empire in the back line. He's looking really strong on BenDoneHadDid. And in some games, he's struggling. In some other games, he's really shined. He seems to be on point today.
Yeah, especially with the BenDoneHadDid, he has amazing map control and knowledge. He knows where everybody on the enemy team is on the map and where he can get some of these easier kills, especially for somebody like BenDoneHadDid who can close the distance. Demon is going to go ahead and try to get away from this One Punch right now. Not totally enough damage from One Punch. He is using that tanks a lot. Build hook does land. Kagami in a little bit of trouble, gets taken down by Mar. Here is the rest of Empire coming in, followed by a Numen on Blast. It is going to be able to take him down. Numen on Blast of their own from Assault. It does go wide, but 4 members are going to be forced to disengage as they're not going to be able to put up too much of a fight onto this tower. Oh, never mind. As I say that, they're coming in. One Punch taking a heap of damage. Here comes the real world manipulation. Mar's going to go ahead and flicker out. One Punch trying to get himself back to safety as well. They are not able to take the tower, but they do manage to push LaimiTop back.
Great defense, and in the elongated trade there, actually it's LaimiTop who picks up a turret and trade for a kill, which is always a good trade. Now, we'll see how this manifests itself in the extended trade in the turtle.
Yeah, you see Lee followed by the rest of LaimiTop up there trying to put pressure onto the mid. Now we're going to focus our attention onto this turtle. Jordan comes in, little bit of a trying to zone out the rest of LaimiTop. Turtle doing a great job. It is now back on the side of Empire, and I'm not LaimiTop deciding against continuing on this fight. They let that go 5-6 right now. Not exactly in anybody's favor just yet.
Right as you say that though, Empire starts showing you the team diff. They take that 4v4, Kokomi down in the bottom lane, pushes out Hali on the BenDoneHadDid and able to take a turret and turtle. Now going to answer back on the top with Glue pushing in, probably going to pick up that turret soon. Empire starting to already show macro just difference over LaimiTop here.
Ooh, We did let a hook on a demon. He's trying to dance around. A lot of these shots from the real world manipulation does get taken out. Diving deep is Lee. Is he going to be able to get out? He's out of BenDoneHadDid. He is a very slippery hero, but he gets that beautiful ultimate from Jordan and is going to be taken down as well. Now we're starting to push on to mid. You do see One Punch on this tank a lot, trying to put down that Thorned Rose, is going to get himself back to safety.
And I'm not really seeing an answer right now from LaimiTop with how are they going to stay away from this fray. I think the answer overall may be split push style. Lance very mobile, BenDoneHadDid are very mobile, and they can play these sidelines and out macro them. The problem with that is it's going to take a little bit of time for those heroes to be able to do that by themselves safely. Right now, it's the Empire's game. They want to group up and team fight around this Freya and give her as much stickiness as possible. To keep Freya next to people is to kill them, basically.
And we do have Mar in a little bit of trouble, does get sandwiched in between. Split is out. Mar uses that flicker to get himself back to safety. Golem is not going to be able to protect him, has to throw up the deuce signs to get himself back to safety under the tower, but he's not even safe underneath there. You do see Mikasa diving in there. Suppression does land onto him, costs Mikasa his life. Down comes the Numenon Blast. Assault is next to take the L on the ground.
Yeah, and we're starting to see that difference, Private. We talked about it in late game. Maybe they have a chance here. Halid twice down, and they will be able to pick this up. It's a full team wipe for the side of LaimiTop, and that's so bad because now the jungle is open. Now Empire is going to very smoothly and professionally extend their goal. They extend their control over the map. They've got the outer ring of turrets. They're going to start stepping in the jungle, making it really hard for One Punch to stay in this game. Where is he going to get farmed if he can't get his own jungle?
Yeah, they're all lower the side of LaimiTop's jungle. We're coming in here with the Thorned Rose, are able to go ahead and pick up that buff. But you can see up at the top, Kokami is able to go ahead and get that purple buff from them. So not even able, like you said, being refused out of their own jungle. Hook comes out from Golem, and this Lord is at half health, but there is not enough that LaimiTop's going to actually be able to do to contest this. They're going to have to wait for the defense. We do actually have a concealed play. Golem just a little bit too late. They think twice about going in on Empire.
To bring us a little bit back, I think earlier you made the point about Franco's hooks and who is he looking to hook, and it's so hard to find a good target here because Mikasa's never going to be alone. A good job of punishing bottom lane, the over-aggression and the lack of escapability from Freya there on Mikasa, but still, who is Franco going to hook? You really want like Kokami, but you're never going to get him. He's always going to be so far in the back line. So the Golem pick feels like it's been able to find some places in this early game, but as this late game team fight starts to group up, there's times where you almost don't want to hook anybody because all those heroes want to go forward anyway.
As we were talking about, like how much even it was already at a 6K gold lead is Empire. One Punch in a little bit of trouble, is going to go ahead and try to dash himself to safety. Does get slowed down by Demon, trying to use that Thorned Rose. He just gets out by the hair on his shitty chin. Oh, as I say that, I think he's still being chased, getting picked up by Demon. And now we see Halid trying to put on the damage, and that AoE from the high ground turret comes out there to finish off the rest of those minions. Now we're focusing down onto mid. Now, can we go ahead and push? Empire takes that down with ease, down to only high ground towers for the side of LaimiTop. Numenon Blast comes in with the flicker. That is going to be another tower for the side of Empire. They're continuing this transition, picking up tower after tower, damage over damage, and there is not much that LaimiTop can do to withstand it.
Yeah, I was trying to think, okay, how does LaimiTop get back in this game? And the answers are very slim, right? You don't have a lot of options here. As the puppet pushes forward, they're going to look for this third tower.
Ooh, they dove in deep, but down goes One Punch very quickly. As soon as they went in, down comes the real world manipulation. We do have a Numenon Blast of their own from LaimiTop. It does not connect with anybody there. Golem taking a heap of damage. You never know that was their roam with how quickly his health is actually going down. Assault doing his best to kind of stave off this minion push. Here it comes. Can Empire finish the job? Numenon Blast coming down, does connect, and that's going to be game 2 for the Empire.
And I find Empire, they seem to be tied in gold in like the first like 3 minutes, 4 minutes, something like that. And then they balloon their gold so fast, they explode with gold. It's like dead even, maybe like 500 difference. And then they're at like a 5K gold lead. They take so much off the map in one swing. It's like a burst of a team rather than like a DPS over time of a team, getting an objective here, getting an objective here. They win one decisive fight and take everything.
talking about how well this team was going to do with the Franco, especially you picking it early. And then what do you have on the other team to hook? We even saw the one person that we did name out there, Demon, was going to be able to maybe get hooked. We saw as soon as you go into that real world manipulation, the hook's not going to do anything. He hooked, he wasn't able to do anything, then got shot down. Fortunately as well, you had Mikasa 7-1-6 on this Freya. Excuse me for not believing. You have made a believer out of me.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of Freya in ranked, and we already do, but it's going to become a powerhouse. I think in its jungle, it finds its mobility because Freya can be kited very easy because she likes to go that Inspire route. But if you can take that Ice Retry and you're already kind of around the map playing a little bit more of an assassin style rather than the obvious in-vision fighter, really found a way to make that Freya work as Mikasa there. And Jordan, able to pick up the glue again, has an incredible game, providing so much engage for his team fight and just stickiness.
Yeah, it's just been an amazing game for them. And Empire really showing why they have come in so strong and why more and more people have their name in their mouth. Just a strong showing for them. And even when it comes down to the draft, I feel like there was just a lot of communication and a lot of forethought that went into these.
Yeah, and we talked about some of the strengths and weaknesses, but I've got to just highlight, LaimiTop and Empire, there were the teams that kind of like nobody really knew about, and they went back into and they went to forward.
Yeah, unfortunately, one person has to lose and one person has to come out on top, and that was Empire. But ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed that. There is more still to come, but we will see you right after this break.
Oss! 決まってこうぜ!
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Hey everyone, we did have some tech issues today, which is why you are seeing a little bit of a different scene than we usually have. But we wanted to get you all in as quickly in the matches as we could. But tomorrow we'll have everything back in full swing. Thank you all again for being patient and sticking with us. You guys really are awesome. But those matches though, guys. Shoot, I need to bust out some of my Florin play now that I've watched the Empire do it with. Would you guys play with me if I did that?
We're gonna go ahead and Ben, did you play with her if she played Florin?
I like how you skipped that question and you just immediately looked at me. I think you know her better. I'm gonna let you take that one, brother.
Sure, okay, only my Lolita. Only my Lolita.
We've seen a lot of heroes be used out here and successfully. Florin, we saw the Freya earlier. I haven't been a big believer in Freya. In the jungle position might actually make me because of how quickly she can transition and output that damage where to a point where you're not even able to get into the late game where she starts to fall off.
Yeah, no kite ability for the side of LaimiTop there. Couldn't push Freya away, couldn't get Freya away, and so many tools from the Empire to get Freya in. Numenon Blast, Glue, and then you have the Yve laying down real world manipulation, creating those situations in which you can't get away from Freya. And if Freya is allowed to free hit, the game's over. And it was a quick one from them.
Yes, like Freya was giving me PTSD from the last time I played with her. Her damage is crazy. Yeah. But would you guys say that she would be like a good choice for the jungle, like possible new meta? Yeah.
We talked about this a little bit during the draft, is that the problem is that you had that early game Franco. You pretty much threw out your cards and told them this is what we have, and they're like, oh, Freya will fit in here because we don't really have a great amount of CC, and the CC that we do have is not the CC that you want against somebody who is so magnificent when it comes to those 1v1 encounters. Not even just 1v1, but to close encounters. Freya doesn't, like, especially when she goes into that alt form, she is going to be able to just dish out a ton of melee damage to everybody sweeping around there. So I mean, I feel like LaimiTop might have cost it there by throwing out that Franco early.
Yeah, we saw that happen twice, right? Diggy pick early and then Franco pick early, and I like the prioritization to get Golem a good pick. You're showing your cards too early, and like if you do that, they're not going to pick what it's good against, and it just seems like a little bit of a weird move to pick that early. I don't want to say that like everybody please go run and rank games and play Freya every time. Let's try it in Classic a few times before we go, you know?
Well, I don't play Freya, so I don't think I'll ever pull her out, but what do you guys think LaimiTop could have done differently to like help them in these games? Like,
well, we discussed it a little bit.
The
The early game draft, I feel like I don't know if it's a hero pool issue to where they're really struggling to get these very specific roams. We had the Diggy pick out early. We had the Franco pick out very early. There's just a lot out there that could have been used, especially in that second draft where you pick up Lance. You didn't have to ban Kufra if you didn't already have a roam. In fact, you could have picked that up and it would have been a magnificent counter for Lolita, where you use that Tyrant's Revenge to go ahead and rubber band yourself in there as she's warming up with that Numenon Blast, and it would have been a great counter. However, they already had the Franco, and the story unfolds as we saw.
Yeah, pigeonholing yourself in draft early. But I want to go to a little bit of counter to that, because early game, LaimiTop had some moves. Farsa roamed out of the mid early. It seems like they came in with like a very specific plan of what they wanted to do, and they were able to execute it. But the plan only had like 3 steps. And like 4, 5, 6, and 7, we'll figure it out when we get there. Empire, that's when they really took over the game both times. I talked about it during the cast. Like, it seemed like they're tied in gold, maybe a little bit ahead, maybe a little bit behind. And then in one move, they take more than they should be able to. They take a turtle, a kill, and a turret, and they just grab so much off the map. Their macro gameplay coming out from Empire is so strong. And you have to think that Empire, we no longer put them at the bottom of the top 8, right? They, in my mind at least, have moved up a couple of pegs. Their draft's intelligent. They make really good macro moves. I'm really starting to love the Empire's team.
All right, thank you for all of that, guys. Our next match is BTK versus Area 77.
Match of the day.
Both these teams are a favorite amongst you guys, but which of the teams will prove they are better today? We'll find out after this short break.
And we're back. Rapid fire today. Moving through these games lightning quick. We're so sorry that we had you guys waiting earlier. We're trying to move these as fast as we can. So it's going to be an action-packed day. Now, game of the day here. BTK versus Area 77. These teams are tied in third place. So this game will define who's third and who's fourth. BTK starting, the top name household brand, right? BTK with Mobazane. Kind of a little bit of a fall from grace as they got knocked down by the TheOhioBrothers, Ackerman as well. Now Area 77. This will really submit where BTK is in these lineups. Are they third? Are they fourth? Can they beat TOB? Can they even beat Area 77? We'll find out right here today.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I think there's a lot of eyes on this match, especially like you said, tied for third place right now. Loser of this match will go down to fourth place. Not really a risk of not making it to the playoffs, but definitely a matchup that a lot of people have been wanting to see. Especially the interesting thing for me is this matchup would have been the dream matchup about a year ago when we were here, when both Area 77 and BTK were at the top of their game. Yeah. Right now, it's the scourge of kind of the fallen princes right now. Both of these teams, Area 77 and BTK, looking to really kind of come back and climb themselves back to that position of notoriety.
Yeah, and I think this is a very big chance for Area 77 to show dominance here. Very great teams. I think this is quite an even match. Now, I know Zane's going to walk into this with a lot of confidence, right? But some other players on his teams don't show that same confidence when they come into these games. A little bit maybe scared to make a mistake, scared to fail, things like that. Hold them back a little bit, and they're not the same BTK we know as old. And honestly, I think me as well as the rest of the community is waiting to see this full BTK squad come together and be a real threat. We don't want to see TheOhioBrothers just kind of run over the league. We want a combatant to that. We want to fight for it.
Yes, indeed. I mean, on the side of BTK, you have ISO, formerly known as Easy Peasy, formerly of the jungler for the team Deuce Knights, for anybody who's been keeping track in North America. Has been a great addition in the gold lane for BTK. They have kind of been picking up a little bit of steam as they move on into these matches. The biggest problem right now, the biggest, I want to say, wild card, maybe not a problem, but the wild card right now has been Joybaj, as there have been some plays, especially the setup for the roam. That usually is what has been making or breaking BTK when it comes off to these engages. Will Joyboy be in the right position? Will he have the abilities he needs up to kind of start and initiate these? And that's the question for me on the side of BTK.
I totally agree with you, Private. And Joybaj has shown us moments of brilliance and shown us moments of need to work on that a little bit. And roam position as in general is so influential in the game. Early game, late game, making picks, vision, map awareness. There's so many skills that go into being a roam. It's a very hard position to do poorly in. If you're playing roam from behind, the options you have, the way you play as a team is so different. Maybe you have to play through a different lane, things like that. And we've seen Joybaj struggle in his role, and we're looking for him to submit that here today. Show us why you got that BTK in front of your name.
Interestingly enough, I don't know how much Zane has been playing it, but we do leave Fredrin open. I do know, as we say that, Joy gets picked up very quickly, and I do believe this is going to be an XP lane Joy.
It looks like it, T, very comfortable on a lot of different heroes. We've seen him even play YZ as more of like the assassin style, but it's going to obviously be very comfortable with this hero if you're able to get it. This has, I believe, a 100% pick ban rate in the NACT right now. We see it emerge sometimes in other regions, but very banned out here in NACT for a reason. The chase and the assassination potential that she gets into the later game. We've seen her played in mid, we've seen her played in jungle, but here taken to the top lane, I don't think it'll get going as soon, maybe in the turtle fights, things like that, but it's going to be relegated in that side lane, at least for now. Could be flexed, though.
I do like that we pick up the Cho here as an answer possibly to this Joy, because that means no matter how much she can dash around you, if Choi, I melded them together. If Cho can land that way of the dragon onto you, it doesn't matter how fast you are, he's still going to be able to debilitate you for the entirety of that move. We do see on the side of BTK going ahead, picking up Valentina.
And I think picking the Cho here is actually a takeaway from Joybaj. Now they don't have to ban that out, and they get a great roamer for themselves here. Could be played into the XP lane, but we like super rarely see that happen in this level of gameplay. Generally, that roam position. 1-1 also left available. Now, BTK has gotten 2 S tier picks. These heroes are always banned out or always picked 2 100% win rate heroes on the same team. This draft is going really well for BTK thus far.
We've seen this across the region, across the world when we were doing some practice, and we've seen this mobility from Wan, the mobility from Joy, the mobility from Valentina. Are we going to open this up for a Phoveus mage?
Ooh. What a great suggestion. Me and Private were casting this over some MPL games, and we saw the Phoveus taken for the answer here. So this could be a very late pick for the side of Area 77. They may choose to lock it in here before the second pick and ban, because you've got to imagine if BTK goes to a second round. There it is, Private. You called it, my man.
I am so excited to see it. I want to see how well it does. Maybe not the optimum pickup against a Joy just because of her movement speed that she gets, but definitely against a Valentina, definitely against a Wan. You're going to be able to just really kind of maximize on the ability from Phoveus, the ultimate that he has.
I feel like Private should wear a blindfold sometimes and just be like a blind monk with his sensibility, his awareness of the game and everything. He's crazy good at it. Reads the Phoveus pick from a mile away. Now, they're going to have so much options. What can Area 77 pair with this? To maybe an Arlot to give, Arlot's banned out. Maybe something to give Phoveus even a little bit more help in that and moving people around. But BT going to have a lot of trouble here. So now they have to deal with this Phoveus backline. Could be, the suppression's gone too. What a good pick. I'm so impressed from Area 77's pick with that. I think it's completely nullified these S tier picks, and they may have even been set up for this.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting because do you pick up Fredrin as well, which will be able to activate that demonic force from Phoveus? You have to be very careful about the rest of these bans and the rest of these pickups there. I do like that Gal's Cutie has the Cho, so that Way of the Dragon will activate the ultimate as well. This is almost like getting a Valentina pick on the opposite side. Now everybody is worried about the dashes that you have. However, what I can say is maybe you go the opposite route. Instead of trying to look out for dashes, you just overwhelm him. You just pick every single hero that you can think of that has dashes, and you let Phoveus sort out who he's going to go for.
But having that many jumps, if Phoveus gets ahead, it would be trouble. I think it's so trolly, and it's got to be April Fool's for sure. Mobazane bans out a Kai himself, right? Like, the Fredrin's still available, but he bans out a Kai, and that would be normally his second pick as we run down the Mobazane picks. I just think that's so trolly from Zane to actually ban out a Kai.
Yeah, we're going to see what else we have here. Both teams looking for another ban on each. We're still looking for the jungler and roam for the side of BTK. On the side of Area 77, I believe we're still looking for basically the same things, depending on where Gal's Cutie is going to be going on this show.
Right, and I think the mid lane is the difference here, and they haven't targeted the mid lane bans aside from BTK, so they should have a lot. K is going to have really open options here for what the mates. You could put Phoveus in the mid. We've seen that in other regions, but we're expecting maybe the Farsa pick to come through here. It could possibly be Eve as well again. So a lot of options still available for the S tier of the mage slot for Area 77.
It's just so interesting here, too. It's really a shame that right now, Minsathar, because of the rework, Minsathar is banned out because that's another kind of big counter when it comes to a lot of these dashy heroes. But as we do know, he is taken off the board for this weekend's matches, still giving our teams a lot of time to make sure that they understand and that they are working with Minsathar and there aren't going to be any issues with it. We are going to go ahead and move into the second round of pickups here as we see that Martis ban come out. Ooh.
Oh, I don't think it'll be a TIG, but that would give another push for Phoveus. Actually, 2 with the ult and the skill 2. You'd have 2 pushes for Phoveus. But interesting Fredrin being left here. I actually thought Pocky would pick up Fredrin for himself here and put Mobazane onto a less played pick. I don't want to say experience because Zane plays a lot of heroes. But what he's chosen to play in here, they instead prioritize the Lilia, skipping the Farsa, skipping the Eve, and going straight to Lilia. A lot of lane pressure in this early game.
So this tells me that Phoveus is going to be the XP lane, Cho is going to be the roam, and Lilia will be the mid. And I do know that Phoveus, Ooh, Mobazane gonna go ahead and jungle with that Esmeralda. Actually, kind of a 5-head play there because Esmeralda does counter Phoveus. Esmeralda is not absolutely awful in the jungling position right now. She did get a recent amount of buffs to her. Her auto attacks do have more magic damage. Her second skill cooldown has been lowered so she can go ahead and activate that more. We're going to see if that's going to be enough to kind of push her forward with Zane on this jungle.
I think Cooper's such a good pickup for Joy Boss. She was to stop that Phoveus initiation and prevent things from dashing around. Also hurts Cho a little bit, and I don't think it'll be the Bane pick here, but just go back to that Mobazane pick of Esme. Yes, it does counter the Phoveus, and we're looking for Phoveus to be in that backline all the time, which Zane will eat up a lot of shield on. Interesting to see how Zane builds this. Will he go the full damage route as we've seen other jungle Esmes go, or will he build a little bit of the tankiness? If we know Zane for Zane, he's probably going to build a little bit of that tanky route into the Esme and try to get as much shield as she can. I love Dyroth into Esme, but it could suffer in the lane against the Joy.
This is what we have been looking forward to, especially when it comes to Area 77 and BTK. This draft is very much counter into counter into counter into counter. However, at the end of the day, it's not just about countering the opponent. It's also about how well these picks work into each other to form a good, cohesive composition for your team.
There it is. Poggy brings on the X-Borg again and has played this a few times now. I'm not sure if he's had a game where he's been successful on it or not. I feel like he lost both times he tried the X-Borg jungle, but we're seeing it again here, and that's going to add a lot of true damage into the backline and also backline access. Nobody can stop as he's going in for that ulti. It's going to do a lot of damage, and I think that kind of burns through a lot of what the rest of the team's going to be doing. Joy, very squishy. Wanwan, very squishy, and now no one's going to be able to stop X-Borg. Interesting picks coming out here. This is such a fresh draft, Private. I can't even really call this. Are you leaning one side or the other for this draft?
I don't know, because I want to say early game going, especially with Joy, T on this Joy to be able to kind of get the amount of clear from the lane and then be able to join his team. But then you have a Joy with all of these dashes with against a Phoveus. I'm gonna have to put this one right down the middle right now. It's gonna be game 1, BTK versus Area 77. Both of these teams have something to prove, something to say here, and something to establish.
And exactly, establish 3rd place or 4th place. It comes down to these two teams battling out here, and it's nice that if not they lose to another team or win against another team to change it, they're going head to head to decide 3rd place here on really fresh picks that we haven't seen before. Maybe they played them in scrims, maybe they're comfortable on them, but on the main stage, we haven't seen how this plays out yet.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting game here. I am so excited because, like you said, fresh picks that we haven't seen before, or at least too often here in North America. Mobazane going to go ahead and clear out this minion, and you see the immense amount of damage already being put against Joybaj and Gato. Here comes Gal's Cutie putting on some more. Jikundo does land onto Mobazane, but more or less to try to clear them out. Who is going to go ahead and get this Lethal Wanderer? It does look like, I don't even know who got that Lethal Wanderer. It does look like Mobazane will get a beautiful pop-up there. Pokey in a little bit of trouble. Might not be able to get out of this quickly. Oh, it's beautiful flicker by Yato to go ahead and pick up that kill, but it does look like Yato's going to go ahead and pay for that with his life. Joybaj actually in a little bit of trouble. Here come from the top T, coming in. Beautiful pop-up onto Gale's Cutie. Is going to use that flicker to get himself back to safety. Already, opening minute 1-1.
Very back and forth in that mid lane. It's felt like very even, and this Joy bot lands a really good thing, but it's traded back kill for kill, right? And I think some players, especially Zane, gets to farm a little bit here, but let's talk about what we do know. And what we do know is that Brody has an immense pressure and advantage in the laning phase against the Wanwan, and you're going to look for that Brody to have even more effect. I want to see what team comes down here and babysits. If it's for the kill of Wanwan, or is it to protect the Wanwan, and what teams will decide to do around that lane matchup.
Well, it also kind of comes down to, Jay's Cutie in a little bit of trouble here, taking a whole bunch of damage from the dashes from T. Is going to go ahead and activate that ultimate and does get a clean up there as well. Jay's Cutie going to come up here to try to support this lane so it doesn't have a lot of aggro onto that tower. But this leaves it open. Mobazane going to go ahead and clean up a very smooth and easy first turtle for his team.
Man, when T is comfortable, I feel like BTK plays different. When T and Yato are having a good game, sometimes it's not Joybosh, sometimes it's T and Yato. When they're not having a good game, the rest of BTK seems to suffer, and they play different. But when Yato and T are playing well and they're ahead and they're providing so much pressure, BTK looks different. They look so strong.
I do like Joybosh coming in there. Ooh, we do have a Way of the Dragon onto Yato, putting on the damage, but here comes the Tyrant's Revenge, followed by the last Insanity. Pogi able to pick up the kill onto Yato. It is now 2 kills apiece for both of these teams.
And fighting there when Zane's on the top of the map, and you know Zane's farming. And Area 77 know that too. And they find a moment where Yato and Joybosh just get a little bit too far in the fight, and all of Area 77 comes clumping down, punishing Zane for being such a farm-focused jungler here. The rest of the team has to play that same style too. And right here we see a little bit of difference. A pick, right?
Ooh, beautiful pick there onto Yato. I don't think he's gonna be able to get out of it. He is not. Joybosh coming just a few seconds too late. Great knowledge there. Oh, but as I say that, here comes MOBA Zane with the falling star moon. ISO coming in to provide some type of support. We do have a Flicker expended by Gal's Cutie. He's gonna be able to pick up both of these. No, he's not. You see those black shoes coming out and just narrowly missing a Tyrant's Revenge from Joybosh. Great pickup there as Pogi actually, he's a little dangerous with that damage coming out. T in a little bit of trouble. Trapped here in a bad way on the wrong side of the map. Able to pick up a kill onto Gal's Cutie, and MOBA Zane cleans up the back line as well. It is 4-3 in BTK's favor. We're not done yet, as you can see. ISO doing a great job. Big pop-up landing onto Marcutie. That's going to be a great pickup for BTK. Now 5-3.
That started with Zane going 3v1, Esme diving into 3 and getting so much shield that it made the fight impossible. But then, out of nowhere, T appears in the bottom lane at the high ground turret back there, and where he should not be, and Phoveus trying to push the lane has no answer for this pressure this Joy is being able to put on the lane. We're looking at Phoveus to come in the late game, but right now he's been put so far behind, and T's so far ahead. I wonder if this Phoveus will have the same effect as we've seen in other regions, put this far behind now.
Well, and that's kind of the problem too, because you put it in the, I thought it was going to go mid lane, which I think would have been a little better for the Phoveus. Ooh, you see MOBA Zane and Joybosh up there doing a great job of zoning out and picking up this turtle. Another smooth pickup for BTK. But you have a Phoveus against a Joy where he is not only losing lane, but he is losing it hard. And there is not much you can do, especially because he has yet to be able to join a team fight.
And he may be locked in this lane if he can't switch with a marksman and get out of lane or something. He's trying to cut the lane and can't even make it there in time. On the other side, T's already cleared it and he's looking to join fights. He's looking at the rest of the map. What else can he do on the map? He decides to go back to the lane. That's because there's no objective to fight for. Zane's already cleared his bottom jungle and he's going to look for more. The way that BTK starts to move around the map, around camps and gold and XP, is so intelligent to me sometimes.
Ooh, beautiful Tyrant's Revenge comes out there as well. Way of the Dragon does land onto Joybosh, taking a heap of damage. He is going to use that flicker to get himself away. Last Insanity is out. Joybosh might be taken out. He does get taken out, but is Pogi going to be able to get away? Not here, as ISO picks up the kill for him. That is 6-5, a 1-for-2 trade, not in favor of BTK, going well for Area 77 in that exchange.
Look at the extension, though, of the play here. Yeah, Zane goes back to farm. They know that. We're going to look for another pick. Now, Wamwan stuck under a turret. They look for it, but T's already here from the top lane.
Yeah, from the top lane, putting on the damage here. He comes in. Marcutie actually might be in a little bit of trouble, taking a heap of damage. Gal's Cutie tries to come in to make a punishment for T. ISO on the back line. Oh, look at that damage from K Cutie, and not enough. ISO wisely disengaging. Joybosh does warm up the band. Gal's Cutie does get popped up. Here comes a Tyrant's Rage as well, and that might be all she wrote. Gal's Cutie with the G Kundo is going to use the kind of concealed play. Joybosh not able to pick up the kill.
Cho barely squeaks out of that one and survives, but honestly, a good move down from Joybosh to know that they're going to pick on this Wamwan, and finally does in a cleaning the kill. Although extended, Gals?
Ooh, Gal's Cutie with a play. Yato tried to come in there and interrupt the quick ride home, but thankfully, Gal's Cutie with a great outplay does land away the dragon and is able to use that sudden CC to skip his way to freedom.
Man, Cho seems like he's got a health bar after his health bar, right? After the last one's done, he feels like he still doesn't die. He just keeps going. Squeaks away again, and I was going to talk about what can Area 77 do with that pressure. All they're able to do is farm a little bit of top on Brody. They actually lose a turret and extension after that play.
This might be all she wrote for K Cutie, who does get taken down, and this is going to be a big push for the mid tower. Pelgi's trying to come in here, does catch a falling star moon for his efforts. You do see that Jace is here, but still not able to make anything really happen yet.
Yeah, and I'm looking for Joshy. I'm wondering when he goes into this, but right now, like, as a Phobius, I wouldn't want to dive onto a T that's 3-0 or an ISO who's 2-0. Zane, 2-0, going to eat up all that shield that Phobius going to grab. I don't see it right now, and it looks so good from this counter pick, and it just didn't execute. We talk about that in draft. These teams may draft well, but you got to get in the game. You got to make it work in game, and right now, BTK is running away with this. Now they sit 4K gold and starting to steal camps.
Yeah, starting to steal camps, and there's not really much you can do after that. Luckily, there, Pogi still able to pick up that orange buff. Now moving on to his purple, but man, you said it already. It comes down to the execution. You can have the best draft in the world, but if the execution isn't there, like we've said, Phobius has not really been able to lead lane. We might have some glimmers of hope as we kind of transition out of the laning phase and start going into team fight central here. As we see there, Joybaj actually taking a heap of damage. Does try to flicker in with a Tyrant's Rage, not able to make the connection. Ooh, Joybaj eats a little bit of torn apart memories there, but not enough to cost him his life. And you do see the rest of BTK gonna go ahead and be zoned out.
It's T on this pick, and I was just thinking as we were talking about that, what's different here? Why isn't the Phobius working like we've seen it work in other places? And it's T. He is too far ahead in the game. He doesn't care if Phobius dies. He doesn't care if you're under a turret. He's going to go kill you anyway. 3-0. Has the Mystic Shop. Is going to be able to get a lot of items very quickly. The Vengeance, if he gets in a little bit of trouble. And he's such a powerhouse teaming up with Zane, and they're so far ahead right now. They look to pressure even more on this lane.
Yeah, you see Joybaj had to go in there, but did execute out a flicker. Here comes Jace. Is going to be executing that demonic force. Is it going to be enough? Not so many more dashes. He's still kind of coming in. Does he have the damage? This is the time to show it. He's still coming in there. You see Mobazane coming in with a falling star moon of his own. Pogi gets a decent amount of damage, and Lord T does get taken out. Joybaj going ahead, tuning up the bands there. We do see a beautiful Way of the Dragon does land out of Jace, who gets taken out. Pogi powerless to do anything but watch. The rest of Area 77 going ahead and putting on the defense to try to protect this middle lane.
Yeah, and wow, all that's happened, all that pressure from BTA is going on. It's ISO 1v lording over there, taking the lord for himself. No jungler needed because Area 77 don't have any pressure on the map, no vision. They probably didn't know that was going on because BTK is throwing so much. It's like they have a 6th man playing, or that the Gauss Cutie side has 1 less man playing. And what a good move out of Yato to steal the Way of the Dragon, to dive and get out with that slick play from Yato.
Yeah, right now you are about 6K behind at the 10-minute mark. You see BTK actually being chased down a little bit here. Area 77 senses a little bit of an opening. Gals Cutie comes in with the Way of the Dragon, does go ahead and land the kill onto Joybaj. Here comes the demonic force, continuing to try to put on the pressure. Down goes Jace Cutie very quickly to the damage from ISO. Pogi on a bad streak here, does activate that immortality. He is not long for this world. Gonna get picked up by Mobazane. Now we're gonna go ahead and continue to put the pressure onto this top lane, while Lord is crashing down on bottom. I'm not sure if Area 77 have enough to go ahead and put up a full protection. Lord T takes a life, but it's going to cost his own as well. But this is going to go ahead, give BTK an opportunity to pick up this mid tower. We are down to only high ground. Lord crashing down at the bottom. The rest of BTK splitting off in between onto this mid. And are they going to be able to find it? You see Mobazane deep into enemy territory. He doesn't care. He is in there on a fed. Esmeralda, still a little bit of health left on these high ground towers, and it does look like BTK gonna look for a little bit of an exit, or are they still? I don't think they're done playing around here.
They're gonna go again.
On a little bit more pressure. They have a little bit of a minion wave. Are they gonna come in there? Oh, beautiful flicker comes in there. Tyrant's Rage comes down, lands on a few people. Still a little bit of health left on this tower. They haven't targeted the tower. This might be it. Last Insanity comes down, is not gonna be enough to take down Yato. Mobazane goes down, and now they might be on the defensive as you see Area 77 starting to push in deeper.
Great punish there from the side of Area 77 to punish the over-aggression. All of BTK troll dives the mid lane inhibitor turret right there, and they do not get the turret, and they get punished for it. 3 deaths for 1. And honestly, Joshy, 1 in 5, it's okay if he dies because he wasn't adding much to the team fight anyway. We'll trade that all day for 3 kills. This gives Area 77 a minute to clear out their lanes, push it out. They've only lost 1 of the high ground turrets. So they only have 1 lane of Supermenders walking into them. They can still work with this. Yes, it is a gold lead, but 4K at 12 minutes is not an insurmountable gold lead. They're not 12K, they're not 1K a minute. Area 77 can still do this with 1 good play.
Yeah, and they're doing such a great job right now, maybe taking advantage of kind of maybe a little bit of a misplay from BTK, trying to really push into that mid tower when most, especially teams with their type of experience, would have turned back and just gone for the waiting game when it comes to this Lord.
Yeah, and you're going to see them. They have the pressure here, but the problem is the Kufra's already got vision. Joybodge is in the bushes and not sure if they know he's there. This could be a terrible set for them. As you see T rotating down, he's going to keep eyes on Phobius, but he's now got a nasty flank.
They have to know somebody's there. Galscuity does go ahead and sidestep that Tyrant's Revenge, but he's still taking a heap of damage. Going to use that flicker, but in the back lane, you can see T go ahead, take down a big amount of damage for the side of Area 77, and now they are forced to disengage, while you can see Mobazane on his own with the big meal of the Lord going into his favor. Now we go ahead, put the finishing touches onto this high ground tower. Is it going to be enough? Does Area 77 have what it takes to withstand this, what could possibly be the final push?
Right, Lord's coming down, and it will be a Luminous Lord because it was taken after 12 minutes. So, unfortunately for them, it doesn't go into the top lane where it could charge into the turret and clean it up. It does go into the bottom lane. So, they're probably going to use Lord as a 6th man here and push the other waves and play in bushes and try to get a pick so they can make this, as Private said, the final push. They need an opening. BTK could probably dive them 5v5 and win this, but they want to do it cleanly. Why give your opponent that chance when you could just take the game completely out of their hands?
Yeah, speaking of 6-man, you can see it starting to line up with these lanes. Next, final high ground tower does get picked up by ISO. Is that going to be enough? We're starting to play the little bit of a baiting game here. We do have them corner Area 77 a little bit flustered. Can they manage this defense? You can see a lot of damage coming onto the core. Is a pop-up does land onto them. Here comes the crossbow and Tang, and that's going to be all she wrote. BTK walk away from game 1 victorious.
Refreshing to see, and all BTK fans breathe a sigh, a collective sigh of relief because they didn't lose game 1 against Area 77. Now, Area 77 could run it back, but what a great first step for BTK here, showing all the community here, all the rest of the teams in the tournament, we're number 3. Okay, for sure. We're looking for number 2 and number 1, but we're definitely number 3, Area 77, in a very convincing win there against Area 77. It seemed like, although they had a great counter pick in the Phobias, didn't matter when it got in the game.
My kind of critique for the side of Area 77 is, like, I like the Phobias pickup. However, I feel like it would have worked out just a little bit better in the mid lane. I mean, I guess it depends now, because now you're going to be going up against a Valentina as well. It was a great draft by the side of BTK, especially Mobazane kind of thinking outside the box and picking up that Esmeralda, which we already know back from when Phobias was meta. Esmeralda was the big-handed counter to it. On here, they kind of used that. Lord T basically enforcing his will in that XP lane, made sure that Jace Cutie couldn't join these fights. By the time he was able to, you did see some type of kills coming down for him, but it wasn't enough. It was already too late because BTK had already run away with a lead.
Yeah, and it's so different, a draft from behind versus a draft from even, right? Once the team snowballs and they just get so much gold in their pockets, counter picks, strats, things like that kind of fall out the window. And you just saw kind of a gold lead pushing in. And BTK have such a gold league and such an oppressive stance, and then they jump right into the mid lane turret. You kind of see that effectiveness of the gap when they all 5 dive mid without taking the turret. That's kind of that gold difference. We're so far ahead, we can do this mantra. Let's see what they can do, because I have to give it to BTK, which I've criticized a lot of their drafts throughout a lot of tournaments, international and domestic. They seem to have like the reverse pick. They baited the Phobias out there, picked the Esme in the jungle, and completely shatter Area 77's thought of, oh man, Phobias is a really good pick here. We're going to counter what they've got. They pick up Esme and completely shatter everything. Great draft from BTK last game. Private stole it away.
Time to drop.
Yeah, very interesting.
Banning.
It's always very refreshing to see, like, they went with an outside pick, but even BTK had another outside pick of their own. We're going to see here, learning their lesson. Area 77 going to go ahead, ban Joy right off the bat. Don't want to see that anymore, especially in the XP lane. I have to give my hats off to. I mean, it could have gone either way for both of them. Especially, it's just the knowledge for me of the draft and of these heroes and what would work well. Unfortunately, maybe Area 77 could have reserved one of those second those second round bans for an Esmeralda or for something that could kind of help them out with the Phoveus. But I mean, that's what it happens when it comes here, when you start thinking on that type of a strategy and you're so far ahead with the way BTK is.
Well, honestly, it's incredibly refreshing for me as a caster, and I'm sure for the viewers as well. We're stepping into new ground here. You know, who would think of Phoveus in the counterpick Esme jungle in the second round of draft picks? Like, that hasn't been done yet. So we haven't seen this like played out. And when you're exploring new waters in meta and giraffe, these type of things happen to where you get reverse counterpicked and you're like, oh man, well, that was really smart until it was really dumb, and you just get outplayed in draft, right? So while yes, Area 7 takes the bullet, I think us as casters and viewers, we're the ones who really win here because we get to see something really fresh. I mean, how many times have we seen, okay, Fredrin, Valentina, you know, you see that same old draft. We've got really fresh stuff here today.
Yeah, and both of these teams, and it's very refreshing, especially because this is leading into, like we said, it's the end of the road for this first round robin. Tomorrow, we're going to be starting all over again, where each one of these teams is going to be facing each other all over again. Right now, these teams are trying to cement themselves in their place. They're trying to establish where they are so they can sit comfortably when it comes up into these next few round robins to make sure that they have cemented themselves into the playoff position.
I wonder if they'll ban Wanwan here because that also was a bit of trouble for them, and they go with the Valentina, leaving the Wanwan available. If BTK doesn't ban it, I expect Area 77 to pick up the Wanwan for themselves actually here. Already mind games, as we're only the fifth ban in draft, already starting to play those new games, and you can see kind of the poking and the prodding, the fencing match between BTK and Area 77 right here already started in draft of game 2.
I like that the Melissa was already taken out too, so we don't really have to worry. Maybe trying to bait out so that they don't have to worry about the Farza pick. There's not much. I mean, usually we start these off with the mages. We're going to go with the Farza or the Valentina kind of pickup, possibly the Fredrin when that was more meta. I think we've kind of seen a turnabout. I don't think, from what I've seen from Zane, that he's as comfortable on Fredrin, still mostly comfortable, but I think that he knows now that there are possibly better options out there in the jungler that he wants to use.
Yeah, and I'm waiting to see him really start to explore those. And today, Esme jungle starting it off. It's refreshing. And I talked about how it was kind of trolly that he bans out a Kai, right? And so I think from right there, I think Zane knew that Area 77 didn't know Esme was coming. He was just ahead in that draft. And Faramis slides through bans and is picked up first by Area 77. And there is no Valentina to answer this.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting too, because this does provide a lot of, I guess, re-upping for your team. With that cult altar, these going to extend out these team fights to an unbelievable proportion, especially once you combine that with the ability, with that Shadow Stampede, the ability to kind of pull enemies back to you. I mean, it's going to be very interesting. I definitely am looking for BTK to kind of come out with a little bit of burst, something that will be able to get them down, activate that cult altar quickly, and then as well to be able to burn them down again once that cult altar activation is complete.
Yeah, and burning them down they may, because BTK is locked in too. Probably squishy picks. T could go the tanky route with Arlot, but I'm kind of expecting we're seeing that new assassin or maybe fight or playstyle coming out of Arlot, which I'm super excited for. But something else we missed that wasn't banned in draft, the ultimate suppression. The best CC ability in the game is taken by Gals Cutie here on the Kaja. Gonna be playing that Divine Judgment on cooldown the whole game.
Yeah, this is going to be very amazing because we're going to need to see a decent amount of great positioning and spacing from the side of BTK. Once you lay down that feathered airstrike, you're going to be a huge target for Gals Cutie with that Divine Judgment. And then we go ahead, Jace Cutie going to go ahead, pick up that Lapu Lapu.
I've got to say, on paper so far, Area 77 is winning draft. Lapu plays really good into the R-Lot. They've gotten Kaja, they've gotten Faramis, things that can't really be answered on the side of BTK. There is the Franco available, but if you want Kaja or Franco, you always want the Kaja, right? And so right now, Area 77 feels like they're winning in draft, but we saw BTK seems to have turned a leaf in their gameplay, in their season, to where they probably have something prepared for this. If they let these picks go, they let the Faramis, they let the Kaja go through, I'm wondering what their head's at in these last couple of picks bans that we'll see the rest of the comp come to life.
Yeah, interestingly enough, you see Joyba is going to go ahead and pick up that Lolita. And the way I see these fights kind of unfolding is you're going to come down and you're going to see that Numenon Blast coming out, and that's immediately going to tell KQT, I need to go ahead, save my team, and activate this Cult Altar. So that I do like that pick into the Faramis, because basically as a roam, your Lolita is delegating when that ultimate gets used. Unless your team can kind of find a way around that Numenon Blast, it's going to be very interesting to see how KQT can try to combat this. And then in very good fashion, they're going to go ahead and ban out one of the thicker, tankier roles that Zane likes to play with that Barat's getting taken out.
But what Zane likes to play is still available. Fredrin, he's still on the map. Yes, he has a little bit of damage reduction, but that tankiness is still there. And it's just so interesting to see how a little change of a buff or a nerf to a hero can remove them completely from the meta. He's not in bans yet, and he's not picked, at least until the second round. We have a Kai bans coming for him. We have Barat's bans coming before him. Fredrin, has he fallen off completely, or will he be picked up again and Zane show us he's still meta?
I've been waiting for
Still looking. Okay, so we do take out Carry. So that means that we might actually be seeing the Fredrin come out there. Still looking for that tankier. I'm not sure what else. I mean, we have a Karina possibly, but I mean, if you're a Karina, are you really afraid of Carry? Because you have that second ability from Karina that can negate a lot of auto attacks. So I think we are looking at a Fredrin pickup for Moba Zane, or he's at least trying to bait out a Fredrin ban. We're going to wait to see what Area 77 decides to go with.
I think you said it perfectly right there. Is he baiting the Fredrin pick? Because you know Zane plays Fredrin a lot, and they ban out the carry, which is picked a lot into Fredrin because of the shred. Is he baiting, or is he for real here? And that's kind of the mind game that Draft's playing here. The two drafters are going back and forth in that. And I would really actually like to see on the other side, talking about their jungle, Poggy, maybe go for that assassin role to target out this Farsa. You've already picked the XP laner, and Lapu can get back to the Farsa, but it's not like a YZ. So maybe they go for an assassin here to get to that Farsa. We've seen the Haya do it well, but there are a few other assassins that can do it as well.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see we are down from all of our bans. Looking for the first pickup for the side of BTK. Still looking for a marksman and a jungler on their side. Probably looking at a Beatrix pick, or possibly, I mean, that's all that's really left on my eyes. I might be overlooking something, Ben.
See value in me.
Oh, there it is. You're right, Private. It wasn't a bait. We were actually going for it. But you never know. Maybe they had something prepared if there was a Fredrin bait. And I think you're right. Beatrix kind of on the priority list. There's a lot of marksmen are banned out. Carrie, Brody, Wama, Melissa, things that we see a lot are all banned out. So we're going to see these marksmen. Will it be the Leslie, right? Has a bit of a buff. It does have that late game scaling, and you know, you got to get there. Could it be the Claude coming through as well?
Claude may be a better answer. The other ones you listed there, Beatrix and Leslie. Beatrix does have a little bit of a dash, but Leslie doesn't. She would be a sitting duck for this Farja pick. So I'm definitely looking for somebody that has, or at least a marksman that has some type of mobility to be able to kind of negate that feathered airstrike coming down. And actually, it does look like Pokey wants to teach Zane a little something about the Esmeralda jungle.
That's spicy. I love when junglers do this and teams do this. And we see a lot of the picks we say come out here. The Fredrin Private called it. Then we talked about the Claude and the Leslie being exchanged here, not a lot of other marksmen. But Poggy, with probably the spiciest pick here, saying, oh, you want to play Esme jungle? I can play it too. Let's run it. And steps away from the Exborg and goes for the Esme. We'll see how this works out for him. Is he picking it for ego? Is he good at it? Can he play it to that level? Is it going to work in this comp? Draft? I think I actually prefer Area 77 here. They've got Kaja. They've got the Valentina, Claude, Esme. They've got so many good tools here. We'll see what Gauss Cutie can do to shape this game around those utility ultimates.
Well, I think you called it when it came to who is more comfortable. Is Poggy more comfortable on this Esmeralda? I mean, we both know Mobazane is comfortable on the Fredrin. And as well, we have a great, as far as the laning positioning comes up with the marksman, I do like Leslie into Claude just because she does have that burst damage. While he comes in very late. They come in at about the same time. When it comes to the laning phase, I feel like Leslie just edges out just because of the burst single target damage that she can do. But ladies and gentlemen, Area 77 fighting for a game 3 here to see if they can get a victory over BTK.
very important game for both teams here, and I think BTK cementing themselves. They want to win this handily, right? We don't want a 2-1 them, we want a 2-0 them. Now, we're not even close to third place. We're going for first place. That's what BTK wants to do in this, but I have to throw back to Draft something you said. I'm not a marksman, not, you know, I'm really not, but I do think Leslie hard counters Claude. He has the burst, and in lane as well, Leslie's able to poke him out in a lot of different ways. Claude may need some help in this lane, but Gauss Cutie has the equipment to do so.
Yeah, but right now he's doing his best to kind of start off that early game for Pogi on the Esmeralda. We do see that Litho Wanderer does actually go over to Area 77, so a good pickup. Or what did it go over to them? Yeah, it did go over to them immediately, but BTK go ahead and burst it down. JoyBoz comes in, little bit of an upset there, does get pulled back. He might be in trouble here. You see that bulwark coming out there. Great play by JoyBoz, not really in trouble, as Gauss Cutie is going to have to find himself a quick ride back home.
Yeah, I think even trade, both supports are pushed out. They have to go back, which is fine for them. Now they're out of vision. They can make their own play. Looks like both of them actually headed to the bot lane here to help out their prospective marksmen. But to talk about this jungle matchup a little bit more, I don't think Fredrin ever will have the damage to solo kill Poggy. It's never going to be a 1v1 anyway, but just to talk about the matchup, I think Esme has the advantage in this because the Fredrin nerf on damage a little bit, and she's going to have that sustained overtime damage that really works against Fredrin.
Well, for me, it's you kind of matched up evenly when it comes to both of these guys. Their role when it comes to these objective fights is to hold the objective there for as long as it takes for your team to get set up and put on the damage. Right now, Area 77 has been suffering a little bit when it comes to that syncing up when it comes to these objectives. Mobazane's going to be able to go out there, but there's not only so much that Mobazane and Pogi can do when it comes to these objectives. So it's going to come down to who can rotate down there first. You can see here, Area 77, 3 on 3, actually 4 on 3 here. BTK a little bit outnumbered, looking to see if his retry foo is strong. Coming down here, Mobazane able to pick up that first retry. Out comes the Cult Altar, followed by a Numenon Blast. Done. Down comes an ultimate from Zane, not able to pick up anybody but JoyBoz, able to pick up the kill onto Esmeralda, and Jay's Cutie follows quickly behind. That is an 0-2 for BTK as well as the Turtle.
And I think the setup there was for T, actually. T used the final slash in the R-Lie and completely invalidates the exact moment Poggy wants to hit retry. He can't because he's stunned up by R-Lie. And what a great usage and call out from the team. Okay, we're going to go now. And all of them act in sync. Clean moves from BTK. And they came into what Area 77 had kind of set up for their Lord take. Gauss Cutie, we don't see him on the Divine Judgment making picks quite yet. We want to see that ability start to come out and him start to control the tempo of this game. Because if Gauss Cutie isn't effective on the Kaja, this game is going to keep sliding in BTK's direction. Already almost 2,000 gold ahead.
Oh, as we say that, in comes a Appraiser's Wrath. Pogi suffering a second death there. Do have the Numenon Blast coming down. Case Cutie is in a bad way, does get taken out there, and there's only one person, Gauss Cutie, by himself. Is he going to be able to find and escape? He does see a pop-up there, followed by the ultimate sniper. It does get it cleaned up by Mobazane. This is 5 kills for the side of BTK in the opening 4 minutes.
I don't even know what to say here because they're just so far ahead in jungle now. Poggy 0-2, Zane 4-1. Excuse me, 4-0. He's gonna be able to walk through the jungle anytime you see him here. Yes, Poggy does get the retry, but look how many members of BTK are just standing in the jungle.
Yeah, they're standing in the jungle. They're not even afraid. It's 4 members down. Comes the Feathered Airstrike. Mobazane gonna come in and finish off K-Cutie. They're not even able to wrap their heads around a plan yet, and BTK is bursting them down so quickly. Ultimate Sniper comes in, does stop the teleport of Mark Cutie. In the back line, you can see JoyBoz trying to come in. Does get caught by Gauss Cutie as well. They are fighting a little bit of a slap fight between roams here, but this is gonna go ahead and allow a lot of this damage to come onto the turret. Mark Cutie comes in with that Blazing Duet. Does go ahead, go back. We do have a Numenon Blast. It does catch Mark Cutie. Beautiful flicker for the side of JoyBoz there, and a great pickup for BTK. Now sitting at 7-0.
I think the biggest problem with this dive is look at what the rest of Area 77 is doing to stay alive. As Leslie most likely will pick up the kill on Gals here. Wait, a little bit of trouble, right?
Yeah, we do have a Divine Judgment coming out. ISO actually might be in a little bit of trouble as the Cult Altar comes out. He is able to sneak himself back to safety with just a little bit of health. K-Cutie coming in. Are they going to be able to get the kill? They find it onto ISO, and still have not taken the turtle, has BTK.
Yeah, like 1 kill, great to have a little bit of momentum, but you're 3k gold now, 1 turtle, and it's 5 minutes a minute. It's 8-1, and they're already ahead so far. We may be on track for a very fast snowball, as I don't see how they're going to get back in this game.
Yeah, Yato was actually able to pick up that turtle. T able to pick up the kill onto Pogi. In comes Yato with that wings by wings. Mobazane in a little bit trouble. Bravest fighting form is out, but the rest of BTK collapses down onto him, putting on the damage and taking that another kill there. 1-10, sitting in favor of BTK as they are running through this, and Mark Cutie, another devastating death for him to take.
Yeah, and like Mark Cutie right now with that ultimate is tickling people. It's not even hurting at all. They're so far ahead in levels and in itemization. Here, Poggy in his own jungle.
Yeah, Poggy in his own jungle. Unfortunately, they are too far behind. Mobazane does not care about anybody coming into that jungle right now. This jungle now belongs to BTK.
He's too far ahead. He's got 95% KP right now, sitting at 11 total KP points out of 12. So far involved in this game, and he's going to go from jungle camp to jungle camp, not even farming his own jungle anymore. We're staying in Area 77's jungle for the rest of this game.
Yeah, you can see in the back line, Bravest Fighter comes out. Yato does get stunned out of it, but it does get taken down. Mobazane does go ahead and answer back. Here comes the Cult Altar. I'm not sure that they're going to be able to get away. K-Cutie going to use that flicker to go ahead and distance himself. Pogi in a lot of trouble. Appraiser's Wrath finishes the job. T going to come in, takes the kill on to Gal's Cutie. K-Cutie takes another death as well. That is almost a full team wipe. Jace Cutie running for his life.
Now, I'm not one to call games early, but this is looking like a bloodbath. We've got 16 kills on the side of 2T, so far ahead, and there's almost no more impressive hero in the game than Arlott when he gets ahead. He's got Flicker. He's gone for actually the fighter emblem here, but he's picking up defensive automation. He's got Dom Ice, he's got Hunter Strike, and he's 6-0. So not only is Zane going to be this unkillable force in your jungle, he's got the kill assist of Arlott. At any moment, he can kill anyone he desires.
Yeah, unfortunately, Pogi just keeps sticking his nose into the wrong side of his jungle. He has to know that he's not going to be able to take any types of fights anymore. You're basically looking for BTK to make a mistake right now. If you try to get any type of organized fight right now, they are just going to stomp you into the ground.
BTK wouldn't have to make a mistake. BTK would have to make like 5 mistakes in a row and completely throw this game. That's how far ahead they are. We're at 7 minutes and they're at 7K. We're right on pace for that 1K gold a minute snowball. And BTK, it takes so much to lose the game from here. I just don't see them doing it.
Yeah, Joybus coming on here is going to probably look for a Numenon Blast to help secure the enemy's purple buff. Ooh, actually, it does look like Mobazane just walks in and puts on the retry. Divine Judgment does come on to Mobazane. Is it going to be enough with that Cult Altar? They have already activated. Here comes the Numenon Blast. Does pick up a stun. ISO picking up the kill onto the side of Area 77. Mark Cutie goes down next. It might be all she wrote for Gal's Cutie. Ultimate Sniper is outputting him very low. T coming in, looking to finish the job. Catches that quick kill onto him. It is now 2-20 and a dominating show from BTK.
Absolute domination. This is what the BTK name means. These are the type of games BTK plays, and it's so good to see them do this. Yes, it's not the TheOhioBrothers, it's not Ackerman, but this is for 3rd place. This isn't a team at the bottom of the rankings. They're doing this to 3rd place tied team, and it's not looking like these teams are close at all. T displaying their full well. At any point, he can go kill whoever he desires. Burns the flicker, gets the mark, and then goes full all in with all 7-0 on this Arlott. This is probably the most ahead-fed Arlott we've been able to see, and what a display T is on it.
And BTK doing exactly what you need to do with this type of composition, too. They've put the stranglehold on to Area 77. They have not let up. And saying that, Pogi gets caught again on this 0-7 on his Esmeralda right now.
Yeah, Pogi is really struggling in this game, and we don't know really if it's the Esme pick in general. We'd have to see it more times. One game isn't really like enough to say, oh, he's not good at Esme. No. This is a snowball, and it's so hard to play teams from behind. These level of teams, they don't make mistakes when they get this far ahead. It's almost 10K gold prize.
Yeah, 10K gold, and now they are pushing on to the mid tower. And this is what I've said before, too. The biggest problem when it comes to these snowball games is that if you're playing a melee hero, you're going to suffer the brunt of that. Whether you're a roam or you're a jungler, if you're playing a melee hero, those are always the first ones to go down when it comes to these snowballs. Area 77 trying to get in position. We do have a concealed play coming out. They do catch Yato with the Divine Judgment. In comes the Cult Altar. Yato goes down. Mobazane takes the kill off Case Cutie. Jace Cutie follows closely behind, and Gals Cutie, that is 3 down right now for Area 77 for 1 kill that they were able to secure. Mark Cutie running for his life as Moba Zane and Joybaj are in chase. You can see in the back lines that Pogi is fighting for his life against T, but T's gonna go ahead and pick up that quick kill, which means this is gonna be as smooth as a baby's butt. Lord for the side of BTK.
Yeah, and it looks really bad for Poggy and these teams that keep this full side of Area 7 to keep pushing out, but honestly, killing them isn't worth much gold anymore anyway, right? There are some, honestly, minions that are worth more gold than a couple of the members of Area 77 right now. So for them to die, yes, they're off the map for a little bit, but it's not a huge deficit. It's maybe Area 7 that picks up 1 here.
Joybaj does activate that immortality. He might actually get taken down here by Area 77, but you can see Lord T coming in. He is a monster right now, diving deep into the lines, gonna get taken out by all the damage from the tower as well. That is 2 down for the side of BTK, exchanged for 1 kill onto K Cutie. 5 to 26 right now in favor of BTK.
Big for Area 77 to get a couple of kills there. I'm happy for them. It feels good, but it really doesn't matter in the scope of this game. Joybaj is going to be up in 2 seconds. The Lord is barreling down mid lane. They only have 1 outer turret remaining, and that's in the bottom lane. Zane's going to make quick work of that, using this Lord push and pushing the rest of them in. It may delay the inevitable, and that's kind of the game Area 77 has to play. They don't need to win 1 fight. They need to win several in a row to submit themselves back in this game.
Yeah, right now, especially only at the 11-minute mark, we're barely hitting into the mid-game right now. Moba Zane sitting up at the front, really not afraid of any of the damage that can be output by Area 77. Lord is down, but we are still continuing on. Conceal play comes out. You see Joybaj kind of circling around the map here. Only high ground towers left for the side of Area 77. ISO is going to use that ultimate sniper to get vision on the rest of the map. And here comes BTK putting on the damage. It does take down Pogi again. Still a little bit of health left onto this high ground tower in the mid as we go ahead, focus our efforts. Numenon Blast coming down. We do catch 2 members of the side of Area 77, and that's going to be all she wrote for the tower and K Cutie. Jace Cutie follows closely behind. Yato coming in. This might be all she wrote. Mark Cutie taking a heap of damage.
No!
Cutie cannot stop. Gets juked out by his own team member, and he is alone, powerless to watch the onslaught that is now BTK. A clean sweep over Area 77.
You call it a clean sweep, you can call it whatever you want. That was a slaughter, my man, for 3rd place. BTK cements themselves 3rd place, wins the game over who they're tied for, and makes it look like these 2 teams are not even close. What a game coming out of BTK. Man, I have feelings of old BTK living up to their name right here. Completely 30-5, completely dominating this game. Look at the scores, Private.
8-0-16 here for Moba Zane. The only person that didn't really suffer a kill or a death there, but that's probably because of the tankiness. And we talked before about there's not enough nerfs right now on Fredrin for Moba Zane to really be too scared of using that. That's a very good comfort pick, and I'm actually a little surprised that Area 77 would give it to him, especially because I don't know that we actually had a counter for it.
Yeah, you've got to really question picking Esme into the Fredrin, right? How that kind of worked itself out. Didn't look too good in this game, but we need more to develop like a real sample so we can say, oh, this is good against that. That one game isn't really enough, and it was a snowball game at that. Just under 13 minutes, BTK close out Area 77 in a really convincing win for them. It's a really good look for BTK walking in tomorrow's match versus TOB, the very hyped up matchup. BTK looking strong for that.
Yeah, that's a good spot out there too. This is setting the tone right now for tomorrow. All of these matches setting the tone for tomorrow's matches as we restart the round robin. All these teams going to be facing each other over again. And you know Ohio brothers are watching, but is this going to be enough for BTK? A very dominating performance against Area 77. We have to talk about, when we're talking about this match, we have to talk about kind of the way that it was executed out there. Especially when it came to that first turtle where they were able to put the CC down on Area 77 before they could get that retribution. You still had Gauss Cutie. We still had a divine judgment out there. You could have used that to latch onto Moba Zane to kind of drag him away from the turtle and maybe be able to secure it yourself. Unfortunately, BTK a little quicker on the draw.
Yeah, it feels like Gauss Cutie, we never really saw that flicker Divine Judgment come in play. He was always reacting. We never saw, even for a moment in this game, Area 77 setting up their own gameplay. Where was Gauss Cutie in the bush waiting for this pick? Where was the flicker out of the bush to grab the marksman and force a play? It felt like they never really had a proactive play one time in that game. And that's not really unexpected in a 30-5 game where they just completely take over your jungle, have complete vision of you all the time. Very hard for Gauss Cutie to get going in that. And we talked about that in draft. The Divine Judgment will be the make or break of this. And it seemed like it never came out. I can't think of one time where I saw Kaja make a pick, pull somebody back in the team, and their team annihilates that one person, and then they play a 5v4. It just didn't happen.
Ooh, that was an amazing match, but viewers, there are still more to come here, but we're gonna take ourselves a short break. More to come after. Ooh.
張ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Hello everyone, welcome back. Ackerman has been a force to be reckoned with as they take number 2 spot in the tournament. But yes, it is halftime here on week 4, day 1 of the North America Challenger Tournament. I'm XinaLili, and next to me are our OP amazing casters, Private and Ben. Guys, not many fans expected Ackerman to take number 2 in our standings, and the team has surprised us. What did you guys think of that? Why do you think it's such a surprise? Do you think it is or it isn't?
Well, I think for me and Ben, I think we've talked about it, not, at least for me, not much of a surprise. I really was looking forward to see how well that they were going to be able to work together. A lot of these people, Nicolette, Kush, Zia, a lot of these big names in North America, but just like always the bridesmaid, never the bride, never on those main teams where they could really kind of click together. And that's what they've been afforded here. And that's why I feel that they have been so successful.
Yeah, and I think maybe if you weren't like watching a lot of seasons of NSAL, previous NACTs, things like that, you would find Ackerman to be a surprise, a force to be reckoned with. But if you've been around the scene for a while, you know that these players are top caliber. And when you hear about them all in the same squad, you're like, oh God, that's strong. That's really good. So I don't think a lot of people that have been around for a long time knew that Ackerman's going to be a force to be reckoned with. And we saw them take down BTK. They did fall to OhioBrothers, but man, that rematch is going to be fire.
Yes, they did do an amazing job last week. But what do you guys think is working well for them? Who do you think is their team MVP? Each of you, which one?
It's a tough one, but if we're going to be talking about like standout players, one of the names I'm going to have to put out there is going to be Nicolette, who has been a long-standing, one of my favorite mages and mids here in North America for a very long time. Not just top female mage player, but possibly one of the top mage players, period, in North America, especially when it has come out to those very long distance and debilitating mages like Farja, Eve, even on Lunux, she's just been amazing. And as we saw last year, she can spice it up with that nice little pocket Lu Yi pick.
Yeah, I was about to talk about Louis, but you hit that. Man, Nicolette's so strong. It has been for a very long time. Like you said, maybe not on the big rosters, the big name teams, but man, a steady performer for so long. But if you're going to take Nicolette, I think an equal, if not sometimes even more consistent player has been Kush. I feel like
Absolutely.
Kush has run a lot of games for the side of them and on a lot of different picks. We've seen Kush play a lot of different things, and we know his fabled Fanny picks, his assassin picks. We've seen Kushabusa was created and formed, and he's been so strong on a lot of those picks. Kush, very star performer for Ackerman's, and I think has been the difference in a few games. His pressure in the jungle and the way he pressures out enemy mages gives Nicolette that room to move around, to do Nicolette things. And I think together they make such a strong part of that roam squad in the mid.
Yes, they do an amazing job together, but we know that the OhioBrothers is the top of the top in this tournament right now. Do you guys think that Ackerman will be giving the OhioBrothers a run for their money, or do you think that there's like still a big skill gap? What do you guys think?
Well, to talk about that, we'll have to talk about maybe some things that Ackerman, I mean, we've talked about what they do well, but we also need to kind of discuss maybe some of those shortcomings. Ackerman, we do know right now, one series loss for them And who hasn't lost to Ohio Brothers at this point? But if they want to reclaim that, I definitely, maybe not a gap, but there's certain rotations that have issues. Definitely when it comes to Toinks, who's been fitting better into the roam position since the very first game he had. So where he is now has been a giant growth and a giant leap. However, you're talking about Toinks against Shark, and that is almost incomparable no matter how much you grow. Shark is just a force to be reckoned with, and what he can set up for his team is just been a remarkable approach. And that's one thing that you're going to want to come up on if you have a hope of trying to match the Ohio Brothers.
Yeah, I think you highlight a great point. There's a roam diff there that may not be able to be overcome because Shark's map awareness, his vision on the board, and the things he provides for his team are just, Toinks hasn't gotten to that point. But I didn't even think about Toinks when we were talking about Ackerman earlier. Toinks has been a star performer for me on the lineup of Ackerman, and it seemed like it's actually Zia, who we were looking for a lot of, has been more of one of the quieter, laid-back members, maybe getting some of the backroom stats and things like that, but not one of the standout performers. But we know he holds this lane down kind of deal. And it's just a trouble to see if they can beat TOB. I don't expect TOB to troll in their games at all. Even if they win game 1 convincingly, I doubt they'll troll game 2, because Ackerman feels like if you give them a game, they may get a good draft or something like that. They can take that next game off and you lose a series. So right now, I still feel a little bit of a gap between those two teams. Just like as Private talked about, some of their rotations, they don't seem to get what they need out of them, or you don't have the A, B, and C of the plan, where it feels like TOB has like more letters of the alphabet to go with that plan. They can extend things. They can chain objectives together better than Ackerman can right now, and they need to close that gap for them to have a chance.
Yes, it seems like they have better communication and better synergy, the way they make things work out. But one last question before we get on to the next match. Who do you think will take the next match between Ackerman and Wasians? Since we didn't get to have that up, I want to know, what are your predictions?
Come on.
As a caster, I
don't do it.
Don't know if I can go ahead and put out my prediction right there. We're gonna leave it in the dark. Me and Ben have talked about this before. What I do want to go ahead and encapsulate here is both of these teams female leads at them. On the side of Wasians, we have Ashley mid position. On the side of Ackerman, we have Nicolette in the mid position. Both of these, I mean, this is a girl power in the fullest sense of the word, because both of these teams have been very strong as of late, but we're going to see how well this kind of encapsulates. Like we said, these matches so important for us to cap off the Saturday night and bring us into that Sunday night where all of these teams restart the round robin.
Private, can you help me out here? I feel like I see Ooga Booga and Hove, who are both marksman players on the side of Wasians. Are they going to be switching up lanes some here, or do we have a visual glitch? What's going on over there?
Well, that's a very interesting thing. I don't. We have a lot of actually changes outs here. We actually don't see Ashley, and I was just talking it up there and realized that after after the roster kind of came out here, we have Ego, Merciless, Chacho, Ooga Booga, and Hove. We already do know, if you guys aren't familiar, Hove is formerly OSP Coal World. Simpsons, who we both know were the finalists from last year. This is the marksman for that team. So I'm not sure where we're going to be flexing, who's going to be flexing first, or where these guys are going to be going. Heck, we might see two marksmen for the side of Wasians here. It's going to be very interesting too, because this has been a mainstay point for a lot of these teams, where the juggling around of the roster does leave a little bit left to be seen when it comes to synergy out on the field.
And when you look to put confidence in a team and you're rooting for a team and they keep switching out members and things maybe not, the best in the background, we don't know what's going on with the background of these teams or anything like that, or maybe somebody couldn't have made it today. But if you keep seeing roster swaps with a team, you don't see that consistency with the same five going again and again and again. And it feels like a little bit of a lack of cohesion is almost like guaranteed in that, because they don't have that on stage fives experience as they do some of these other teams that run the same exact lineup every game. And I think for a lot of Wasians fans out there, myself included, we're looking for them to shore that up, because we've seen Wasians have really intelligent drafts, really good games, picking things that are different. They pick interesting picks, and it's so fun to watch, but they seem to be falling a little bit short in that wins and losses category.
One thought that I know that is on everybody's mind, seeing Ooga Booga out here, if he is going to be in that marksman position, are we going to see that Hanabi that he is known for? I mean, we were talking about names here. Is that the Ooga Bee or the Hanabuga that we're going to go ahead and call it? And is that something that Ackerman is going to be waryful of?
I leave the nicknames to you, brother. I'm not creative enough, nah, I can't do it. You got that one. I do think that this draft is pretty normal. It's interesting to see Martis finds himself in the first 3 bans, though, on the side. So teams continue to place a high priority on banning Martis out. Seems like he's become that S-tier jungler, so far so that he gets banned and never played.
Yeah, we're waiting on that last ban for the side of Wasians here. Actually, I wouldn't even call this kind of a typical ban. We still have Faramis out there. We still have Valentina out there, Diggy out there. A lot of these mainstays kind of just glossed over by both of these teams. It just feels like the draft is just going to be like heavy hitter after heavy hitter after heavy hitter. And whoever comes out on top, we'll see as we get down into the land of Dawn.
And you've got another one, Wanwan there, off the table thus far. They've got 1 ban left to go, but like the Private said, a lot of S-tier picks coming in here. We do expect, if not the Faramis ban here, for it to be picked up. We know Merciless likes to play the Edith. Doesn't look that'll be in contention because generally when they're going for the Edith, they set up draft a little bit more like obvious into that. Glue still available here. So many S-tier picks. So you're right, Private. A knockout match going to be in front of us.
Yeah, right now we might be looking for that Valentina or the Glue, probably the top tier when it comes to a lot of these picks. But you pick one of those up for the Ackerman, you're going to be allowing 2 of them for the side of Wasians. And that's kind of what you get when you have a draft with bans like this. So kind of a mind game coming in as we're going into the first pick for Ackerman.
Yeah, and I actually talk about it a lot in draft where yes, you're setting up for first pick, but if you, as far as your picks and bans go, if you leave 3 things open, then yes, they get 1, but we get 2, like Private just said. And it shows the levels to draft and the mind games that are played at this tier that honestly you don't see in ranked games. You don't see anything like that. These teams that have to play a series on the pro level are so advanced in their drafting, and it's so fun to kind of analyze and to talk about in theory craft because you never really know what's going to come out, but you're sure damn going to see a Hanabi though.
Yeah, I think we're teasing it. Are we going to have it out there? I'm not sold on it yet. I know the caster curse is out there. They want to lure us into a false sense of security before they take this and sweep the rug from under our feet. I am not sold. Still 14 seconds left on this. We're going to see what they're going for, but a Lolita pick up early. What do you think about that? Especially we've talked about these early roam picks, especially when there's not much to match it on the other side.
I
think it's a cost of doing business of giving the last picks to your jungle and your XP lane, getting the advantage in those lanes, and it's just the cost of doing business. You're going to pick a strong roam up front that plays well into a lot of things, and we're going to give the real counter picks to our jungle and our side laners. Right now, even the mage relegated to 3rd, 4th, or 5th slot. The Honda being picked up, shout out my man G. I don't know if he's doing the cameraman work for us today or not, but he's been playing a lot of Hanabi. I got to catch a couple of his games. Really strong hero into a lot of comps. Able to poke out using the bounce through waves. So if you have one of those shorter range marksmen, could be maybe the carry, plays really good into that because all the bounce there, she gets so much poke value out of that. She plays so well into CC as well with the shield, being able to activate whenever she wants and get out of a lot of problems. But one thing you can't get away from is a black dragon.
Yeah, Yuzong being picked up here, a great pickup for the side of Ackerman, especially like you said, it's going to be that huge amount that you're not going to be able to stop, but we might actually be looking.
No.
Yeah, no way. We do see Hove going ahead. Hove picking up the Faramis. He might be at the mid lane here. We do know that Cold World, aka Hove, has a place on, well, if rumors are correct, has a place on the new Team Gosu, is trying out for Mage over there. So this might be his little presentation day, his first day out there as a Mage to see how well he can do in these compositions. On the side of Ackerman, gonna go ahead, Toinks picking up that Grok.
And it's really interesting that Hove was transitioning to Mage because he had a standout performance last week, actually. on the clock, ran over the game. And if you're that good at marksman, you're transitioning to mage. I can't wait to see what you can do on mage when you have so much more access to the map, so many early game rotations. You're so much more influential early in the game than a marksman can be. So maybe find himself a really good position here. I like the ban of the high here, not allowing Kushabusha to come back through.
The really interesting thing here too for me as well, because of this early game Lolita pickup, you have a Black Dragon that can knock you out of Numenon Blast. You have a Wild Charge from Grok that can knock you out of Numenon Blast. You also have a Fear from Nicolette if she can land that ability on you twice that can knock you out of Numenon Blast. So this is going to be a very hard game for Lolita to really kind of sink the teeth into with that ultimate, especially to be able to protect her friends on here. It's going to be very interesting to see where we go. Hayabusa band coming out there, definitely a ploy to protect their back line, followed by the Lapu Lapu ban on the side of Ackerman.
We talked about classic matchup as the age-old matchup, Lapu versus YZ in the lane. We've talked about that 1,000 times. Good read on the enemy team here. If you're going to pick YZ early to have that backline threat, you got to ban out the Lapu early so you don't have any trouble. For the rest of this, it feels like it could be a bit of like a grouped up, not a Ube strat, but kind of like a really group team fight focused draft from Wasians here as they go for the Hanabi who needs protection. They got Lolita and Faramus who are looking to team fight all the time. To get the maximum value out of Hanabi, you want to be bouncing off multiple people. So that tendency goes to a team fight as well. And you're going to look for tools from the side of Ackerman to break up this team fight. Wild Charge and Black Dragon, perfect tools for both of that. And they read into what Wasians go for a lot in the Edith and ban that out as well because Edith and Lapu both have a great play into YZ.
I do like this. These are very specific team-orientated bans. We have seen a lot of Edith coming out of the Wasians. On the side of Wasians, you see those two very specific bans in the Hayabusa and the Tanks a lot, which we do know that Kush has been a shining star on. But what we did leave open is pretty much a decent amount of marksman for Zia. And then we're going to see what we have on the side of Wasians, what we're going to pick up here with these bans already settled.
And we'll see if Zia has his way with this Hanabi, right? Hanabi first pick. You have all the time in the world to work on a counter pick for this. What are you going to do? Wasians continue their trend of playing new funky things. Chacho loves this alpha jungle and has actually had some success on it.
Really interesting. We've seen it before, and the casters at the time discounted alpha. I would have discounted alpha too. So I'm going to be very reserved here. I'm actually very confused. Okay, that makes more sense. I was going to say, like, we've discounted it before. We know Wasians can play these outside the box type of compositions. It's part of the recipe that saw them getting the only team that has a single game victory over the Ohio Brothers. Granted, that another part of that recipe was that the Ohio Brothers kind of trolling a bit with some of those picks, but it was the perfect storm for Wasians to take a victory over them. So they are not to be discounted, even with some of these picks that might not be quite in the meta.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that wasn't really like Wasians winning. That was TOB trolling, right? Because at that point in the game, if you run over game one and then you completely troll game two and then run over game three, it feels like Wasians weren't like much of like a force to be reckoned with. It was just that TOB was outlandish with Johnson, Goosh, and, you know, just having their fun. And I don't mind them having a fun game, but it does take away a little bit of the seriousness from these teams and from the draft, from everything, the season, the scene, everything. As you look towards MSC and those bigger things, and you think about these troll games, maybe you could have used that to practice a game here. Wasians, they play this comp. They're not trolling. This is what they love to play. They even got Merciless on Esme again.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting for me because right now what I am looking for when it comes to this game is going to be these objective fights. Both of these compositions really kind of shine when it comes to kind of keeping their jungler up when it comes to these objective fights. It's going to be who can CC the other jungler enough to give your team the advantage and get that retry off. And that's where these clashes are going to be the most intense.
Game 1, Wasians versus Ackerman. We just did a story on Ackerman. We know they're a force to be reckoned with, but Wasians coming from, I believe, 7th place, 6th place, somewhere down there, fighting the 2nd place team. So they're very much not favored to win this versus Ackerman. Should be Ackerman's game. Let's see what Wasians can do. Can they take a game off them? Can they take a series off them?
Yeah, we're about to find out here. We do see a lot of help going towards Fredrin on the side of Ackerman to go ahead and get that purple buff started. Meanwhile, on the other side, you see Chacho. It's these little min-max things that might make how fast you can rotate. You can see already Fredrin able to rotate to his orange buff before they're even done on the side of Wasians with that purple.
And to highlight the point again, this is Hope, and I believe his debut mage game coming in here fighting one of the best mages in the entire scene, Nicolette, and on a pretty good comfort pick for her. Valentina, something she has a lot of games on. Not what she's really known for. She's known for that Farsa, for that Lu Yi, for that Yi, things like that, but still a lot of games, a lot of comfortability here on the Valentina.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big thing here too, especially because we were talking about he might be playing for Gosu on the mid. This is a debut game for him, and what a debut for him to go against one of the top mages in North America. You see Toinks coming in there, trying to put a little bit of pressure on to Chacho. Ooh, Ackerman does have 2 in the bush. Toinks is going to go ahead and hide off the escape for Chacho. He decides against going for his jungle, but already Ackerman a force to be reckoned with in enemy territory.
And I wanted to kind of look at the bottom lane a little bit more to see how that works out. Toinks takes a chunk here. I don't think he'll be taken out, but what a chunk. He's going to have to go back. That's a little bit of pressure that they can get on the lane here. We'll see how that manifests itself. I expect Ugabug to poke out this Beatrix right here. Have Zia pushed out of this lane. Oh, that's a lot of bounce. I didn't know it bounced like that, but Hanabi should. And the dive private.
Yeah, Hanabi does get caught. Zia taken down to a beautiful little cross map there from the side of Wasians. That alpha charge able to go ahead and put the finishing touches in. Zia, man, what a play. Galaxy gonna go ahead, come in here, does land a pop-up, but he is not long for this world. Does get taken out. Black Dragon has been activated. Is he gonna be able to find a kill? He is not, but does secure himself a little bit of an escape while Kush picks up a clean and healthy turtle.
So to talk about kind of the trade there in the map, ooh, Toinks does miss it, and Ugabug gonna be able to walk away. So good against CC, Hanabi is able to get out of things, but here we traded a kill for a turtle, really. And so we'll see, is that enough? They don't have the kill on Ugabug, but you did get an assist and a little bit of turret gold. Is that worth the turtle in the early game? As far as gold, it's almost even, but turtle should etch out a little bit of an XP advantage.
Yeah, but we've already seen Ooga Booga is so comfortable on this. Ego takes a heap of damage from Zia and that ultimate. Nicolette comes down here, but is not able to really capitalize on this aggression just yet.
You'd love to see Wasians, though, taking the first jab here. Yeah, okay, we give up turtle, no problem. We'll pick up later. Let's go get a kill. Let's get Ooga Booga ahead. Let's have this Hanabi terror. But look at Ackerman, poised to die.
Yeah, 4 members against 2. Ego trying to get out of the way. Numenop blast from Nicolette does land. Zia able to pick up the kill. Ooga Booga picks up a kill onto Toinks, but that is going to be all she wrote for 2 of them. They lose 1, but they put pressure onto the tower and grab 2 kills for it.
2 for 1 is actually a really great trade for Ooga Booga in that spot. He should not have got a return care. A little bit sloppy there on Ackerman, forcing the play. Unfortunately for Wasians, they don't really capitalize on the other side of the map. You see them run through the side of the jungle, but it's pretty much all cleared out. Maybe you get a camp. It's not very much. Alpha picks up the Hunter Strike, so he's going for a little bit of pin damage early for this Alpha. We expect him to pump out a lot.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit of a misplay when it comes to trying to take off that shield, because we do know when Hanabi has that shield, she does not take a lot of a CC. Merciless coming in here, putting on some damage. Ooga Booga able to get a kill onto Kush.
Kush out of position here alone behind enemy lines. None of the rest of his team was there or even playing with him. It seemed like Zia maybe was up there trying to help, but Fredrin got caught right there. And it's a really unusual positional error coming out from Kush here. Very tanky on the Fredrin, still gets taken down, and that's another kill to Ooga Booga. Hanabi could get off to a terrible start.
Well, like a ravaging, a dangerous start for her. Toinks might not even know that there's somebody else here, and is going to go ahead and corner himself off. He doesn't realize that Wasians are actually in a great position to counter him. Nicolette coming in here, does use a dash, does not catch Ooga Booga with that damage. In comes Kush, trying to put on a little bit more. Here comes the Numenop Blast. Beautiful wild charge. Does cancel out that Numenop Blast. Cold Altar is out. Kush picks up the turtle. We are still fighting here as the Cold Altar topping up the rest of Ackerman. They are in chase. Hove and the rest of Team Wasians cannot get get away fast enough. They do create this space and thankfully don't suffer a death to their name, but that turtle's still gonna go, as I say that, they're gonna go ahead, latch onto Ego. Ooga Booga putting on a decent amount of defense while Zia is trying to mount a little bit of offense. Kush comes in from the back line. Do we have enough? Nicola comes in, gonna dash in. Are they gonna be able to pick up the kill? 2 kills over there for the side of Zia, and Ackerman gonna go ahead and try to disengage from this tower. The deed has already been done and they leave successful.
Clean dive there from Ackerman, fixing their previous mistakes. Okay, we're gonna do this one right. Let's get the couple of kills, no trade back. But I have to criticize Wasians there, coming down to the bottom lane when the play was already done. Your turret's almost gone. They've gotten all the gold off of it as well before that, and you go down there late and you respond late when you can't do anything. You're outnumbered. Go to the other side of the map, get some farm in the jungle, go to mid. Don't waste your time running after a play that's already done by the time you get there.
Yeah, just an amazing play there by Ackerman. Definitely learning from that first one. This is something that we've talked about again. They need to be a little bit cleaner when it comes to those engagements into the lane. Everybody needs to know what they're doing. Galaxy actually in a little bit of trouble here. Merciless putting on the damage. Galaxy gonna go ahead, find himself a quick escape from there. Both of these XP laners have really still been fighting here in lane, not really finding a bit comfort when it comes to joining these team fights just yet.
And I find that the XP laners again here kind of fill the same role. Galaxy going to look to dive in the backline, Petri, Ooga Booga, and try to put a lot of pressure on him so he can't DPS the rest of the team fight. Chacho here, a little bit of trouble though.
Yeah, and a sandwich between Ackerman right now. Kush able to go ahead and take down Chacho. Oh, but Nicolette goes down there. Ooga Booga comes in with the flying damage. Kush might not be long for this world. Gets taken out by Merciless. Despite the damage coming in from Zia, not able to protect his teammate. Wild Charge comes in. This might not be the fight that you want. Black Dragon is out. Zia puts on the finishing touches to Hove, and they go ahead and clean up Ooga Booga. Numenor Blast coming down. Zia catches it, but is not worried. They do clear out that lane. Great job by Ego to protect the mid tower.
That's a bit of a disaster for Wasians. They actually win a fight, and then they a little bit over aggression as we kind of dub the playstyle for Wasians. They get a little bit ahead and they over dive. They walk into full health, full ability members of the side of Ackerman, and they kind of get wiped there and give up the pressure they could have taken to Turtle. A little bit of over aggression there in the mid, trying to stretch it a little bit more. You're 2.5K gold down. You know, you got to give a little bit of respect still.
Yeah, right now, a great positioning for the side of Ackerman. Just a little bit cleaner on their engages. Toinks does suffer a Shadow Stampede and gets pulled back again. In comes Nicolette to put some damage on, allows the space for Kush to pick up this next turtle. 7 and 5 on the board right now at the 7:30-minute mark.
And I was just going to talk about how the gold's pretty close, but then I looked at the kill distribution, and Zia's 5 and 1. Beatrix is going to be hitting so hard, so much faster than a normal progression of a Beatrix now that she's really fed. That's 1,000 extra gold into the pocket of Beatrix.
Ooh, Kush in a little bit of trouble here. 4 members. Here comes the Call Altar to go ahead and secure his escape. 5 members now. Kush actually going to go ahead and dive out of the way. In comes Toinks with that beautiful wild charge. Just put a pause onto it. Call Altar of their own for the side of Wasians. Merciless coming in, putting on the damage. Nicolette can go ahead and flicker out of the way. Zia picks up a tower off camera. Now we have Galaxy with that Black Dragon coming in, trying to put the damage on. Picks up Ooga Booga and Ego. Now Merciless and Hove are on the run as Ackerman putting on the pressure into this mid lane.
To add insult to injury, they're going to push in and probably get the rest of this mid. Beatrix is so fed with the sniper, it's going to take a couple of hits and it's going to be done for this turret. And that was a 5v4. Wasians had 5 members fighting 4 of Ackerman. Beatrix was split pushing, got a turret in the top lane. They still won the fight though. Ackerman doing multiple things on the map at the same time. It balloons the gold so much faster and creates the snowball effect with gold. Now 5K head very steadily growing this gold lead. Another tower falls.
Yeah, Zia doing such a great job right now. We could be watching the fall of this Hanabuga right now. We do see a wild charge followed by a Numenor Blast coming down to try to take out this purple buff. I'm not even sure who got that, but Galaxy diving deep into the back line. Now Hove taking a decent amount of damage as Nicolette cleans up the pieces. Merciless coming in. He is not done. He wants to get this kill onto Galaxy, but Kush comes in with that CC and a pop-up onto Merciless. Ego actually a little too close to power. Does get taken down so much damage from Zia onto that. Kush coming in, lures Merciless in, a terrified on the Merciless. He might be taken down. That is all she wrote as Nicolette goes ahead and cleans up that kill as well. 13-6 in favor of Ackerman.
Now we've got 2 dead and Lord's being pulled by Kush, who had half health. Who cares? It's Fredrin. He can stand there forever. This is going to be an easy Lord take for Ackerman. And look at the rest of the map for the side of Wasians. They have only 2 outers remaining. This means all of jungle is accessible by Ackerman. Yeah, it's not the same gold lead, same snowball we saw in the first game, but look at Ackerman here finding themselves in the mid game. After taking a couple of hits, they've really started to bounce back. Now, Lord, they'll clean up these outers with this. It's doubtful that they'll break the inhibitor line, the high ground turrets and the base of Wasians here and get super minions, but still going to get a lot of gold and pressure. If Wasians take a bad fight here, they could break the inhibitor line.
What I see on the side of Wasians is you have a lot of sustain. You have a lot of very slow damage. Chacho needs time to get that regen in there. Merciless needs time to kind of put on that defense. In comes a Black Dragon from Galaxy. Gonna go ahead and stave off this push. Dives in deep while his team is taking on that mid tower. Nicolette gets a kill onto Ooga Booga. Now Zia finds a kill onto the tower and Ho. The rest of the team is now pushing in. Zia finds another kill. That is a full team wipe for the side of Wasians, and this is your second place in North America right now, and Ackerman is showing you why.
What a clean dive from them. 5-0, and they have Lord. That's a game, no contest. Don't even spawn. It's not going to matter. We're taking out the crystal.
Yeah, a great job by Ackerman here. That was all she wrote since the mid. We had a few signs of life there in the early games from the side of Wasians. It's just that, I mean, once they got the ball rolling, it was almost impossible for them to stop.
It ain't enough. A little too late, a little too short. It don't matter. It ain't enough. Ackerman, professional players, so good at strengthening gold that you give them a little bit of space, a little bit of time, and they start 4v5 you in team fights while Beatrix is cleaning up side lanes and start to grow objectives. Now we're not just winning team fights, we're taking objective control as well. What a game out of Ackerman. I've got to give it to Zia here. We talked about Nicolette and Kush being star performers. This game, it's Zia.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny because we had talked a little bit about Zia not really being, lately kind of being outshined. Not saying that Zia has been playing bad. Yeah. Not saying that he has been playing bad, but Nicolette and Kush have been just doing such a great job of leading the team. With Kush on that Fredrin. Fredrin's not really like one of those like super like bursty damage type of junglers. This opened it up, especially for Nicolette as well, on a Valentina where you don't have a lot of that bursty damage. This opened it up for Zia, who finally had a chance to kind of prove why he is such a great marksman and why he chose that over his original maid's position in BTK. What a great game by Zia and Ackerman.
Yeah, and it was actually Hanama who got rolling early. Ooga Booga started to get a little bit of a pressure advantage in the lane, the poking out through the minion wave, things like that. Zia finds the gold in the dives, though. After the initial like 2-3 minutes of the game, you saw that Ackerman put such a focus on Ooga Booga, diving him with 4 members twice in a row, really putting him behind the game and making sure Beatrix got ahead. Then from there, Zia did the rest, started pushing turrets by himself, taking a lot of gold, and then finding those last hits to get the kill. And when you talk about kills, it's 200 gold to kill unless you have bounties or start dying a lot. But the ability to place those kills on the right hero, and you want it on no one more than the marksman.
Absolutely. That was another thing I was going to mention there is not just getting kills on the side of Ackerman, but putting them onto the right person, Zia. Not just that, but very much faster to be able to collapse around where their weakest point was. Zia taking a lot of damage and an early death, I believe, in the early game to Ooga Booga. And so the team had to kind of collapse around there. Like, all right, he needs help. Let's go down there. And they were definitely faster on the trigger to come down there and provide that support. As an answer to that, we see that Wasian's going to go ahead and ban out the Faramis early, probably looking to leave open that Valentina in hopes that they can get the Valentina first. But we'll see how Ackerman can answer this. Just such a great game that we had back there, and probably a better game coming up here.
Oh yeah, definitely. I feel like Wasians always deliver a performance, no matter who they're playing, no matter if they're playing second place, first place. They always have such an interesting, fresh team, and they make a lot of good map moves. You can tell though, a difference of skill here, right? Is that mid game? Yeah, you have your level 1, level 2, level maybe 4 planned out, but after that, the game gets a little bit open. You can't really plan for those situations. I don't know what the saying is, but it's like no battle plan has ever survived war or something like that. And it feels like, Wasians always come in with a good battle plan, but maybe in the adaptation of it, they fall a little short here in Ackerman. So good at it, ballooning their gold lead and taking over here. I've got to give it Ackerman. What a beautiful kind of refocus. They didn't expect their gold lane to be dove like that and focused, and they go down and they correct it. And then you see the difference of Wasians. They react to that. They go down and follow the play and are too late, and they're behind, start to get behind a rotation and map moves.
The term I believe is no plan survives first contact with the enemy. And that means that no matter how well you can plan out, if you don't know what you're facing, if you don't know what you're walking into, there's only so much that you can plan for. That means that what you're going to want to do is kind of take what you learned from that first fight and hopefully be able to transition that into a winning game plan here. We're going to see how well that can kind of come into play. We did see, a little bit of a... let's call it, I don't want to call it a gap, but Hove in the mid lane, especially when you're going off against somebody like Nicolette. I want to say Nicolette kind of shined with a lot of those cult altars, even used an alpha charge that I saw in there. So just getting super comfortable on the Valentina. So it was very much an uphill battle that he had to start with. We're going to go ahead and kick things off here on the side of Wasians with this EDT pickup.
Ooh, we've talked about it before, Private. I don't know if I like EDT first pick. It feels like a lot of priority placed on something that usually doesn't deliver. But today we saw our first Assassin emblem on XinaLili, picking it earlier and playing it very, very damage focused. Then again later, I believe we saw on the side of BTK throwing it in the fighter stance. So maybe he's bringing damage on this. It just seems for a first pick. What do we have out there? We can play the Faramis here, Valentina's band. We didn't pick that up. So interesting priority placed on EDT here from Merciless, who is known for his S-band as well.
Amazingly enough, Glue is still out there, which I'm actually kind of curious about. So they picked him up over Glue, definitely prioritizing him. So I'm wondering, is this going to be the tank one that we saw? You mentioned today, especially today, we've seen a more damage-centric EDT. But if you're going to pick that, you definitely want to be taken off in the early game. You're going to sprint and you're not going to want to stop, and you're going to want to close that out at around mid game before the enemy has a chance to catch up, before EDT begins to fall off. Are we going to be seeing a gourd pick? Somewhere in the world, Naisu is smiling the biggest smile he's ever seen here right now. But we do see Farza up there. I doubt we're going to be going with two mages here.
We've seen this before, and this may be Wasians pulling out the no marksman comp again. Ooga Booga locks in Khalid, which he actually played into TOB when they didn't use a marksman. Ooga Booga, very off-meta picks and makes them work a lot of times. Khalid and EDT very strong together, very sustained, very damage focused dive heroes. If they get together and they're ahead, they can do it. But will this be the no marksman comp coming out of Wasians?
It's very interesting too, because in answer to that, Kush going to go ahead and pick up the Alucard. Alucard does have an amazing amount of burst damage, especially in the early game. Something that you want to have to counter that Khalid from Ooga Booga. So we're going to see how well that kind of matches into there, especially when you're trapped in the CC. That is the real world manipulation from Nicolette, trying to vie out of that, charge that Galaxy has up there. So we're going to see, we're kind of going into that second banning phase. Lolita going to be taken off the board for Ackerman. We're going to see what Wasians has in store.
And if you're going to call out the Gord pick, I got to call out the Khalid pick. You know T-Rex is back there somewhere rubbing his hands together. Yeah, Khalid's meta now. You know he's doing it. But Ooga Booga is shown to pick these really off-brand things. And then Kush says, hey, you're going to go with this? I'm going to go with Alucard. Maybe the first time we've seen Alucard in ACT. A lot of damage, a lot of chase potential into these fights if they don't go the way of Wasians. But I have to say, Farsa, if they can get out of the lane against Nicolette, which it should, but we've seen that Hove has a little bit of a struggle against Nicolette thus far. If Hove can get out of the lane on this Farsa, should provide a lot of pressure, and that's exactly what this Khalid and this EDT need in the side lanes. They need a little bit of help, and they'll always have kill threat.
My only kind of problem is, this is why you don't see Alucard in pro play a lot. He can be kited pretty hard and pretty effectively if you can dive yourself behind your enemy line. We do know that Ooga Booga on that pick can kind of get himself back a little bit. We know the wings by wings from Ego can push himself back a bit. This is the potential for Kush to get so deep into enemy lines that the rest of Ackerman is not going to be able to follow quickly. Very interestingly, we see that Roger taken off the board from Ackerman.
Yeah, we're just saying, hey, we're going to pick out all the crazy things. And the glue finally makes its way to the ban. Very last, left of phase 2. And I guess it could be taken here because you expect the Grok to go into the roam. But as I say that and put my foot in my mouth, they lock in Twinks on Cooper, which means Galaxy will actually be taking the Grok into the XP lane.
Very interesting too, because that means that it will be kind of a little bit of a counter for Merciless if Galaxy can kind of hold that cleaving ability that does make him immune to a lot of CC, and a lot of CC is what Merciless provides on this Alucard. We took out Roger, but Chacho's like, that's not the only marksman I know. He's going to go ahead and pick up the Granger, followed by an Atlas pick, but you do that with a Diggy on the board. Oh, are we? I don't know what we're going to do here.
Yeah, I think Diggy would be too much because they already have two kind of supports locked in. And if you took the Kufra and the Grok and Diggy, it may be a little bit too much into the utility peel kind of role, and you wouldn't be bringing enough damage. You would be really, really relegated to Kush hard carrying the game, because Nicolette, while yes, Eve has a lot of damage, it's not burst, and it takes some time to get there. More of a DPS mage rather than a burst mage. And they take the Hanabi back. Oh, come on, do it.
I was about to say there are a little bit of better picks on the on that marksman lane. I'm really curious. I have not really seen too many games where Harith has been super successful. I feel like it takes him a lot of time, and he is super susceptible to a lot of CC. And there is a decent amount of CC on the side of Wasians. Might be seeing, we do have a Purify on the side of Zia, so we're going to see how well that this can kind of come in. How are you looking at these drafts? Who do you think has the advantage here?
Actually, like on paper, I love Wasians' draft. Yes, they go a little bit different, and when we're getting a little bit into the area, I don't want to say troll, because this is how Wasians plays. This is the comps they play. They play super interesting, fresh things, but it feels like maybe a little bit of the same thing. Like we have Grok, you have Kufra, and you have Harith, who's not going to get going a little bit late. Who's your damage early if it's not Kush? If Kush doesn't have a good game, it's a real problem for Ackerman.
The big thing I think for the reason for the Harith pickup is because most marksmen, you know, are going to have problems when that Faramis starts, or that Farja starts bringing down that feathered airstrike. So you're going to have a huge problem with that. And a lot of mobility from Harith means you're not going to be getting caught with that damage. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 2. Ackerman taking on Wasians and trying to solidify themselves in the top 8.
And to talk about the marksman lane a little bit more, I was saying they didn't bring a marksman, but Granger's kind of a marksman, so they answer that kind of caveat of their full fighter draft that they take sometimes, and they put in the Granger into the jungle. So with this comp, I feel like Wasians not trying to go late game at all. They want to win by at least the 16-minute mark, or else they may fall to this Eve damage DPS over time. It could be Zia in the later game, have so much damage and survivability with the dashes as well. I don't think Wasians want to go to late game here.
Very interestingly enough, we're seeing a lot of aggression from Wasians already. I'm actually not even sure who's in what lane right now. I see the emblems right now, but I'm not sure who's going where. I do see that Arlott is sporting that tank emblem, but he is kind of crossing down into the XP lane while we're getting a lot of rotations from the side of Wasians. So now we're going to go ahead to have a little standoff there. Merciless taking on Galaxy. No worse for wear as either team.
We talked about it in the draft the previous game, right? This battle plan, surviving contact with the enemy. Yes, you've got level 1 through 4 planned out, but how do we adapt into what you know Ackerman's going to play this? They're going to find some way to snake their back into this in this very strong early game. What's the next step? We want to see Wasians cleanly take this early game into the mid game and try to maybe snowball on the number 2 team. That's crazy.
Actually, Ego is going to go ahead and get caught by Kush. We were talking about his ability to close the distance. That is a 1-for-1 trade. Merciless is going to go ahead, have to back up just a bit. There's a lot of damage coming out from Ackerman down at this bottom lane. Turtle about to be up in 2 seconds, and this might be a good chance for Ackerman to clean this up without much contention.
Wait, Hove is now Atlas, and it's Ego who's playing Farce, so switching around roles as well here in this game.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not a big fan of switching out roles. We're going to see how well Hove can kind of activate, especially on this Atlas. Kush picks up the turtle, a great pickup for them. They're going to go ahead and kind of even this out, even though the kill is not really on their side.
And Ackerman need Kush to get ahead. They need him to get damage, and it's unfortunate that Ego gets picked off in rotation early because that's where Farsa is weakest. When she's used that Wings by Wings and no longer has escapability, if you can catch her at that point, very weak, and Kush expertly finds her and punishes. And an early kill on Alucard could snowball this game. It's so much of a snowball hero because he dives and chases so much. You really need to put him behind the side of ways not to find a way to stop Alucard from diving.
Well, the only problem I'm starting to see here is Alucard, Kush really not having a great time trying to chase down some of these people. The mobility becoming a huge issue, especially when it comes to kind of being in enemy territory. We were talking about this. In comes Hove, trying to look for a little bit of CC, does catch a little bit of a whisper in that bush, so he is going to still provide the vision he needs for his team.
Yeah, I think Wasians want to be way more aggressive with this early game, and kind of been stunned by Ackerman playing defensive.
Yeah, unfortunately, Toinks does miss that Tyrant's Wrath, and now we're coming in for a lot of damage. Zia tries to come in, takes a heap of damage from that Feathered Airstrike. Here comes the Fatal Links, maybe countered Ego, able to pick up the kill onto Toinks, but in comes Kush picking up the kill onto Hove. Catches a stun for his efforts. It is now 4-2 in favor as Chacho catches a kill onto... who did Chacho catch a kill onto? I believe that was... Nicolette.
Yeah, Nicolette goes down. Kush 2-0. Very good start for who you need the damage on. If Kush didn't have a good game here, it was going to be a real damage struggle for the side of Ackerman in these early game team fights. But I've got to say, Ooga Booga's micro in that fight, incredibly good at Khalid. And you would think as a marksman, Khalid really wouldn't be in your wheelhouse or things you play, but what a micro coming out from him, using the heal, the dash, the passive, everything in his kit, expert.
Yeah, now we're going to go ahead and get to this turtle. Ackerman going to go ahead and start it off. Ooga Booga trying to come in, but does get a little bit of a dance there from Ackerman, who's going to go ahead and get zoned out a bit. Toinks warming up the bands, going to try to get onto Hove. Catches a beautiful flicker onto the enemy juggler. Chacho goes down. Here comes the Feathered Airstrike, and now we are starting to put it in. Ooga Booga takes a kill on the Kush. Toinks goes down next. Galaxy in the midst of this fray. Merciless still fighting for this. Turtle still has not gone down either way. Diving in is Merciless, picks up the kill onto Zia. Galaxy is running for his life, about to catch a stun from Hove, but both Wasians from Merciless and Hove are going to go ahead, turn their attention back onto this map.
Yeah, I think Ackerman got a little bit too aggressive in this early game, where Wasians has this advantage with this full almost fighter. I struggle to call Granger a real marksman because yes, he is a marksman, but he kind of falls off in the later game. You don't think about him as a traditional late game powerhouse, right? And so in this early game, that's when Ackerman doesn't want to fight. They can take this to the late game. That's where they want to be, and they get a little bit lost in that in early game fight against Wasians. Such a strong team fight.
What a beautiful ult from Chacho. Catches Kush way back on the map and gets taken out. This is going to go ahead, open up the turtle for the side of Wasians, who are having a heck of a game here in their second game. Here comes the real world manipulation. Nicolette gets taken out. Ego with that deep damage onto them. Ooga Booga still putting on the pressure on the top lane, and this might be a draft difference for the side of Ackerman, who might have been a little bit more lackadaisical about this game than they should have.
Right, you're seeing that Kush questioning, was Alucard the pick right here? There was a lot of other stuff on the table, and I went for this all-in hero, right? But if you go all in, look at what the rest of Wasians have. Absolute kill potential on the side of Wasians here, and Kush fell right into it.
Yeah, unfortunately, Toinks comes in with the Tyrant's Revenge, is not able to land the stun. Hove gets taken down as well by Kush. They're still in this game, and I feel like if we can get deep into the late game, it's going to start favoring Ackerman a little bit more, especially as Chacho will start to fall off. But can you make it there? Can you create the path you need to kind of deep dive into that late game? As we're sitting here at the 6-minute mark, 10-4 in favor of Wasians.
Oh, not the pause meta private. Come on, we were just getting into that one. I feel like, but a little bit of time to kind of marinate on what's happening here. We've got a 7th place team facing a 2nd place team, and they're up 3k gold 6 minutes in, have a little bit of things going on for them. Merciless 2-0, Ooga 3-0, Chacho 3-1. Really great start for them, and they need to complete this snowball because as we've talked about in this later game, you're going to find yourselves into a Grok coup for a Yves in the back line, things like that. You really don't want to take the late game.
Well, you have a great opening strat on the side of Wasians, especially when it comes to the XP laner. I mean, there's not much that's going to be able to beat that in the early game. Granger starting to take off there. There's not much. This is kind of expected, but not that type of gap. I think we're at like 6 kill difference right now for the side of Wasians and Ackerman. And like we said, you need to still kind of create that path, not get overwhelmed to the point that when a Lord comes out, you're not able to successfully defend or even contest it. A real frustrating game coming out there for the side of Ackerman. We're going to jump right back into it here. You can see the pressure being put up onto the top. Sia in a little bit of trouble. They are going to go ahead and clean up that lane. You do see the cut coming from Ooga. Down comes the Zaman Force as Sia putting on the damage. Also followed by the Feathered Airstrike. Sia gets picked up cleanly. Chacho still on a roll right now. Slow coming on the Hove. Is that going to be enough? That's definitely not a target you really want to chase, especially with 4 members of Wasians still unaccounted for and hiding in that bush.
I want to highlight this play right here because you see both Ackerman going down the bottom lane, being proactive in the play. They give up the top lane. They know that play is dead. Oh, the outplay!
Yeah, beautiful play there by Merciless. Put both Ackerman members into the tower, but it's not going to be enough as Ackerman go ahead and clean it up. Galaxy's not going to be able to get out of here. Uses that flicker. Does get cleaned up by Ego. And Kush is kind of running for the hills right now. Does not want any of this right now as he sees Galaxy does get taken down.
Merciless smooth with it. I love that repositioning of team fight, and Final Slash is so good at that as it looks like Hove has been caught out here a little bit out of position. He does get taken down in the end, and that will actually punish them as this turtle is up on the field. A little bit of mid pressure, probably going to rotate into turtle heals. Kush already starting the turtle.
Yeah, you can already start seeing that damage going down. Ooga able to take a tower off screen. Chacho in a little bit of need of help here as in jumps Merciless. You see that flicker coming out from the side of Nicolette there. He's going to go ahead and lay down the slow. Ooh. Zia on the side here taking some damage from Chacho down to 1/10 health. Kush going to be able to clean this up easily. Ooga powerless to go ahead and watch. Dives in. Nicolette gets taken down. Galaxy comes in, is not able to put enough damage, and here comes Ego with that Feathered Airstrike to secure their engagement. Toix in a bit of trouble, trying to run himself to safety. Galaxy places down a wall. He's going to pay for that with his life. Sia comes in with the Zaman Force, and we see that ultimate from Atlas coming down. Chacho cleaning up Kush, and we are still diving in. Sia gets picked off as well. That is a full team wipe for the Wasians. Are they going to be able to take this all the way? That is still 4 members trying to put on the damage. Nicolette is still up. Ooh, catching a lot of damage from Chacho. Is still trying to go ahead and clean up this lane. Beautiful defense there from Nicolette, but man, what a great play and great engagement from Wasians.
Ackerman getting a little bit baited here into fighting in this early game. They don't want to let this early game go, and they have a later game scaling comp, not playing to that win, just trying to say, we're 2nd place team, you're 7th place, we just win, right? But Merciless on this R-Lot, there's so many players. Ooga especially, I have to highlight his Khalid play is so clean. This pocket pick from Ooga is just nasty. Honestly outplaying a lot of these team fights. Chacho doing so much DPS, cleaning up these team fights, and we're 9.5 minutes in, and Wasians has already busted the shield off the mid lane turret.
Yeah, I see it coming in here with that Zaman Force dancing around Ooga, who does get taken down here as well. Galaxy actually picking up a Blade of Despair now, so he's going to actually be doing a great amount of damage. 17-8 right now as we move into the 10-minute mark.
The Grok split push, man. The 5-head strat coming in here. BOD first, baby. May get chased down here, but I don't expect it. Grok has so much escapability. Anytime he really wants to get out, he has a wild charge, and he still has his flicker up. But here, Kush making picks on Farsa for the 2nd time.
Yeah, beautiful pick there, but does get latched up there by Ego. Down goes HOV. Merciless comes in there, picks up the kill onto Kush. Galaxy might not be locked for this world. Nicolette picks up the kill onto Merciless, allowing Ackerman to go ahead and escape from that engagement. Toix comes in, lands a beautiful pick up there, and Ooga in some trouble. Toix trying to get himself to distance. Galaxy waiting, trying to put on the damage. Nicolette on the side here, blowing up minions in that mid lane. This is a great start for this Lord for the side of Ackerman.
Echo's got to be so much more careful when he's rotating with his wings by wings. Kush continues to find him out, predicting his rotation, where he's going to be on the map, and finds him again and gets the kill. That's so much burst. Alucard can just, honestly, 2-3 hit Farsa out completely. Purifier, no. And completely, but she has to be so much careful in these rotations, because when Farsa goes down, that opened up a big team fight for Ackerman, and a little bit of chink in the armor here as Ackerman pull themselves back, only a 2,000 gold down now.
Ooh, Conceal Blade is out. Hove does spot out Toinks. Is this going to be what you want? Fatal Links comes out there. Toinks in a bit of trouble. Does get taken out. This is going to go ahead and make this a 5v4 for this Lord. They're not done yet. Galaxy does catch a little bit of vision there for the side of Ackerman. Wasians coming in, cleaning up the mid lane. Look at the damage coming out from Chacho. Hove comes out. Does go ahead, try to put on some damage. Galaxy dancing around there, trying to keep vision on this Lord for his team. In the back, Kush picks up the kill onto Ooga Booga. Now we have the side of Ackerman going to go ahead and lock this engagement. Merciless is the next on the list to get picked off. The whole of Wasians diving in here. Zia comes in, Zaman Force activated, trying to put the damage on the Hove. Catches a feathered airstrike for his efforts. The rest of Ackerman laying in wait. Ooh, they actually take some damage there. Hove actually gets spotted out in that bush. Now we're continuing on this Lord. Not a great position.
Ooh.
Galaxy gets taken out by Chacho. And the combination of the mage. Big pop up there onto Hove. Is it going to be enough to take him down? Kush comes in for the finishing touches, latches on the Ego. Not able to put just enough damage on, but a great job by Ackerman in the back lane to keep the Lord in play.
Yeah, they keep that Lord leash and it doesn't get the reset. Very good situational awareness from Ackerman there in the midst of a team fight to still keep the leash on the Lord so they can pick it up. Had they not done that, Wasians then walk back with outnumbered team fight. Now Hove's gone and they full help walk into this, right? And Ooga Booga, it felt like gave that over a little bit, dives into 3 in the top lane and gets absolutely demolished. And then you have a 5v4, Ackerman take the Lord. This was a very important moment for Wasians to win here, because now Ackerman, 13 minutes in, have got a Lord. They're extending this game to this point where Khalid falling off a bit, no late game marksman on the side of Wasians may start to hurt a little bit here.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to mention. Here we're at the 13-minute mark. Chacho starting to fall off. Khalid starting to fall off. We do have another pause here, but this is the transition that we were talking about. If you want to run a composition like that, outside the box and as successful as it was in the earlier game, you really need to be able to have the ability to transition those kills into objectives, to transition those objectives into an early lead and an early close of the game.
Yeah, we talked about Wasians having, in their game plan A, B, and C. But where's, I don't know my letters, where's the rest of the letters in the plan there, Like yes, you come out with a strong early game, but then we kind of drop the ball in fighting for it, and Ooga Booga dives way too deep to try to zone out the rest of the team, but the team wasn't ready to take Lord themselves, and then you have a 5v4, and things kind of fell apart right there. Let's see what Wasians can do to try to eke this out before Ackerman scaling catches up.
Yeah, we're already seeing that Ackerman in the lead when it comes to gold. Feathered Airstrike comes out there with the finishing touches. Galaxy in a little bit of trouble. Are they going to get baited into here? This is not... They know. They knew that bush, and that's what you can expect from teams here at the top 8 of North America. They weren't going to go ahead and get baited into that bush. Ackerman was waiting anyway. Now we're going to go ahead. Looks like we're going to reset on the map.
What a read, like the Private was just talking about. Everybody see, bush, and they all dip off. Somebody definitely called that in comms because all the players kind of walked away from that bush immediately. Ooga Booga!
Ooh, the damage from Ooga Booga does catch Zia slipping there a bit. Even used the Zaman Force and it wasn't enough. Here comes Toinks with the Tyrant's Rage. Is it going to be enough? Wings by Wings have been activated, and you see Kush landing the kill onto Ego, but Galaxy goes down as well. Chacho down, that is 2 down for the side of Wasians. Ooga Booga follows at 3 down right now. It is all Ackerman right now as they are pushing into the side here. Is it going to be enough to close this up? They do put down that slow. Merciless and Hove alone trying to defend this tower against 3 members. Might not be the fight that Ackerman wants. They come in here anyway. Toinks putting on the damage. Going to go ahead and land some CC. Toinks in a little bit of trouble. Hove goes down to Kush. And now it is 1v3. Merciless down. Is this going to be it? Is this going to be the wipe for the Ackerman? Are they going to be able to close this up? It doesn't look like they want to. Smartly going to go ahead, reset on the map, and clear out Wasians jungle.
I think there's nothing wrong with that. Backing off the map right there. The minions weren't there. Wisely decided to back off. Take some buffs. Take the jungle. Kush, you're setting up for a pick, though. Looking for somebody to get a little bit out of position. Walk up to clear these lanes. And looking for Farsa mostly. Could pop the Granger as well, though. But Kush, 13-4. He needed to have a good game, and a good game he has had.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, Ackerman doing such... Oh my god, Grok was able to steal that orange buff from the side of Wasians. Hove with a missed Fatal Links as well. They're starting to get frazzled, and you can tell Ackerman on the chase right now. Gonna go ahead and clean out mid lane while you see a little bit of engagement helping down at bottom. In comes the Summon Force activated. Merciless gonna have to expend that flicker while up at the top. Hove gets caught by Kush. Are they gonna be able to put on the damage? Down goes Merciless. Zia cleaning up that right now as we are taking down the rest of the high ground towers. 5 members to 3 here. Are they going to be able to stop it? Wasians might be the last game they play here for the night. Down comes the Feathered Airstrike, still trying to put on the damage, and that is almost a full team wipe. Ego does take down Toinks, and we are still trying to put damage onto this tower. You don't have the minions just yet, but that's going to be all she wrote. No, it is over. Unfortunately, Wasians take the L here for this series in a very successful game played by Ackerman.
Ackerman weathered the storm, played to their strengths, waited a little bit longer. Felt like they were getting baited in early, taking those team fights when they were just outclassed. They didn't have the early game that Wasians had. Ackerman taking a little bit longer, and Wasians can't chain together their objectives properly, and they take the L after they controlled the early game so hard. They were up so many kills, and it's tough to see them just lose steam around that 11-minute mark, 12-minute mark. It seemed like everything fell apart.
Yeah, an amazing game. I mean, look at these stats right now. 2-3, 0-7, 0-5. Not exactly the stats that you would find on a winning composition there.
Yeah.
However, you put it perfectly. Weathered the storm. Ackerman just knew their win conditions better. They knew that all they needed to do was, sure, they're going to take a couple of deaths. Yeah, maybe a little sloppier. Maybe they learned that lesson a little too late because they were taking a decent amount of deaths in the early game when they should have not been trying to engage, not been trying to force these fights. However, as it came into the late game, once Khalid started wearing off, once Granger started wearing off, once Merciless started wearing off, you saw the tides of change come in there. And what a great execution by Ackerman there at the end.
Xina, what do you think? That was a crazy game for me. It sounded like Kush hard carried.
Dude, what you guys were saying about Nicolette and Kush, they were doing an amazing job together. They were doing so well. They're still the top 2. You know, they're a top 2 for a reason, right? Who would you guys vote as the MVP of this series, guys?
Ooh, that's actually a tough one. I definitely have to go for Kush. A little bit outside the box picks this time. Fredrin, not really the flashiest. I feel like the first game went to Zia. The second time it went over to Kush. We'll see how. I don't really know who else we could go for here.
Yeah, we talked about the star performers on the side of Ackerman. We said Nicolette and we said Kush. And this time Zia, he heard us and he was like, wait, I'm a star performer too. He pulls up a game 1 dominating performance. And then game 2, Kush takes over the game. He had, everything was on his shoulders in that game. He had to hard carry, and man, he carried.
Alright guys, it looks like our next match will be Fallout versus the TheOhioBrothers. Y'all want to see how the top tier team in NA plays? You guys will come back after this short break and watch it. See what they can bring to the table.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
Welcome back, guys. But wow, what do you guys think about those matches? These games are flying by today, though.
Yeah, amazing thing there. We were just talking about it. The Wasians, while sitting at the 7th place right now, it has been very interesting to watch because they create such obvious win conditions for themselves, Ben.
Yes, and we were just talking about it when we were off a little bit. We were like, man, Wasians, 7th place team, creating an opportunity for themselves against 2nd place team. And it wasn't like Ackerman was trolling or they're picking crazy things or playing poorly. They couldn't fight them in the early game, and Wasians create that opportunity for themselves. Couldn't like finish their snowball cleanly and got picked apart by Ackerman, who had the late game scaling, and then at that point they couldn't play. But Wasians draft and their gameplay creates opportunities in games they're not supposed to win.
Yeah, but it's very tough to have that going against 2nd place. Ackerman just knew it a little better, very faster on the rotations, very better with the synergy, and better able to answer things as they're happening on the field. And that's what you expect from a 2nd place team.
But speaking of synergy, the Ohio Brothers synergy is on point. What do you guys think about this up-and-coming match? Will Fallout be able to take out the Ohio Brothers?
That's a loaded question for me. Ohio Brothers, not a team in the top 8, have been able to do it just yet. We have seen just the smallest, like when Thanos gets hit by Tony Stark, all that for a drop of blood. They got at least one tarnish on their almost perfect record, and that was due to them trolling. Well, what most people would point out was them trolling and the other team kind of coming with an outside the box brand of picks. Are we going to see that same thing when it comes to Fallout?
Yeah, that's the question. When I was predicting these games, I was like, okay, how hard is TOB going to troll? They lost a game. Will they throw another one? Like, because it feels like TOB stomps game 1. They pick something experimental, we'll say game 2. Maybe they win, maybe they lose. If they lose, they go back and they stomp game 3, right? So we'll see if that pattern continues and if Fallout's able to abuse that cycle. Will TOB troll too hard, give over a little bit of shift of momentum, maybe get tilted out and then lose game 3? All that things can happen. And I have to say, from the side of Fallout, they've really impressed me with their early game. They're a late game MO team, and they've played that late game style a lot, and they're comfortable. But last week, they brought out a lot of early game punches and actually snowballed a couple times. It was really great to see from them.
Do you want to bet on that? Do you guys think the Ohio Brothers is going to troll this time around? Isn't that?
Well, that's pretty interesting. Ohio Brothers, I mean, we talk about the trolling here, but I mean, as on the positive side, Ohio Brothers are just a force to be reckoned with. The synergy that they come with when it comes to these ganks in the early game. Every single time they come to a side lane, they are ready. They have a plan in mind. Every single player knows what they're supposed to be doing, and they execute it to perfection, to the point there's no use even running. If you are marksman, or if you are an XP laner on the enemy team, when you see them coming from the front, you might as well stand still, because you know there's going to be somebody behind you to kind of close up the gap and sandwich you in between the Ohio Brothers and get that gank. They are just so good, and the presence of map, it's just unbelievable.
And to speak to how good they are, they can afford to troll. That's how good they are, right? They can pick these whack comps in game 2. Gonna win game 3, and it's such a strong lineup. I don't think we're gonna see the Gushin Johnson again, but we may.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and move here on into the first draft. I definitely want to see what Fallout has in store. We've commented on it before. What we think people need to be doing against the Ohio Brothers. I mean, I've seen everything kind of tried out against them. Maybe we're at the point where we need to kind of start trying to hunker down on Shark. Maybe try to take some of his picks off the map. See how Shark does on some of those off-brand picks when it comes to not having a Lolita, not having a Grok. We do know that he does like those outside the box picks when it comes to the Fanny, but I mean, how well would it do? Fallout, no real slouch just yet. We'll see how well these two teams can do when they collide together.
I 100% agree with you, Private. It all starts for TOB with Shark. His map awareness, his position, the vision he provides, the pressure he puts on an enemy team. The TOB just has, it's almost easy for them after Shark does his thing, right? Make him uncomfortable. Make him not be able to play those heroes that he knows like the back of his hand. Lolita, Grok. There are a couple others he's really good at. Hard target him. Make it cripple that ability TOB has to completely pressure you out, and just know what you're doing. Be aware and see your rotation of your move that before you even do it, they already are aware, and take that away. I think everybody's looking to Lolita ban, Grok ban, throw a couple more bans at the roam position, put him on something he's uncomfortable on.
Yeah, we do see out here, we're going to have a Diggy ban out there. Maybe something in mind for the side of Fallout. On the side of the Ohio Brothers, we do see that we're going to go ahead and take out Joy. That mobility being a big issue, and the damage in the early game has been a big issue for a lot of teams. As we move on, I mean, I'm definitely wondering what we're going to expect here. A lot of eyes on the Ohio Brothers here, not just with Shark, but of course with Hoon and Best Player. There's been an argument between a lot of North America, whether Hoon or Nicolette is the #1 mage here. I mean, you have to give the edge to Hoon. They do have the victory over them. So, I mean, there's that. But, I mean, we're moving into the second round robin, closing out this one tonight as both teams, like I said, every team here looking to solidify themselves. Ohio Brothers have done just a great job. First place, have not lost a single series. Do we think it's going to happen here tonight?
It would be a very strong upset. We'll say it that way, right? Because TOB is at the top of the ladder. It's just a skill dip. They're so much better. Their draft is better. They're better players. They're better, right? But will the hubris overcome them? Can Fallout use that in their advantage and take and punish them for it? What can they do in this? I really like the progression from Fallout throughout the series, the season thus far. And because they're starting to change their MO and play different comps and show me they can play early game too, I think they've grown so much more. And TOB, it doesn't feel like they've grown. They're just the top team, and they've stayed at that level. But there's no reason for them to go up because they're the best, right? It's Fallout, though, has shown so much growth. It comes to a point of, can teams grow enough to catch up to TOB and finally have some competition? Or will TOB stomp this game out again?
Yeah, and that's the interesting point there. Excuse me, as Fredrin gets taken off the board by TOB. The problem is, especially when you're as good as the Ohio Brothers, when they go ahead and they win these matches in such a dominating fashion, it's very hard to tell. Are they getting better, or are they just crushing as always? Right now, we see a lot of teams trying to clamor up for that spot. A lot of teams trying to take that spot, and a lot of teams trying to train to kind of face them. If you're going to go ahead and face in North America, try to get those wins. Ohio Brothers have to be on your list. This is the team to beat. This is the team that you want to have those victories against to kind of match your gills against. Melody going to go ahead, pick up this Kaja as a first pick.
And we'd like that. We'd love to see Kaja, Divine Judgment Flicker. It gets through the bands. You pick it up first pick. It is worth the first pick, in my opinion. I like it a lot. But we've seen Kaja just really struggle when they get behind. When they're not the ones sitting in those bushes with vision and being able to be ahead of the play, Kajas really struggle when they're in vision because their engage is just so predictable. Yes, you have the flicker to close the distance, but you're given a little bit more space to work. And we didn't get to see what we wanted where Shark's been banned out here. Maybe in the second part of draft, they'll throw a couple of bans at him. Maybe they take the Lolita for themselves, but they've already got the Kaja. That wouldn't make sense. So we didn't get what we wanted, and it looks like Shark's going to be able to pick up one of his comforts here.
What I do like, though, is on the side, while I was kind of a little uneasy about seeing that Hoon gets put on the Farja, it's a very comfortable pick for Hoon. Not only does he able to output a lot of that early game damage, but he makes such great plays in the early game by rotating quickly with Shark to really punish those side lanes. However, on the opposite side, Fallout has a lot of CC, not just CC, but a lot of negation to that CC, whereas Midnight's can avoid a lot of CC. Anna can avoid a lot of CC with that Thorned Rose as well. Not just CC, but damage as well. So we're going to see how well this can play it into it. You can have the greatest draft in the world, but as we've seen here tonight, it comes down to execution as well.
And basic picking up the Leslie very early. Brody's still on the table. So Brody can really punish Leslie's laning phase. And so I'm looking at if it doesn't get banned out, I don't think they would ban it for themselves. They could pick up something that counters that. And a very early Leslie pick here could be abused. But they're saving this jungle pick very late. They've saved the roam. They've turned out, there's still the Grok available for Shark, though. They got the coup for the Lolita. If they were able to maybe take one more, I guess the Kaja technically is taking something away from Shark, but he's still got Grok he could play.
Yeah, interesting enough, the draft from the Ohio Brothers right now tells me that there is a lot of early game. Depending on how Yoreshi wants to use this R-Lot, you can do, like we've seen tonight, we've seen 2 times that R-Lot was used in a more damagey type of burst role. If you're going to go ahead and continue that, especially with best player on the smartest, you have a huge early game that you can go ahead and take advantage of to the point where you could lock it down in the 12-minute mark.
Yeah, and I think this is the first time we've seen Martis play today. Correct me if I'm wrong, Private. The Brody has picked up, but Martis has moved to what I feel like is that S tier of jungler, and he's usually banned out, is taken here. And the combination of Martis and Arlot, for it to explain it, the Mortar Coil from Martis, skill 2, is able to give Arlot 3 marks, and he can dash 3 times within that one skill. Then Martis has another CC, and skill 1, he's able to give Arlot a mark, and that's before Arlot's passive and his own skills. So a ton of CC and damage early game. The level 2 spike for TOB is absolutely incredible. No way. Please don't do it.
He's dancing around it. Not sure if he's gonna pick it up. He definitely is looking to I guess exhibit something out there. Right now though, with the Martis pickup, I mean, you have a devastating amount of early game. You were talking about it. The Mortal Coil ignores CC, ignores damage. That is already taking like 3 people off the board for the side of Fallout when it comes to Martis trying to engage. We do see Shark going ahead, settle down. Somebody on the team must have been like, bruh, don't do this to them. They don't deserve it. So he goes ahead, settles on the Grok pick up there. But this is a lot of people with negating abilities that can charge and break through the line of Fallout.
I really would have preferred a Brody rather than the carry. I feel like you actually kind of gave lane over a little bit to the Leslie because Leslie can poke carry out of lane. Very short range marksman can be abused by that Leslie invisibility poke mechanic. I think a great thing is the level 2 spike for Martis and Arla. I really like that a lot, but something that goes really well into Martis is the Kaja. Suppression will go straight through that Mortar Coil, and all of that ability to get past CC, Kaja, super suppression.
Yeah, we're going to see how well this kind of formulates here. Game 1, Fallout taking on the #1 place, the Ohio Brothers here, seeing if they can put another Mar into the armor of the Ohio Brothers.
It looks like a good game. Great draft from both teams here. Without the, except for the carry pick over the Brody, I feel like I really like both comps. I see both win conditions clearly. I think that test here is going to be Midnight's X-Fleur, right? If Midnight can have a good game and get going on Kadita, this could be a whole different game for them.
Yeah, we do see a little bit of an engage there. At least Melody doing a great job trying to get vision, at least trying to see where the side of OhioBrothers are starting up on the map. The only problem here, oh, you can see down there already, a little bit of a gap as Anna hasn't finished down the rotation yet, hasn't been able to go to the purple buff as Amardis has already started on the orange. Oh, Yureshi comes in with that Petrify, lands it onto Uzi, takes him down to about half health.
Well, let's take a second and look at Yureshi's build. High and dry, Petrify, kill, focused, lane coming in, and we love to see this adaptation from Arlot. In the early stages of him played in the pro scene, he was always tanky, he was always fighter, building full tank, and it wasn't working. These players have shifted to a more damage-focused Arlot, playing the assassin side of this assassin fighter. Now high and dry, Petrify in the lane. Lapu's good into Arlot, but man, he's going to have a lot of help. This Farce and Martyrs going to be in that lane nonstop.
Yeah, and what this tells me right now is that the OhioBrothers are going to start things off early, and they are not going to let up until the job is done. So look for them to get a stranglehold on, and look for them to go ahead and start an amazing amount of pressure and not let up. Still 20 seconds left on this first turtle.
Yeah, and I talked about earlier, it's if Midnight gets going, but I think maybe even a bigger point is if Kaja gets going. If Kaja can find Divine Judgment, we have a dive.
Yeah, Uzi is going to use that flicker. Does get caught in here, and that might be all she wrote. Great. This is what we were talking about. The great amount of synergy from the side of TOB already costing or getting them a first kill.
And it seems like there's no answer from the side of Fallout here. They're not prepared for that. They're at Turtle, but there's already 2 members of Turtle there outnumbering you. You didn't go make a play on the bot side. You reacted to this top lane play, and now you're outnumbered in your own play.
Yeah, and already Yureshi does a great job of zoning out Anna, and this is going to be a free turtle for the side of OhioBrothers.
It's really tough for an Arlot to get ahead. He's going to be nerfed soon, I believe, in the patches, but for an Arlot to get ahead, high and dry, Petrified, there is no more kill-focused laner in the game, I don't think, and Lapu, he does have 4 now, so we will have that ability to flicker out of things, but he's going to have that Bravest Fighter to be able to have the CC negation, so he plays really well into Arlot, but Arlot's already been accelerated, and in the pro scene, it's never a 1v1. There's always somebody in the bush. Somebody's always coming to your lane to rotate in that fight.
Yeah, and that's going to be the biggest problem here is those rotations. Shark does catch a little bit of damage there, but is going to be able to negate that CC and walk right through it.
Where is Mello? We need this Divine Judgment paired up with some damage here. Right now, we're babysitting Guapsi to make sure he has a good lane phase, but now you have vision on Mello. We know you're not making a play on the top side.
Yeah, and you do see a great patience by the side of Shark, or by the side of TOB there. Shark doesn't actually go in there, just kind of doing his job, getting some vision there. We do see Midnight's checking that bush, does spot out Shark. Anna goes ahead, puts on some damage, but isn't really in a position to go ahead and bring on the chase.
Full vision. Shark, again, doing his thing. Look at him, just walking and getting vision. Oh, Mello's down here still. You're good top lane. You can go in on Lapu.
Yeah, and now we're kind of continuing this on right now. Fallout doing the best that they can. You see them, they are not making the same mistakes here. They are way behind the first tower. They definitely know that this the OhioBrothers gank is coming. Guapsi not in the best position here, but Melody definitely primed to go ahead and counter this gank. Great job there by Fallout to not get baited out into the same thing that happened up on the top lane.
I love when True Vision comes out and everybody sees everybody and they're like, oh yeah, hey, we thought you were here. We were just making sure you're there. Hey, everybody gives a wave and then we go back to farming our lanes and we'll reset. We'll try to rotate again. Best player, level 7, a level ahead of Honor right now, doing a great job of finding an advantage in farm.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we do have Shark here in a bad lane between 4 members of Fallout. Does catch himself a death, and Midnight's going to go ahead and pick that up. A little bit overconfident was Shark, but he does open up this turtle for the side of the OhioBrothers. Fallout, Anna not really going to be able to do much. And you see Uzi on the back line, but they are going to go ahead and clean up lane. This is another free turtle for the side of OhioBrothers.
I think wisely they give up that objective. Yes, they get the kill, but they're late in the movement towards Turtle. They're down here playing around the bottom lane. I really like this change from Fallout. Now reacting to the plays of TOB, making their own plays. Yeah, maybe get a turret. What if we dive Leslie? Now Grok has to haul down to that bottom lane and give him more protection. Great moves from Fallout in this early game, weathering a lot of the pressure of these early game rotations coming out from Hoon, coming out from Shark with Total. Almost is like he's seeing the vision we have here.
Yeah, and this is the interesting thing for me is I expected them to kind of be a little bit more aggressive, try to get those kills and try to go ahead and make this like a snowball event. However, a very more patient TheOhioBrothers here when it comes to these engagements. If they don't find it, oh, as we say that, we do have a pop-up there followed by a feathered airstrike. Wopsy gets taken down. In comes the rough waves. This is going to be enough as Best Player goes ahead, uses that mortal coil to get himself out of harm's way. Anna comes in with that Thorned Rose, does not catch anybody, but more to negate the damage, and CC possibly coming in there. One clean kill for the side of TheOhioBrothers, and then they disengage.
I have to say, like, I don't think it's a lack of aggression from the side of TheOhioBrothers. I think they're rotating, they're signaling to make plays, but they have this one little last check, and then they realize, oh, Fallout's playing really far back. They're really prepared for this, and Fallout playing into this very well, very defensively, and they're hanging on. Honestly, they haven't let a snowball go through. Yeah, it's a 2K gold lead, but it could be so much worse when the early game Martis, Farsa, Arla, it could be so much worse. I have to give props to Fallout here, weathering the storm thus far.
Yeah, and doing a great job when it comes to these. This is what we've been talking about, is these rotations. Fortunately, Fallout, we've seen it before. Oh, actually, Best Player kind of coming in here, definitely trying to take this out. You see Anna does get refused, so she doesn't get that purple buff. Best Player going to walk away with a free buff.
Yeah, and Lance really needs blue. Now, Tank Slat's going to have a little bit of exception to that because he's building items like Dom Ice, like things, Thunderbolt, things that have a lot of mana into it, right? Hoon, maybe caught by a wild charge, but he gets baited. Midnight dives and gets rocked. That's such a... And Kadita wants to dive. Every time that Farsa ult comes out, Kadita's going right in there under and trying to pop her, but Hoon, just a little bit a step ahead of the play.
Yeah, you see a Fallout with a decent position. Glopsy does show himself a little early there. Melody forced to come out there with some damage. And on the obvious side, you do see that concealed play by Shark as he's inching forward. In comes Anna, puts a little bit of damage on there. This might be a little bit of a bait. Oh! Anna being able to take out the turtle with that retry. Great play by Anna to get in there, use that Thorned Rose, and then retry the turtle.
Anna is so nasty. That was a 3v1 and gets the turtle. When your jungler is able to, like we talked about in the draft, avoid all this CC that's coming out from the enemy team, and Anna making it look easy.
Oh, she does get CC'd there, and as well is going to use that Thorned Rose and the Phantom Execution to get out of dodge, but does lose a tower in play for that.
Oh no, I was just talking about the amount of pressure, but then Kaja dives, Mello doesn't find the target, and now in a 3v2.
Oh yeah, Melody tries to put on the damage, but down comes Hoon with that feathered airstrike. Mortal Coil, Best Player comes in with that decimation, able to find a kill, and also another kill on to Midnight. Best Player zooming around the map, gonna make short work of this bottom lane, and I expect TheOhioBrothers to go ahead and continue the push.
Oh no, we were talking about like Mello's really important in this game to get going, those divine judgments with the flicker, and he flickers under turret and misses it. It was off camera, burns the spells and misses it, doesn't get Leslie, and then TOB slowly collapse on them and take the free kills. It's really rough to see Mello in the spot. 0, 1, and 1, hasn't been really involved with the game and needs to get picks.
Yeah, you can see right now a lot of damage going on to Shark with that speedy light wheel. Hoon comes down with that feathered airstrike from the back line. Best Player coming in onto the flank, putting on the damage, and now forcing Melody to get out of dodge. Here comes the rough waves, not able to get it out as Melody or Midnights gets shut down before they can activate that ultimate.
They're walking in 1-by-1 private, trying to make plays like 1v3, 2v3, things like that, and they've broken away from this very passive defensive play style. And TOB's like, yeah, sure, we'll take the kills, no problem. You want to fight 3v2? Sure thing, no problem. And we'll farm more. And your mid turret's gone. Now, looking for that top turret to complete the outer ring of turrets will all be down, then maybe bringing it to a Lord. Look at how TheOhioBrothers chain objectives.
Yeah, not just chaining objectives, but a great map awareness. They knew that a wave was coming up at top, so that's the perfect opportunity for that. As I speak of that, Anna gets caught out. Is going to go ahead and get a little bit of CC on them, and they are powerless to go ahead into this Lord. We see that bravest, or that sniper come out and gives vision for the side of TheOhioBrothers. Coming in, are we going to be able to get it? Best Player still picks up the first Lord. Anna still in the thrill of things. You see Best Player trying to put on the damage, takes out the Litho Wanderer. Now is trying to continue the fight onto there. Gonna go into this bush. Does catch 3 members of Fallout. Still not able to put on a decent amount of damage. It is a 1-7 game in the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, Guapsi still has a lot of it. I don't know if Uzi knew he was in vision or not there. Just going to get picked off by, I mean, Leslie, when that ult comes out, she has vision of you and they jump down. But I want to highlight Shark's gameplay right there when the Lord was getting very low, burns the wild charge flicker just to CC Ana for a second, so it's a clean retreat. And jungle's a team game here as we have a pause call coming through. What a great job of this Shark and Best player together communicating, saying Best player saying, okay, I want to take the retreat now. Shark CCs the other jungler and he avoids the retreat fight.
Yeah, unfortunately, about a 5K gold lead for the side of the TheOhioBrothers at the 10-minute mark. That's not a position that you really want to be in, and it feels like the TheOhioBrothers have done such a great job of hitting that power spike and then doing what we said that they were going to do, which is just continue that snowball down, forcing fights now to the point where it was almost a shock to the side of Fallout, where it's like, oh my God, they're continuing to try to fight. What do we do? We have to back up, and the only problem with backing up is when you become passive, you still allow, which is one of their biggest, I want to say the biggest positives for the side of the TheOhioBrothers is that XP and marksman ganking ability. If you become passive, you allow them to start pushing on those lanes so quickly.
And see, I thought it was the passivity from Fallout early that was really good for them. They weren't being under their turret when 4 men were coming, right? They weren't trying to get one last hit on a minion. They weren't trying to 4v1, do these things. They played so passive, and it felt like TOB really had no answer for that. They're like, wait, we can't dive them. They're in the bushes. There's a Kaja there too. Okay, we got to go back and farm. And it felt like that was really stalling what TOB wanted to do in the early game. And then for a moment, I feel like they lose sight of that. And they lose sight of, hey, we need to play passive defensive. And they start to make some really greedy plays. Going in one by one, it felt like. And if you give that little bit of an advantage over TOB, they're going to take it and close the game out on you. And we'll see what Fallout can do to slow that down, maybe prevent that from happening. But it looks like TheOhioBrothers was given just what they needed to break open the game.
And we've talked about this before. The TheOhioBrothers, once they're such a advanced and great team here up at the top, once they get that stranglehold on you, I mean, it's going to take a huge mistake for them. They're not one to really let go of a lead. They're going to continue tightening and tightening and tightening that hold until there's just nowhere else for you to move. Methodically going through each turret to take down the tower until you're left with only high ground towers. And then they're going to go for the Lord and finish the job. It's just a textbook execution by the Ohio. I'm kind of glad. I know it can be very spicy to see those off-brand picks, the Fanny out there, or anything else that Shark likes to pick up. But me personally, I love to see those textbook executions, those things that people write like guidebooks on and be like, this is how you become a successful team. These are successful rotations, and that is what we are seeing from the TheOhioBrothers here.
I completely agree. I'd rather see an incredibly clean game coming out from our TheOhioBrothers, where it's like, yeah, it may be a little bit boring to watch as far as like a kill perspective. We like to see a bloody game, a lot of people trading. It's exciting, right? But there's something about a top level team who's so far ahead of other teams in the standings that they finish so cleanly. They don't make a single mistake, and they improve their gameplay even more. They master themselves over again, rather than going with the idea of, oh, we're just a little bit better than we'll win anyways kind of philosophy. I'd much rather them trend towards the cleanliness, and it's for me, I feel like that is a way that they can elevate their gameplay even more and prepare themselves for that international competition, for that other big juggernauts they're going to have to face, because I bet you're not going to play a Fanny or Johnson into like, you know, an Evos or an Echo.
Yeah, we're going to see as we jump right back into this, hopefully fixing out any type of MS issues that we're having, and we are getting right into the fray. Lord crashing into the mid. Yoreshi takes down Ana. That is one down for the side of not for Ackerman, or not, oh my gosh. We kind of flew into this for the side of a Fallout. Now we're going deep into it. Hoon putting on the damage with that feathered airstrike. We are still down to the high ground towers, but looking at the pressure, best player going ahead, putting on, looking at that attack speed right now, going in, picking up the kill onto Melody, who dared stand in the way of their tower. Beautiful engagement there by TOB. They decide not to continue here. A very safe little engagement from them, as they're going to go ahead and reset on the map. As I say that, they go ahead and get a couple pot shots on to Fallout.
Oh my lord. Yeah, using that feathered airstrike to zone people off of turrets and then going for the chip damage. And I feel like Mello kind of like lost place in this game as he locked in fleeting time. He'll have that ultimate sooner, but I feel like I haven't seen the picks out of him, and there are a lot of targets here that he can pick. You can grab the Martis, a tanky version, but still, you can grab him. You can grab the Leslie. You can grab Hoon. There are targets for you, and I feel like Mello hasn't found those yet. In Fallout, they only have 2 kills, and Mello's got the 2 assists.
Yeah, almost getting to about a 10k gold lead. He's trying to put the damage on the Ana, but I mean, that tanks a lot. So it's a little bit wasted. Shark does land a stun on the 2 members. That's going to open it up for Guapsi to be taken out. Melody's going to find a quick escape, but that is a 4v5 right now. Are you going to have enough to withstand this next push? I'm not even sure the Ohio brothers are really looking to push into here, more or less looking to zone out the rest of Fallout for this next Lord.
Now this is what I like in friendliness of recall banner. It feels like when one team's recalling the other, it's not friendly, right? But when both teams are recalling to each other, you feel that sportsmanship, even at this level, even 12-2. You could see that between these 2 players honoring each other.
Yeah, and we can see here right now, what I love about the Ohio brothers here, especially even just the little things here, their placement. When they were trying to push into that mid tower, even the placement from the Ohio brothers was a perfect amount of distance to go ahead and negate Midnight's dashing in there.
There it is.
Oh, as we talk about that, a big pop-up onto Melody, who thought that conceal play was going to fool them, but the Ohio brothers showing their wiseness, go ahead and find it out, land a beautiful pop-up from Shark, and then go ahead and dispatch.
That's the second flicker ult that Mello has missed onto Basic. And Basic, I mean, he didn't flicker, he didn't like run. Mello just whiffed twice. And so maybe that Kaj of comfortability isn't there because it's happened twice now. And I want to look at and highlight a different point, actually completely different. It's the change of EDT. EDT today has been on fire, and it's because he's been building damage, and it seems like finally in our meta in NACT, we figured out how to use EDT 4-0 here.
Yeah, and what a great thing too, it was Shark. That is why those last 2 Flicker Divine Judgments have failed. He saw it coming and he prepares for it. Basic actually got caught, but Shark was in a position, used a wild charge, and you saw Mello go up into the air and just get stopped and stomped out. So it's just such great reading by Shark, and we could talk about it until we're blue in the face, but we have an engagement happening here with the Lord coming down at the bottom. We make dispatch of the next high ground tower. Down comes the feather airstrike, trying to get a great pop-up down there. Is it enough? Hoon in a little bit of trouble. Uzi onto the back line. They are trying to go ahead. Great peeling from the side of the Ohio brothers, and they dispatch of Uzi. Guapsi still trying to put on the damage with that speedy light wheel. They're trying to clear out these minions. We see a little bit of a Thorn Rose from Ana is going to go ahead and negate some damage. Beautiful Divine Judgment does land on the best player. He is going to go ahead, use that Mortal Coil to get himself out of harm's way, and now Ana is in the midst of it, gets a kill down now. We can see Hoon laying down, trying to zone out the rest of the Fallout. They are going back, topping up in the base, but are they going to be able to withstand this next push? Minions coming from the mid and top right now as you see Hoon clearing out that top wave. One more high ground tower for the side of Fallout. Putting on the damage in the mid is Guapsi. He's already activated. Oh, gets caught out and basically finishes the touches. Yoreshi comes in and gets taken out. Hoon still putting on the damage, does take out Midnights. We are down 1-3. That is one more left for the side of Fallout. Is Melody going to be able to stop it? I don't think so. This is going to be a dominating game for the side of the Ohio brothers. They are putting on the damage. That's going to be game 1 for the Ohio brothers, showing you why they are the top of NA right now.
Woo. And we talked about what Fallout could do in that game, and it just wasn't enough. TOB on top. Now, moving to game 2, if we follow the MO of Ohio, they're going to pick something experimental, something unique, right, in the second game. But they did lose last time they did this. I wonder if that loss has prevented them from trying things out in game 2, or if they're going to play like a super serious, super clean game 2 here.
This was an interesting game for me because this was kind of shades of what we used to see from BTK. A very kind of slow, methodical, super early game until they hit their power spikes. They would still catch those off-brand XP lane, the marksman lane as well. They would catch those ganks in there, but they wouldn't really start the steamroll until all of their members had hit the power spike. Once the power spike happened, they just started this huge snowball and kept going. And this is why they are #1 in North America, in a great game played there by them.
Yeah, and I thought FalloutT was doing really well in the early game. They just lost sight of what was working. And then Mello on Kaja just didn't commit. Shark, too good for it. It just read it and manipulated the play in which not only does Leslie not get picked, but Mello dies too. And it kind of reverses that little Uno card laid on you. So this game, I like the way that they almost banned out Shark, put a lot of pressure on his draft, but still gave him Grok, which isn't his Lolita, but you still gave him something he's very comfortable on. And for at least the first 5 minutes of the game, Shark had vision on Mello all the time. It felt like Mello was just kind of like relegated to babysitting.
And even when it comes to that, it's not even just the vision. As we were pointing out, once you tried to go in with a Kaja with the flicker, still not enough, because Grok saw it coming. As soon as that flicker came out, Grok immediately using that wild charge, and Melody would go up into the air and then get CC'd down. It's just, I mean, there are just so many different factors, so many different angles that OhioBrothers are coming at you from, that you have to have such a pristine game, whether it's draft rotations and then your ability during the games. You cannot be lacking in anything to take them on.
Yeah, I totally agree. You're going to have to bring your absolute A game and get lucky to beat Ohio, right? You've got to get a little bit. And for the draft so far, it looks like they're taking it seriously, following with the Diggy ban. We'll see what they follow it up with, but I want to see a really clean game coming out of OhioBrothers here. Yes, you're up a game in the series, but I like that kind of respecting the enemy kind of fun vibe here, I guess, and executing your enemy to your fullest potential in a way to honor them and not kind of like go toe-to-toe with them. And yes, it was into Wasians, who plays very unique anyway, but still, I want to see a clean game coming out. This is FalloutT versus OhioBrothers. It should be that way. It would be a very big upset for FalloutT to take them out of the series, let alone a game off of them.
Yeah, interesting indeed. I mean, it can be done. They're not invincible, but like you said, you better come with your best haircut, your best pants, your best shirt, the best day of the week for yourself. Everything better be perfect with the stars aligning for you without making a mistake, because they have shown that they can just take advantage of so many situations. As we move on into the draft, we see a lot of mobility being taken off the board on the side of FalloutT. They're taking out that Joy. They're taking out that Wan. And then on the side of the OhioBrothers, taking out that Diggy, Clue, and Valentina.
Yeah, it leaves up Faramis and Farsa for the first pick of TOB. I wonder if they'll go to ban the Faramis here, or if they look towards maybe like a Lolita ban, or they take down themselves. I want to see Mello get a really good, strong pick for himself and have more influence in this game, because I felt like for the first 5 minutes, he sat in the bush down in the bottom lane with the carry, and they could have had more pressure, at least somewhere else in the lane. Maybe, yes, the carry backs off the lane and doesn't get to farm, but Mello doesn't have to sit there too. Mello can be making his own move, and maybe the top or the mid jungle somewhere being proactive, right? I want to praise the defensive nature going into TOB, but maybe it was doubled down too far. I don't know. It seemed to be working a bit at first, at least.
Oh, dude. I don't know if this is going to be a real pick, but I was going to say that they kind of banned themselves into a corner here, FalloutT, because if you take out the Faramis, you still have a Farja. If you take out the Farja, you still had a Faramis that Hoon could pick up. He is tap dancing around this Vexana pick. I don't know if that's personal, because I have said how much I hate seeing Vexana. And a little bit of immobility for that mage. Does have an amazing amount of burst and AoE that she can kind of output into a specific target area. The only cross and the trade-off is her mobility around the map.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be a Vex here, and it looks like they're going a serious route, and I want to really praise TOB, and I feel like them taking a loss against Wasians, I hope, has kind of cleared up that experimental phase they were in, right? And they move towards this really clean and elevate their game, right? Yeah, you're at the top of NA, but as our representative that we may send to international competitions. We want to see you go above and beyond. Show us you're this good at the international level. Stomp the international teams. That's what we want to see, right? I don't think we'll see a Layla here, but I think TankSLOUT is fine for a first pick. It doesn't give away a lot of the draft, and TOB gets to hold a lot of the things they want to do later. But this time, no bans on Shark.
Very interestingly enough, I mean, you put out the TankSLOUT. I feel like a normal team probably might have countered that. I mean, you might have seen a Kufra out there. We're going to go ahead and pick up the Farza. I do like that pickup because, first of all, it is a good counter when it comes to that Melissa, who is not banned out yet. It is also a decent enough. You would like to take that away from Hoon because he is just so good on that Farza when it comes out there. And a great answer to that, they're going to go ahead and pick up Claude, which is a great counter because he is so mobile on the map. It's going to be very hard to kind of string him down with those feathered airstrikes.
I've been waiting to see a Shark game since their exit from M4, which Shark did not have a great performance on Cho. And I was thinking to myself watching that game back then, like, oh man, he must be really kicking himself because he didn't get to do the things he wanted to do. And so let's see the redemption of Shark here. Mello tends to take the Kaja again, which I hope and pray he can get involved in this game early with.
Not a bad pick, especially with Shark on the show. He can try to come in with that Jeet Kune Do to kind of get that pop-up on the enemy. But if Melody is there, he's going to be able to counter that with the Divine Judgment and drag Shark away. Like you said, maybe a little bit of a redemption arc here for Shark. We saw how he performed on the international stage, had a lot of problems. Wasn't just Shark though on that. There was a lot of problems with that team that did not allow Shark to really kind of exercise what he can do on that show. So we're going to see how well he can play into it and be able to kind of isolate some of these members, especially when it comes to Guapsi and Midnights during these team fights. If he can get into that crowd, pick out the target he wants, and Way of the Dragon them back into his team.
Interesting that FALLOUT goes with a Lolita ban here when Cho's already been picked up, which I believe 100% of the time Cho is played in this roam role for every game we've seen Cho played in thus far. So interesting to pick and so they can't be flexed. I feel like they're that scared of Lolita Shark and take very interesting here. I think Shark though on the Cho will be able to provide almost true vision for his team and keep tabs on Mello for most of this game.
Really interesting pick here from Anna with the Ling coming out there. You're going to have to be very careful about how you enter these battles with a Cho on the field. I mean, it's going to be very interesting. We're going to see how well FALLOUT can kind of execute this composition that they have.
I like the mobility coming out for the Farsa and the Ling, able to rotate around the map very quickly at a pace the TOB will not be able to match. I want to see FALLOUT use that. You've drafted this early game rotation, the speed across the map. Let's see it in action. Let's see this Mello in a bush before the play arrives, getting ahead of rotation and punishing. But they do read that it wasn't Shark going on the Cho, and they pick up Kufra for him.
Yeah, and this is kind of almost a little bit of a misplay for me on the side of FALLOUT because you could have used that Kufra to counter the Lance. However, you don't, and now you're going to be going against a Kufra while you have a Ling on your team.
Yeah, and I think Kufra plays really well into Claude as well, if I'm not mistaken. That knock-up as well works really well and preventing the dive. I could be wrong about that. I'm not sure. But Hoon going on Kagura and doesn't pick up the Eve, doesn't go for like I feel like Faramis was open as well, and picks up Kagura. Very assassin, very slippery mage.
Yeah, this is going to be game 2. Ohio Brothers taking on FALLOUT. Still the Ohio Brothers, I mean, undefeated when it comes to series, and they're looking to go ahead and lock this out and close up this half of the round robin successfully.
Yeah, I'm kind of like really impressed with FALLOUT's ability to read that Cho was not going to be played by Shark here. And I don't know if they know that from scrims or something like that, but they completely smell that out and are able to ban the Lolita and get Shark off the Lolita. He's off the Grot. You know, he's fine on the Kufra. He plays it very well, but not one of his more practiced, played on stage picks at least.
Yeah, definitely not. And we're going to go ahead and start things off the usual way. Very interesting that we have Uzi on the Fredrin up here. Not usually seeing him in the XP lane. He's not a bad XP lane, but I don't know how well. I just feel like he shines more in that jungle position. But definitely, I mean, going to be a force to be reckoned with. Shark kind of comes in here, doesn't land a pop-up perfectly, as Midnight's going to go ahead, wings by wings to a better location to put on damage.
Yeah, and in the bottom lane, actually, Basic taking the bad end of a trade there. Guapsi gets a little bit ahead of him in this early game. Beatrix versus Claude should tend a little bit more towards the Claude in the early game, able to use the skills to poke. But Beatrix, as you get a little bit more damage, those sniper shots coming in are going to do so much damage to the Claude and able to poke him out of lane.
Yeah, you see there Ana already kind of facing a little bit of trouble. Oh, actually coming into Shark on that Kufra, does not go ahead and execute any type of dive onto him. So far, not a lot happening on the map right now. We're kind of settling into our roles, everybody being pretty safe.
Uh-oh. Basic doesn't complete the recall, and all the fallouts down here, I don't know that they are aware of it, but TOB drastically running down here to have him protection. Basic, almost, 30% health here, staying in lane. Guapsi, a couple snipes, is gone.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you really want to come into this. Basic comes out here, is going to go ahead and get back with that battle mirror image. Does not suffer any real damage, and then is going to go ahead and find himself a quick... Oh, actually, he's not. He just does not want to go home. There's somebody back there. He might owe money, and you see best player going ahead, fighting here at the turtle. Is he going to be able to pick it up? He does pick it up. Great job by the side of the Ohio brothers. In here comes the blazing duet, and Guapsi does find a quick ride home.
How is TOB getting turtle and winning a bottom lane dive at the same time? So late in rotation against a Farce and a Ling, there's no way.
Yeah, they're trying to come in the basic, and there is that Kufra play coming in, but it is not going to be enough. Finding the correct angle does Ana to go ahead and find that kill.
Yeah, you gotta think that you can't be losing two sides of the map at once. You're losing turtle and you get dove bottom. Guapsi was doing a great job. Shark maybe caught a little too deep.
Oh gosh, and then you go ahead and land your ult onto a tank. Guapsi gonna go ahead and find the kill, but it is not, I mean, it just kind of speaks for kind of finding the right and correct target. Still a 2-2 game here right now, tied with just a narrow edge advantage going to the Ohio brothers.
Yeah, I was going to talk before that dive came in. Claude kept staying in lane. Basic, he couldn't go back because Guapsi was freezing him so hard. He had 2 waves stacked up, and that would have put Beatrix way ahead in the gold. Great freeze coming out from Guapsi, but didn't have the support of the team or the pressure on the other side of the map to match it.
Ooh, beautiful way of the dragon. Ana pop up now as well. Melody able to find and escape. Best player is not content with that. Gonna dive deep into the tower to pick up that kill. And we have a pause while the feathered airstrike comes down. Man, what a great advantage there by the Ohio brothers, going ahead and diving deep after that kill.
Yeah, and I love that best player is able to get back there on the tank slot. Best player, what a good jungler. Can play the fighter, can play the tank, can play the assassin. Very versatile jungler, and you see him on full display here. Now, 3.5 minutes in as we slide back in this pause, it's TOB up 1.5k gold.
Yeah, 3-2 right now. Things starting to narrowly drip into their favor. Still in the early few minutes of this game. Really haven't seen too much gank potential coming onto Fallout just yet. As I say that, we are hiding here at the bottom lane in that bush, looking for an opportunity. Maybe smelling something in the world there. You see Melody kind of coming down there. We are starting to put on the damage. Flicker has been executed out there. Here comes the blazing duet, and Guapsi actually able to find a kill onto Shark. What a beautiful defense there by the side of Fallout.
Yeah, great actually vision by Midnight there, getting vision on Kagura, moving over. Kahun was caught rotating, and so they were ahead of the play. They knew the gank was coming, and they played extremely defensively. Shark goes a little bit too deep in the dive, and it gets punished. Great move from Fallout there, but I can't. Farce is not rotating. It's Kagura out rotating him.
Yeah, and Yureshi does come in there with the G Kundu. Ana able to pick up that turtle. Uzi comes in there taking a decent amount of damage, but that is a Fredrin you are talking about. He is not afraid to take a few punches.
What a good bounce back here from the Ling, able to pick up turtle. They got a kill. This is actually a really good stride. They're only a few hundred gold behind now. They claw back into this early game, and I want to see even more of this from Fallout. Start winning multiple places on the map. Keep vision on them. Understand where their plays are going. Yureshi.
Yeah, Yureshi with a good Way of the dragon lands onto Milo. You do see a decent amount of damage. Melody gonna go ahead, find and escape as Shark is gonna have to use that Tyrant's Revenge to get himself out of harm's way. Guapsi doing a great job of trying to clear this lane, but he does run into a yin-yang overturn from Toon, and this is gonna go ahead and secure the first tower of the game.
Little bit of greed there from Guapsi. Wanted just a couple more minions. Man, I'm so close to this next item, and gets punished. Not only does he lose his life, but he loses a turret in the bottom lane. It is traded on the top side. Turrets are 1 for 1, but you have to think, oh, why don't you just recall with the T?
And that is super unfortunate. We were just talking about some of these ganks from the TheOhioBrothers. There's only so many times you can kind of call it coming from the woods and then back up from your tower. Guapsi's starting to get a little antsy there. Definitely not wanting to back up so many times.
It's really good to rotate him from the top lane so he has a tower to fall back on now. Great map move from Fallout here, making their own plays ahead in this. I love the idea to send Beatrix to this top lane. Now, switching the lane should give advantage. You have a turret to fall back on, should give advantage.
Oh, beautiful pop-up there. Does land onto Anna, followed by a Tyrant's Rage. And that is going to be all she wrote for the enemy jungler. Now we're going ahead, continuing on this advantage and momentum.
Yeah, Farsa Midnight really dedicated to making sure this mid lane turret doesn't go down. So much so that Kagura's out-rotating him in this, and Farsa should have absolute priority in that. Kagura able to push in the lane now 2-0. The worst thing in the world is for Kagura to get ahead, the assassination potential, the pure damage that can come out from Hoon.
Yeah, you see Anna coming in here, perched up above there, is able to steal away the turtle. What a great play by him, and gonna go ahead and disappear into the mist.
I like Anna on lane. Couple of retries now come down and really keep them in this game. They're only 1,000 gold. They're holding on. They're not letting TOB to extend this gold lead.
Oh, Melody does catch a huge umbrella from Hoon. That's not going to be enough. Great play. Oh, Jirachi dives deep into the lines, taking a heap of damage from Guapsi, followed by the feathered airstrike coming down. He is super low. We do see that concealed play coming out. Anna coming down, looking for the smells blood in the water, is not able to get that kill as it already falls down to this 5-4 right now. A very even game right now for Fallout.
Great punish for Fallout. They're punishing the lack of ability there on Yureshi. Comes in, he misses the flicker. Shark!
Woo! Speaking of punishing, Shark comes in with a flicker into a Tyrant's Rage, able to find the kill onto Guapsi. Just what mechanical ability to come in there with that flicker as well.
Yeah, Shark finding another pick, making Kufr look really good. The length of engage on Kufr with the long jump comboing with the flicker into the ultimate, such a range of engage, of set availability here. It finds Guapsi, which right now is the man with all the gold on the side of Fallout. They need Guapsi to keep going, keep getting ahead.
Yeah, and doing such a great job. Hoon right now actually kind of standing out amongst the team with 2 kills of his own. We are starting to move into the 8-minute mark, 6-4 in favor of the TheOhioBrothers.
You love to see Hoon on a mechanical mid laner, right? He loves the Gushin. Kagura's probably fits right in his wheelhouse, and maybe that's why he chose it over some of the more what we think of the S tier mages, the control mages. It takes the Kagura. We want to get some kills this game.
Yeah, as we were talking about the mechanical ability, in comes best player with that Thorn Rose to go ahead and negate some of the damage. I mean, we're starting to group up here. I think we're kind of moving out of the laning phase. Conceal play is out. We're looking for a kill, and we do catch a little bit of damage onto Hoon, who gets taken out there. Great conceal play there by Fallout. Catches a sleeping Hoon.
Yes, Mello. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Mello getting in this game. He's now using his flicker, conceal, everything in his kit to make a pick. 5v4. Now your team can move around the map.
And we were just talking about kill distribution right now. Guapsi might have 3 deaths, but has 3 kills under his belt as well. So still doing a great job there. Chasing on the Guapsi. Just as I say that, we might have another death as Yureshi cleans up the bottom lane.
That was a caster curse for real, man. You just gave him another death, 100% here. And Guapsi punished, like you said, he's the man that needs to be ahead here. Shark, out of position, make it judgment.
Is that really what you want to do? In comes another pick off there by best player trying to come in with that Thorned Rose. Phantom Execution comes out there. We still have a Lord swinging at our backs right now as we are trying to juggle around all of these objectives. We can see TOB resting in the bushes, trying to go ahead. A very nice little flank there. Going ahead, latching on the Uzi. Down to 10% is the Lord. Best player going to go ahead and cleanly pick that up. Now you see Fallout in here in a bad way. Might not really want this fight, but you can see Anna doing a great job of split pushing.
Yeah, yes, they lost the objective. They decided very early in that push, though, that they were going to lose the Lord, and they were okay with it because Ling is going to split. Not sure if that's worth in the long run of things, as we have a pause come through and we get a little bit of time to talk about this. The two men who are fed, right? Guapsi on one side, Kagura on the other. Can they battle each other out, and who can win that battle? I would think that it would tend towards a Kagura with the mobility, but Beatrix just has such range and damage. It's interesting to see them face off as they're the most paid members of their team.
The biggest thing for me in this game is it is not as wide of a gap in this game as it was in the first. True. And I want to call it to a few points here. One of them is being the ability. Sure, they're still getting ganked in the lanes, but not as often. Doing a much better job of reading those ganks from the Ohio brothers and backing up to a safe distance, and actually even being able to counter a few times from those ganks from the Ohio brothers. So, I mean, I do like this because this is a learning experience, not just for the Ohio brothers, not just for Fallout, but for other teams to see this is what you need to do in that early game so that the Ohio brothers don't just steamroll over you.
I like that point, and to echo to the second point, I think Melo is involved in this game now. He's starting to make the picks. I feel like you just need to make that first one, and then you can get the game rolling. You're fine, but it's like that first one, you got to get over that hump, and he really didn't get it last game. But now taking the same hero into the same, almost a very similar drafts out of both of them, grabbing things, making picks is such a good look for Melo to get going in this game.
Yeah, and not just that, but of course, Anna doing a great job of kind of being all over the map. No matter where you're actually being punished, Anna's able to get to the opposite side of the map to punish you for that as well. Keeping this game very even. About a 1K gold lead for the side of Ohio brothers here.
Yeah, Fallout's hanging on to 1K, and they refuse to let TOB snowball the gold anymore. Look at checking bushes here. Yeah, Midnight's not getting out of the lane, but he's holding onto the mid lane turret, and that refuses access to the jungle. Smart play.
Yeah, now we're going to go ahead. We're trying to put some pressure. Down comes the Feathered Airstrike to zone out the rest of the Ohio brothers. Great job defending that mid tower for Fallout.
Look at all the map that they still have. Yeah, Lord's going to take a lot of that, but Fallout has so much far to fall back into their own map here. They have so much vision with these turrets. This mid lane's providing such pressure for them, and that's what TOB is going to be focused on the most, hitting that down.
Ooh, Ohio brothers does have a flanking position on the rest of Fallout. They do come in, do land a pop-up onto Melody, but not really much to gain there. They're just going to go ahead, zone out so that they can get that mid tower.
Yeah, I want to see, like, Melo right there. Flicker, snap that choke, grab him up in front of your team in your turret. Yeah, show me some aggression on it, Kaja. I feel like I want to see Melo even more proactive. Show me that aggression. Show me, even if I would rather always my player or my team err on the side of aggression than passivity.
Yeah, we see a little bit of a spread out here. Forefall Guapsi in a little bit of trouble in the wrong bush, coming in onto basic, but that is going to be a blazing duet. Is going to go ahead and finish the job for Guapsi.
Guapsi damage in the bush. Now, I just wonder if he had shotgun out, had he been able to make that 2v1. He very closely almost 2v1s basic and Hoon there. Hoon taking on death. Guapsi takes the death as well, but it feels like they're in this like slug match, right? Hoon versus Guapsi slugging it out.
Yeah, I mean, doing a great job. Now 8-6, starting to edge out a little for this gold lead. We're now capped at around, I want to say, a 2K gold lead in favor of the Ohio brothers.
Right, and so much material was taken off the map in that Lord push. Not only does Lord give you a good bit of gold, but then you're able to take 2 or 3 turrets along with it, and that's such an influx of gold here. Best player.
Ooh, Shark comes in with a beautiful Tyrant's Revenge into a Tyrant's Rage, and that allows Yoreshi to get in and land that Way of the Dragon onto Anna. Beautiful engagement there for the side of Ohio brothers, reading out that purple buff.
That hurts so bad because Lord is up in 6 more seconds and Anna's down for 24. They have the ability to burn this Lord and take it down, and that will put pressure on the side of Fallout. Will they contest this? Will they give it up? It looks like they've given it up and they're starting to push other sides of the map. I do like that decision. I want them to do it even more. Guapsi, push that other way. Push the bottom lane out. If you're not going to contest Lord, be present somewhere else on the map.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate for the side of Fallout. Just a great read by Shark to go ahead and get into that purple buff. And just, I mean, there's not much you can do. It's hard to kind of read that out. Maybe get a better spread on your teammates to kind of make sure that you're not all getting caught in that one ability from Shark and then going ahead and taking out with that Tyrant's Rage. So you're basically in a coma while the rest of the Ohio brothers come in to finish the job.
They were able to push their lanes out a lot, and this should give Ling the ability to split back way harder. And you don't really want to chase a Ling. That'd be like the greatest waste of time you could have. But will they be able to defend the rest of the turrets? As Ling is going to be able to solo this Lord out.
Yeah, but is he going to be able to get away with that Finch pose? You got a lot of spread here on the Ohio brothers. You know they're trying to go. They're checking bushes already down at the bottom. He does get caught out. Finch pose on there is in front of Hoon. Is he going to be able to get away? Does he have enough energy just yet? Yeah. He finds just enough energy to get himself away. Oh, but takes a heap of damage. That's going to be all she wrote for Anna.
Hoon does find him, but look at the time that Anna's able to buy on the map. All these lanes are cleared out. They didn't even lose a turret in that whole Lord push. So yes, he dies. 1 in 4 is not a great scoreline, but he's doing what the team needs right now, and that was time.
Ooh, what a beautiful way of the dragon onto Uzi. You do see that Appraiser's Wrath come down from Uzi, but does not catch a target. But checking the wrong bush is Uzi. That is 4 members of the Ohio brothers, but he is tankiness personified and just laughs at the damage and be able to find a quick escape back to his teammates.
I think a really good move from Uzi there, going in to check those bushes, because all Shark wants to do right now is 4v5. He wants to dive, get a couple of squishies, pin them down, have the rest of his team run over, because Ana can't answer with that his own backline dive. And such a good job from Uzi clearing these bushes out, getting vision. Sometimes it's not your support that does it. Sometimes it's the beefy XP landing.
Ooh, we do see the Tyrant's Revenge comes in there. Uzi, stuck in a bad way, is getting pinned down onto the map, is going to use that flicker to get himself out of harm's way, and here comes the rest of Fallout to help facilitate this defense. They do lose a tower there, though.
Mello does have flicker. I think he has conceal, and he has ulti up. So now I'm looking for him to be in a bush, be proactive on where TOB wants to go with the rest of this game, and get a good pick. Get your team back into this game, because that Divine Judgment, that's what it's made for.
Yeah, unfortunately right now, as we start seeing, we're starting to edge out more and more and more. At about a 4K gold lead for the Ohio brothers. Coming in, do land the Tyrant's Revenge. Midnights gets taken down, quickly bursted as we make short work of that mid tower. Left to only the high ground towers. Down goes Guapsi from basics damage. We are down 2 members and still have all 5 of the Ohio brothers up. We do see a split pushing down at the bottom. You can see Ana doing a great job trying to use it as a distraction, but your Reshi is on there and definitely looking to go ahead and punish him for it. Are we going to be able to make it in time, though? We're trying to split push. We're trying to trade here, but it costs us a high ground tower.
What a good, I mean, that's even in the trade, because Ling gets his as well. Now, how does it manifest itself into the Lord? Midnight will be up. Guapsi, 10 more seconds. Can TOB get this down soon enough? Where will Ling go to affect even more pressure, as he's opened up a win condition for side of Fallout?
Ana doing sneaky things here. You've seen him already been able to out Reggie, but Shark knows what's on it. He sees Ana in there. Is he going to be able to put on the damage? They've stopped putting damage onto the Lord right now because they see Ana in tow. Now we're starting to continue on this aggression. Lord taken down to about 1/3, still looking for Ana right now. We do have a pop-up coming from the Lord. Best player coming onto the back line. You can see a lot of damage. Uzi doing his best to take it out. Best player down to about 1/5 health. Ana able to take down Lord and gets the Lord. What a beautiful steal for Fallout.
Ana, put me in your backpack, carry me to school, man, carry the whole team. He gets Hoon, he gets Lord, he gets the bottom lane inhibitor turret. The high ground turret is gone. Now they have Lord pushing, and there's so much material on the side. Look at both these mid lane turrets. This is where Fallout's gonna go, using Lord as that 6th man. They're gonna group up here and siege these turrets.
This is Uzi trying to put on the damage in the backline. You see Shark taking a heap of damage. He's going to go ahead and activate that immortality. Then you see Fallout is on the push right now. Guapsi able to go ahead and put the final touches on to Shark. We have a Luminous Lord looming down at the bottom, trying to go ahead and burst into this lane. The rest of Fallout are quickly in tow from behind. They are looking to close this out on to the Ohio brothers. Could this be it? We see the Blazing Duet coming in there. Sure, trying to put on some more damage. The Lord is not taken down completely just yet. The rest of Fallout forced to disengage. They live to fight another day.
Oh, and they went for the game-winning play there, and I felt like they could have collected a little bit more map state. You can't help but fault them, though, as the #1 team nearly falls in that last push there. Luminous Lord barreling down. They just couldn't get to the base. They didn't have enough left in the kit to do it right there. Fallout making great strides here. Still 3k gold down, still 4 kills down, and they make the plays. Ana putting the team on his back with these retries.
Right now, this is the time for the side of Fallout to really kind of muster together. Keep doing what you're doing and do it correctly, especially with that split pushing potential that you have from Ana. Really carrying the team and leading when it comes to kind of splitting and putting the faith in her team not to allow OhioBrothers too much ground while he is on the other side of the map.
What a terror this Ling has created in the split push scenario, the speed at which he can rotate it. And we talked about it earlier. We thought it was going to be the Farsa matched with the Ling, but Farsa has been relegated to wave clear and ranged wave clear at that, while the Ling has been split pushing this game wide open. And the ability of Ling to split push, then steal objectives, to get kills, so versatile, and Ana's playing it to perfection.
Yeah, Melody does dive in deep.
Oh.
Look at Seal play out there. Dives into the wrong push. He's like, oh, this isn't the bathroom. Goes ahead, finds himself a quick escape. Now, as a decent play there. He's going to go ahead and get away without too much harm done to his team.
I feel like both Mello and the people in that bus were just as shocked when he got in there. Like, oh, whoa, what are you doing here? I thought, you know, what a play coming out. I can't even describe that for Mello. I've never seen someone go so far, so deep, and then just walk away.
Yeah, we're still kind of placating on the map right now. Both teams, I mean, it is a even game right now. Just a narrow 1K lead in favor of the OhioBrothers, but they have been getting punished for a lot of these engagements. You don't have to actually meet the OhioBrothers and fight with them in a team fight if you're just going to go ahead and try to play defensively while Ana goes ahead in the side lane. Oh, beautiful. But yeah, we have Divine Judgment on the best player who's going to try to get out here. They take him down before this Luminous Lord is out. Is this going to be it? Base coming in with the damage. Melody on the backside might be getting taken out here. Shark on the backline doing the best he can to CC out these. You see Ana with a great escape there, basically coming in with that blazing duet. Is not able to put enough damage on to get a kill. Melody might not be long for this world. Still has the immortality. What a great kiting ability from Fallout.
No way they survived that. They were so low, and TOB stretches out to get him, and they just can't get it. You would have never expected for Ana to be in that bush, but it's Mello standing strong here. Divine Judgment follows after Ana, who seems to be the carrying force of this game, and seals the play. Seals best player. He's dead. 14 more seconds, and Lord is up.
Yeah, and this is where the men are made. You can see Ana doing a great job. They're going to go ahead and start on this Lord. Shark trying to come in, give a little bit of vision. This might be a pushing Lord that can go ahead and close out the game. Now taken down to about third health. The rest of the OhioBrothers are not ready. Shark's going to have to disengage this. This is going to be a really easy Lord for the side of Fallout. So now they have a Lord in tow for them.
Second Luminous Lord onto the base of TOB. TOB has not been in this position thus far in all of NACT. Poised to lose a dead even game. A game they were so far ahead in, now deadlocked even. 1K doesn't matter at 21 minutes. Look at the lane pressure. All these lanes are already pushed into the side of TOB. It's all red right now, and they haven't even got their Lord walking down yet.
Yeah, and doing a great job of punishing the side of the OhioBrothers. You can see the great amount of vision, the great spread out here for the side of Fallout. A little bit of poking there onto Yureshi. Now we have a Lord coming in here. We're trying to sync up all of these lanes. We don't have mid really synced up here, and I'm wondering if that might cost them a little bit of momentum when it comes to this Lord coming down. You see them going ahead, putting on the damage now, trying to sync up these minions. Best player and Hoon here up at the top. Melody comes in, is not able to go ahead and find that Divine Judgment. Yureshi comes in, not able to find the way of the dragon just yet. It is a waiting game to see who makes the first mistake. Ana able to take out another tower. They go ahead, Thorn Rose. Now they have started on this Lord. Still looking if we can go ahead, put some pressure on. We see a camel play coming out. Uzi in the back line with Yureshi. Now we're kind of fighting out here. You see best player coming in with that Phantom Execution. They're doing a great job. This is textbook how you are supposed to defend these pushes against Fallout. We do see the Feather Airstrike coming down. He's trying to zone out the rest of the OhioBrothers. In comes Shark, landing a pop-up, but they're doing such a great job of zoning out Fallout. You shall not pass, says the OhioBrothers.
And look at itemization. Everybody's locked down. Claude trading a couple items, still not to his full build yet, but look at all those pretty items. Full stat game, 23 minutes in. Fallout was taking Ohio to the distance, and I have to critique a little bit Fallout's passivity here. Second Luminous Lord barrels into the game. What more can you ask for to win this game? Do you want to clean fight at Lord? Do you want to kill all 5 of them before you're going to end this? They really only take a mid lane outer turret. They don't crack another high ground turret here. They have no more pressure in the lane than they did before, and it feels like, what are they looking for to close the game? Do they want a 5-man sweep? How would they close this game so late?
Yeah, that's the interesting thing here right now. I've said it before, like they have a great game plan here, which is if we can't win fights against the Ohio brothers, then don't let those fights matter. We're just gonna kite them while Ana goes ahead and split pushes and make them have to split up their concentration. They're doing such a great job of it, but you cannot dip into that same well too often in the same game.
Yeah, 20 seconds to Lord here. Ana's poised for the split push, and Ling has the mobility to get from that top lane to the Lord extremely quickly. It's now Fallout who has control of the river, a complete vision of there, and this is where Mello on the Kaja will shine here. Out of vision, Shark doesn't know where he's at, neither does the rest of TOB. This is where Divine Judgment is so lethal.
Yeah, you see that they do recognize that, and oh, we do catch a way of the dragon, and that's gonna take Ana off the map. Oh, we do have an immortality. Ana's gonna go ahead. Execute does use that freeze. Here comes the Tempest of Blaze, and Ana's gonna be able to get out of that. What a great play there by Ana to go ahead and use that anti-CC to go ahead and get out of dodge.
Ana needs a raise, man. He needs an absolute raise. He needs a promotion. This man is getting it. Sells his itemization, buys Ice Truncheon after the immortality, now sells it again to buy the Malefic Roar back again, survives just long enough to get out of dodge, because that would have been a disaster if Ana goes down before Lord.
Yeah, I mean, the Wither Truncheon, just a great play. Melody and Uzi doing a great job trying to zone him out. They're not even going for the Lord. They're trying to set it up, but you do see an incredible amount of pressure starting to mount onto the side of Fallout, basically coming in here, looking to try to put on the damage. In comes the Feathered Airstrike for Midnight, so they're not going to have that ultimate when it comes to trying to take this Lord. Uzi trying to get a little bit of a bait onto this Lord, get the Lord onto their side. I mean, it's anybody's game at this point.
Yeah, TOB is not falling for the bait. They don't even think Fallout's going to take the Lord. They're not even scared of him doing it, and Fallout's not doing it. So TOB wind up with this huge immense pressure in this top lane. Basic now, somebody's got to deal with this guy. It's pushing all these turrets. Fallout refused to take the Lord, though.
Yeah, Uzi in a little bit of a bad way, down to about half health. I mean, we're doing a great job of kind of cornering it up at the top. Now we have answered, you see, basically able to take down a tower. Are they going to be able to answer this? Ana sitting up here alone. Midnight's going to come and join the fight. They are not going to be able to push this right now, but we still are looming into the Lord. In comes Shark, pops up Melody. Shark, ooh, gets a nice little pop up there, courtesy of the Lord. That might be able to cost them and turn the tides of this fight. You see Hoon onto the backside, best player, able to take down Quapsy. In comes the Blazing Duet, trying to put on the damage, does activate that immortality from Uzi. Melody in a bad way, might not be the fight that she wants, gonna activate that immortality. In comes basically gonna use that BMI to go ahead and close the distance. Ana on that Finch pose, perched up on the wall, waiting to find an opening. Is not able to find one just yet. You see best player is a little bit close. The Lord is down to about 5th health. This might be going over to the OhioBrothers unless Ana can kind of get in here. Basically takes down the Lord. This is a Lord for the OhioBrothers as they begin their push onto Uzi. They smell blood in the water and they are not trying to retreat.
Yeah, tough for Fallout there. Had pressure in the map and just kind of got outplayed at their own game. Claude starts to push himself. Basic up there, the man of the day. Now in late game, Claude's a force to be reckoned with. Ana can't answer the split push. Farsa has to go back, and then you don't have a retry on Lord, and then TOB gets both. Closing in here, let's see what they can do with their Luminous Lord.
Yeah, Lord kind of coming in here. We do have the Feathered Airstrike coming down, trying to bring on the damage. In comes a beautiful pop-up, followed by a Blazing Duet, cutting them quite low. Hoon goes ahead and takes a kill. Tempest Blades comes down, landing down, not able to pick up the kill. Ana taking a heap of damage. And now we see this is going to be the game-closing push as the OhioBrothers clench another sweep.
Now, I think we answer the question, does TOB bleed? And Fallout answer, yes. We weren't able to kill him. We couldn't win the game, but we did. Some drops of blood were in the water there for Fallout, and I feel like they just lacked that killer instinct to close the game there in that Luminous Lord push. Feels like they had a little bit too much passivity, and then on the Lord, TOB calls the bluff, says, you're not going to take Lord. We'll start split pushing ourselves, and they don't. and then they lose map pressure, and then they lose Lord, and they lose the game. What a great way, what great navigation from TOB to get themselves out of this hole that Fallout put them into. Great game from Fallout, though. You have to, this is a 7, what place is Fallout right now? 5th, 6th? And they're going against number 1 doing this? Great game from Fallout.
Yeah, and I was just going to go ahead and expand on that. Fallout had a great gameplay. From the first game they saw, we're not going to be able to match the Ohio brothers when it comes into a 5v5 fight. The most we can do is outlast them while Anna goes ahead and split push. Not just that, but Anna doing a great job after the split pushing of coming back to the Lord and being able to snatch away some of those great retributions. However, I mean, this is why number 1 is number 1 right now. The Ohio brothers, I said, you dip too much into that same well, they're going to be able to find a counter, maybe overstaying their welcome. That last Luminous Lord, they were only not even able to get a high ground. They got so passive and they allowed the Ohio brothers to come back. And that, like I said, that's what makes them number 1, is to be able to find the counter for it. They had 2 people now watching Ling, making sure that Anna was not able to successfully go ahead and push those side lanes. I mean, a great call out and a great game by both of these teams. Yeah. Oh, that is a tough one. I mean, especially because I'm kind of living off the glow of that last game right now. It's really hard to pick. I do have to say, I mean, maybe right now it's a little biased because, like I said, just came off that last game, but I like that somebody was able to finally come with a strategy, a successful strategy. Yes. The only problem, like we said, was that late game execution. You made a mistake, you made a falter, and it cost you the game. Fortunately, Ohio brothers come out ahead. But I'm going to have to give it to that last match.
Yeah, I give it to them as well. That's the first time, and if you were a viewer, if you're a caster, predicting these games ahead of time, you would have said 2-0 TOB, no problem. They stomp them out, easy game. It was a 2-0, but that's not the story of that last game there. Fallout, that game was theirs to win for a moment there, and it happened so wonderfully. Anna solo carrying the team on his back. Like, wow, what a game for them. I'm definitely going for game 2, TOB versus Fallout, where they almost took it, but then couldn't finish.
Yes, and with that, we are ending our Saturday. Let's thank our amazing casters for their awesome play-by-plays and for being on the ball with these back-to-back games. They are troopers. But be sure to be here tomorrow as the round robin will be resetting and the teams will be going through their second round against the other. And I am so pumped up for our first match, guys. The Ohio brothers versus BTK. What are your thoughts on that match?
Ooh, it's going to be something that all of North America is going to be watching. Have they learned their lesson? Do they have a plan in mind? Or are the new baby faces of North America going to reign supreme again?
Yeah, that's going to be a hype game. I'm jealous of the casters. They get to talk about that, analyze that, and really dig into that game. And what a hype game, because BTK is on this resurgence, right? And you see TOB maybe struggling a little bit. They lost the game to Wasians. They almost lost the game to Fallout. A little bit of cracks in the armor here. Can BTK write the story and go 1 for 1 and we have that battle for first place? Or will TOB sure things up,
Dude, I'm super excited. Will BTK get their revenge? We shall see. Again, we are sorry for our graphics. They were not in tip-top shape today, but tomorrow we'll be on the ball and back in business. Thank you everyone for watching and staying with us through the show, and we hope you all have a wonderful night, and goodbye. I will see you tomorrow.